Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Writhing by Abe Moss, narrated by Hilary Huber. Prologue. Come home, Alex. Standing barefoot on the side of the dark road, she rubbed stinging sweat from her eyes. The car's headlights were bright, harsh, like two sun-glared coins. She stood shielding her face from the light and their gazes, listening to the idling engine, the breeze through the woods at her back, the leaves rustling like paper wings. "Where are you going, anyway?" one of the men asked. There were two, one in the passenger seat and the other standing just outside the driver's, speaking over the open door. "What did you run all this way for? You worried us." Alex remained silent. There were too many questions of her own to choose from, and she didn't even know if she had the answers to his. After nearly a minute of waiting, the man said, "Why don't you just come home? Your mom's worried sick." "She's not my mom," Alex said, and dropped her hand and stared into the blinding light. "And this isn't my home." The man bent his head, peered in at his partner in the passenger seat, and they both shook their heads as if to share their confusion. "What's this about?" he asked. "Why'd you run?" It had all been so disorienting, she wasn't sure anymore. It was an impulse, she supposed, an instinct. Was fear a good enough excuse? "Who is that boy?" she finally asked. "I saw you dragging him out of that car. He was screaming like... Standing like a black cardboard cutout in the dark, the man said, "He's a troubled kid we're trying to help is all. Is that why you ran?" "But who is he?" The man shifted his weight from one leg to the other and peered around at the woods, down the lonely road. "He's nobody important to you, just a kid who needs help." "Is he like me then? Like I was?" Alex could make out the tiniest movement of the man's shadow in the dark as he shrugged and nodded. "You could say that, yeah." They stood a while longer, a standoff of sorts. Alex couldn't decide what it was she wanted from them, but going back gave her an uneasy feeling, a cold, twisting inner gut, like nothing good would ever come of it. "You can ask Helen all the questions you want when we get back. I know she'd be glad to know you're safe and not out here alone." Helen doesn't give a shit about me, Alex thought. She was now beginning to understand after 6 years. She still didn't really know the woman, not deeply or personally. She often seemed one way to her and then entirely different in an instant. Tonight, Alex witnessed a side of her she never expected. Vicious, ruthless. To put it plainly, Helen was unpredictable. "Will you let us take you home?" She could always keep running, she thought. But again, she didn't know what she was running from, or, better yet, where she was running to. The road on which they stood, lit under a midnight moon, only ran two ways, like most roads, and only one direction's destination was certain. She sighed, defeated, and went to the car. The man opened the back door for her and she got in, that terrible doubt alive and writhing inside her. It was done, she thought. She'd chosen this fate. It was a longer fuse in place of a shorter one, which would ultimately achieve the same result in the end. She would go back to them, to Helen, to Amberton. She smiled at the thought, as if she had anywhere else to be. The Woman and Her Ghost, Part 1. 1. Loneliness. Lucy froze. Her husband was making his way down the hallway. She raised a hand to him. He came to a stop, and his eyes flickered between her and the front door. "What is it?" he whispered. She straightened her arm out again, emphasizing the flat of her palm. Wait. Another knock on the door. Aaron didn't seem to understand why she wasn't answering it, but he obeyed anyhow. After another moment, he whispered, "Why aren't you answering the door?" She mouthed one word, enunciating it silently with perfect clarity. Brenda. Erin shrugged and continued toward the kitchen. "Hey," she whispered after him. He turned, and she jabbed a finger toward the floor, her eyes bulging. "Feet." He stopped, hands raised by his head, and mouthed, "Okay." After it was safe to assume she'd left, Lucy tiptoed to the door and peered through the tiny peephole, spotting the back of a green hand-woven sweater in the dark, making its way down the front porch and over the lawn. Lucy turned, back against the door, and sighed, her shoulders sinking dramatically with relief. "That was mean," Erin told her, grinning smugly as he entered the kitchen and made his way to the refrigerator. "Oh, don't even. You'd be doing the same if you were me. She's crazy." "She isn't crazy." "But she is. You know what she does." "The stuff she does isn't crazy," he said. "It's more desperate." She followed him into the kitchen, staring skeptically at the back of his head. "Desperate? Maybe. She thinks we're best friends. A delusion. Delusions are crazy." He poked his head in the fridge. "What do you mean she thinks you're best friends? Maybe you're the only, or the closest thing to a friend she's got." She paused, unable to refute the possibility. That she might be an asshole occurred to her too, but that didn't matter. Why can't she find literally anyone else? "I'm no psychologist," Erin said, pulling his head out with half a turkey breast in his hand. He took a bite. "But I would think someone in her position would have a hard time meeting anyone new. Her husband died, for crying out loud, you know. And she's known you for a bit. You see each other every day, in passing." He stood by the sink and took another bite of his sandwich, and Lucy stood quietly behind him, arms folded. She wanted to say something, anything, to make herself feel better. Like she wasn't a horrible person for ignoring the poor, lonely, bereaved woman. But nothing came to mind, so she continued standing there, angry at her husband for putting such contradictory ideas into her head. "You're right," she told him. "You're not a psychologist." He laughed. "I bet I'd make a great best friend." "Have at it. Look at what happened to the last guy." "There you go being mean again." "What do you want from me? He died almost 2 years ago. We barely knew her when it happened, and I still felt bad when she told me. I mean, you haven't been in there. Her upstairs, it's all sorts of sad. I know people mourn and junk, but she was... I don't even know what to call it, but she had a fucking shrine for the guy. I mean, not exactly a shrine, but she had an entire bedroom just full of all his junk. After 2 years? That's what some people do when they mourn. Why would she just up and get rid of everything? 2 years isn't that long. That's not the point. She hunched her shoulders, arms hugged around her middle. I felt bad for her and thought I'd give her some company once or twice. I didn't expect it to be a regular thing. And I even had a good time at first until she started watching for me to come home or even leave. I've told you all this before. Yes, you did tell me. She would wait for me to pull out of the garage. "Oh, you going to the store? Mind if I come along?" She ran behind my car. I couldn't take it after a while. You're a saint to have put up with a crazy bereaved woman for so long. What was it, like a month? Lucy shot a nasty glare his way, only to be disappointed to see he was making his way down the hallway to the bedroom. Why did he always have to pretend to be the good guy, she wondered. It was cool out. Crickets chattered to her right, down in the bushes on the side of the porch. She knocked again, knowing full well she had seen their car pull in only seconds ago. She didn't know for sure whether it was Lucy or her husband. She waited a moment longer before she heard the faint tapping of shoes on the floor inside. Someone was indeed there. They were hiding. She turned back, faced the inky black sky. Full of defeat, she stepped down from the porch and made her way over the sprinkler-dewed lawn, flip-flops flapping. Why do I do this to myself? She thought. Lucy Frampton wasn't a nice person, so why did she want her company so badly? The more she thought about it, the more she thought she didn't even like her. She was possibly even starting to hate her. Hiding from her like that, like an uppity snob, Brenda thought as she crossed the street. She almost thought it would feel good to slap her around a little, show her she's not the queen she thinks she is. As she approached her own home just across the street, the sounds of the crickets died, and even the sound of stirring evening air dissipated. She came to the door, reached for the knob. She imagined a hand on the other side, feeling the knob with dirt-coated fingers, the skin peeled back from the fingernails, the flesh eaten away to reveal thick, sinewy strands flexing back and forth. But that was impossible. The dead stayed dead. Only crazy people believed otherwise, and Brenda was definitely not crazy. Lonely, yes, but crazy? No. She opened the door. It cried shrilly. She stepped inside. She was alone. No animated corpses here. She walked down the narrow entrance hall, checking each dark doorway as she passed, and then continued up the stairs to the upstairs hallway. Her bedroom waited at the hallway's end, opposite the guest bedroom, whose door stood ajar, a dim blue light flashing from its gap. Of course, she thought. She stepped into her quiet bedroom, turned around, checked the hallway once more, shut the door behind her, and fastened the lock. She sighed. From out in the hall came the creak of an opening door. She waited. She didn't know if she actually heard footsteps or just imagined them, anticipating them. It was so quiet, even the silence seemed to hum, a silence that could drive a person mad. A knock on the door. The knob rattled. "No, this is my private time," Brenda said. She rolled her eyes as if she'd known it all along and turned to her closet. She flung the door open, the fists still tapping in the hall. She pulled a large, silky lavender nightgown from its hanger, held it up. It fit right, but she couldn't help but look at it disappointedly. She was a larger woman, stout. Sometimes she wished to change that, but then she always thought, for whom? She folded the gown over her arm and walked into the adjoined bathroom. She got the shower going, and while she waited for the water to warm, she looked in the mirror. What's happened to my face? She wondered. She was only in her mid-40s, but she looked so much older. Her mouth was sad, the corners drooped and tired. Stress and tragedy had aged her, she thought. She undressed and stepped into the shower. Chills covered her shoulders and the backs of her legs at the water's touch. For a moment, she smiled. She felt her face, ran her hands through her thinning brown hair. Lucy, she muttered. She both envied and despised her. Not only did she have a perfect life, a perfect husband, a perfect, beautiful body, but she had to be a skunk, too. And Brenda hated skunks. Too good for Brenda. Try to be a nice neighbor, a good friend, and what does it get you? Nothing. Shunned. Because they were happily married, that made them better than her? They probably laughed while she waited on the porch. Now they were probably making love, enjoying each other's bodies, possibly creating their own equally mean-spirited spawn. Why should such nasty people have the best in life? Although she was standing under a hot torrent of water, she felt a cold pressure against her back. She turned quickly, almost slipped, but braced herself against the shower wall and saw that nobody was there. She ripped the shower curtain open, expecting to see the face of a dead man staring back. There was no one, of course. She threw a towel around herself, stomped into her bedroom, and saw that her door was closed and locked just as she'd left it. Her bedroom window was cracked. Maybe it had been a breeze. She finished up in the bathroom, slipped into her nightgown, and returned to her bedroom door. She didn't want to do it, but she didn't want the television on all night either. It would upset him, but she could live with that. She grinned. She could live with that. She unlocked her door and stepped into the hall. The guest bedroom, previously ajar, was now fully open. The television was still on. She approached the door and stopped. This was where she kept all his things, everything that stirred memories of him, stored in boxes, on shelves, in desk drawers, and stuffed into suitcases. Like the pillow he'd once tried to smother her with. She didn't like to remember these things. She often asked herself why she didn't just throw the items away, trash them, and forget them. She didn't know. The golf set was the worst. He'd adored it more than anything. More than her, which wasn't saying much. When he wasn't ridiculing her or accusing her of something outlandish, he was golfing. By himself, of course. Much like Brenda now, he didn't have friends. But the clubs she remembered most. It was the closest he'd ever come to killing her. One afternoon, Brenda was standing at the kitchen sink, staring at the mountains in the distance. A great storm was moving in. The thunder and the wind pleased her, watching the trees shimmy and bob. She was washing the dishes, but her mind was elsewhere. She stood, frozen, at the window, plate in hand, smelling the citrus of the dish soap, gazing dreamily into the afternoon gloom. Only her eyes moved, darting from one flash to the next. "The hell you staring at?" Startled, she dropped the soap-slicked plate into the sink where it broke. Dazed, she looked down at the blue shards of glass. She turned around and said, "You startled me. Back from the river already?" "Yeah," he said, eyeing the sink. "Too stormy." She hesitated and followed his gaze to the broken plate. She cleared her throat. "That's a shame. You love the river." He smiled. He was aware of her attempt to distract him from the mess she'd made. "Yeah, I do." She could see each and every tooth into the back of his grinning mouth now. She returned a trembling smile. He bent his head to get a better look at the broken dishware, and Brenda shifted her weight to place herself further in his view. "You break another plate?" He nudged her aside to look for himself. He bit his lip, and Brenda caught sight of his white-knuckled fists. He turned to her, his face reddening. Only it wasn't anger that made his cheeks hot. He was giving himself a reason. "Let's check what plates we have left." Brenda didn't hear him. She was too entranced by the bulging vein in his forehead. He opened the cupboard. "Ah, we have one matching plate left." Brenda followed him with her eyes across the kitchen, where he set the plate on the counter. His eyes wrinkled into slits, from the plate to her face, then back to the plate. His eyes targeted the two. "It's only a plate," Brenda said. "You know I hate setting the table with mismatched dishware." Brenda didn't move. Her arms were glued at her sides, and she suddenly became aware of how terrified she must appear. "You stay there." He turned and left the kitchen. Brenda shuddered. She knew it was far from over, but if she could keep silent and let him have his tantrum, maybe he'd get bored and leave her alone. Even now, standing before the guest bedroom and the flickering television, she could remember the silver eye of light that traveled up the length of the club as he entered the kitchen. He carried it rested over his shoulder. "What are you doing with that?" "Watch," he told her. He took the plate from the counter and set it on the hard linoleum. He lowered the head of the club to the plate, tapped it twice. He lifted his eyes to Brenda, making sure she did as she was told. To watch. He must have been pleased to see her face so fear-stricken, because that satisfied grin crept across his mouth once again. With a grunt, he hit the plate. There was a sharp crack and little tinkling sounds of debris scattering over the kitchen floor around his feet. She retreated into the corner by the sink, raised her hand to her heart as if to grab it and slow its beating. The look Brenda saw on his face was one she'd seen before. His adrenaline was racing, and she knew it was only a matter of seconds before he remembered her, cowering in the corner like a fly in a spider's web. He gazed at her, the vein in his head on the verge of rupturing. Her eyes never leaving his, she skirted the counter toward the laundry room door. The worst part of it, she thought, was that there wasn't an influence. He wasn't an alcoholic or anything else. He was just Willard. He lunged forward, breaking a piece of plate glass under his foot. He stumbled. Shit! Brenda turned her back to him, hurried through the laundry room door. When she turned to throw it shut, he was already upon her, wearing an expression that said it was all her fault. A fidgeting pulled her back into the present. Her fingers rolled into fists, her legs locked, hypnotized by the snowy static on the television. She pulled a strand of wet hair behind her ear. It was only a memory. She entered without turning on the light, fearful of what she might see, fearful of the light that might reflect on any long, slender steel objects stowed with the rest of the boxes. She made her way to the television, catching the movement again in the corner of her eye. Without looking, she knew it was him. The figure had its back to her, facing an old bookcase, rolling their finger from one book to the next as if searching for a certain one. She leaned down, wiped the shower water from her forehead that hadn't dried. Or was it perspiration? In the darkness, the flashing screen didn't aid in finding the off button on the face of the television, so instead she reached behind and pulled its cord from the wall. Even in complete darkness, the black figure was still visible, its black somehow blacker than the rest, and when Brenda switched off the television, its head rose from its searching and turned towards her. On her way to the door, she couldn't help looking over her shoulder. The figure swiveled on its heel and faced her, just a motionless mannequin in the dark. It made no attempt to follow, only watched. Good night, Brenda thought, as she stepped into the hall and closed the door behind her. It wouldn't stay closed for long. In fact, after returning to her room, settling into bed and switching off her lamp, wrapped in blankets and pillows, she heard the sound of the guest bedroom's door pushing open and the sound of phantom footsteps trailing down the hall. 2. Willard. Dressed in old, baggy, ragged clothes, Lucy worked up a sweat under the morning sun, weeding a long-dead vegetable patch. She was well aware nothing would come of her efforts, wasn't even particularly interested in gardening or keeping up with yard work, but she was bored. Such was the case a lot these days, being unemployed. She used to have a job, an assistant manager at a small clothing outlet. Hated it. She'd been fired for one too many altercations with customers. Once or twice you could get away with it. Finding stupid people in retail was like finding weeds in the dirt. Managers understood that, but only once or twice. Frequent tardiness didn't help either. Nearly 2 months later, and she still wasn't searching. Aaron didn't pressure her. His job was enough. But having something extra was nice, and she had to admit putting up with customers was better than sitting at home all day with no one to talk to. The vegetable patch proved more strenuous than she anticipated. However, she didn't like the idea of starting something and accomplishing nothing, so she decided to do the front yard instead and weed the small area next to the porch around their single bush. That way she could show Aaron she did something while he was gone, that she didn't spend the majority of her day sitting at her computer watching funny cat gifs and reading up on the latest Hollywood gossip. Would she still do exactly that? Of course. But Aaron didn't need to hear about it. He'd hear about her productive outdoor project instead. She entered the front yard through the gate at the side of the house. The neighborhood was quiet. Nearly everyone at work by now, their homes empty. Brenda's house was directly across from their own. Instinctively, Lucy turned away, afraid Brenda might be watching from a window. She did that quite often. That's how she knew when Lucy got the mail or went for a run. Brenda was a lonely woman, Lucy knew. She really felt sorry for her, truly. But she couldn't give Brenda what she needed, and she didn't feel obligated to try. Friendship was a burden she didn't need in her life right now. So she quickly ducked next to her bush, acting busy, when there came a loud, shrill creaking, the sound of Brenda's door. Everyone on Sundown Ave knew the sound. Maybe this was the year she'd buy her a can of WD-40 for Christmas. So it opened and opened. Lucy waited. It continued to cry. Becoming curious, she turned and looked. The door was creeping open, inch by inch. That, or someone in hiding pulled the door, watching in secret. After all, it was nearly wide open without a body in its frame. Though the air was still and hot, it appeared as though it must have been a breeze or something like it. Finally, it met the wall and stopped. "Be a good neighbor," a distant voice told her, probably Aaron's voice. She stood, scratched at the back of her neck. Maybe it was a trap, a ploy to get her attention, a ploy to get her in proximity. No. She turned to her bush. Maybe she deserved to be caught, she thought, after how cruel she'd been the night before. Maybe she owed Brenda a visit, or at the very least, to close her door like a decent human being. She stood and crossed the lawn once more, came to the curb, looked from left to right, and then faced Brenda's home. Son of a bitch, I knew it. Through the front door at the end of the hall stood Brenda. She appeared to be wearing gym clothes and a headband. Her shadowy figure wobbled drunkenly. Lucy stood, defeated and ultimately sorry she ever decided to be considerate. At first, she was sure Brenda saw her standing across the street. She would wave and come outside, comment on how strange it was that her door should open on its own, all according to plan. But instead, Brenda came to a halt halfway down the darkened hall and stopped, leaning tiredly against the wall. Lucy's fingers twitched at her side. Was something wrong? After a moment, Brenda began to slowly shake her head from side to side. Perhaps she was drunk. Lucy, feeling torn, raised her hand to wave at Brenda, to wake her from the strange trance in which she seemed to be caught. Just as she did, however, the door began to close. Lucy heard the familiar whine of its hinges, shutting faster than it opened, and 3 seconds later, Brenda and the shrouded hallway were replaced by the gleaming white surface of the front door. "Brenda?" she whispered. Brenda didn't sleep well. After listening for an hour to the footless footsteps, she tossed and turned for another hour before finally falling asleep. And even then, her dreams robbed her of true rest. She dreamed of blood, a lot of it, pouring in a smooth, endless sheet. She saw what may have been a face within, staring through expressionlessly, watching. Its eyes were flashing lights, blinding and hectic, blinking, spinning, pulsating through the thick cherry downpour, blue and red. At one point the face opened its mouth, a dark hole, and it screamed at her. A whining sound, high and then low, high and then low, wordless, becoming louder and louder. Brenda woke with a startled cry. She sat upright and felt her forehead, cool with sweat. She threw the damp blankets off her legs. Bright light was coming through her curtains, and upon looking at the clock on her nightstand, she saw it was 11 in the morning. She'd slept in. She remembered waking up several times, looking at the clock and listening for a disturbance that may have wakened her. But there was only silence. She was simply restless. That was all. But it was daytime now, which was fine. During the day, the house was quiet, free from phantom footsteps and cold breezes. She had a whole day to herself, just to think and relax, maybe try over at Lucy's again to see if... God damn it, she thought. She couldn't do that. She was done with Lucy. She gritted her teeth just thinking about the night before. She thought if she even saw Lucy again, she might have the urge to rip her hair out by the handful. She got out of bed and used the bathroom. Brushing her teeth over the sink, she gazed grimly in the mirror, hating everything she saw. Old, wrinkled, puffy, fat, tired, old again, afraid. She strained to remember the dream which left her feeling so sour, but it was already forgotten. She rinsed and spat into the sink. She needed a pick-me-up. It was before noon. The day was probably still cool enough. The perfect opportunity for a jog, she thought. Something she never did. Maybe some exercise would even rid her of the clinging dread she'd awakened with, not to mention a little weight. Lucy goes for jogs all the time, she thought. She didn't think herself as vain as Lucy, but vanity wasn't the only reason to get in shape. There was also her health to consider. Suddenly motivated, excited even, Brenda dug out her old exercise clothes and sneakers, buried deep in the farthest recesses of her closet, even found an old but usable headband, and readied herself for an invigorating morning of self-improvement. She left her bedroom, made her way down the hall, a skip in her step, and halfway down the stairs caught a whiff of something bitter. Rotten. Spoiled food, perhaps. Almost garlicky. The longer she sniffed, the more it faded, until she had to wonder if she'd really smelled it at all. "Don't get too excited," said a man's voice. Brenda stiffened. A floorboard groaned. She turned toward the head of the stairs, searching the upstairs hall for the voice's source, not seeing anything or anyone. It couldn't be him, she thought. The floorboard groaned again. Brenda tightened her grip on the stair banister. A cool breeze, that of a chilly October afternoon, swept a few of Brenda's stray hairs from her face. "Hello?" she asked. There was a whooshing sound, like the swing of a baseball bat or a thick tree branch, and Brenda doubled over in pain. She wheezed, one of her arms clasped over her belly, the other still holding tightly to the wooden handrail. She fell to her knees. Another footstep slapped the highest stair, and Brenda glanced up through teary eyes, like staring into a sandstorm. A block of ice touched her forehead, in the shape of a palm and fingers, and violently shoved her backward. Her grip broke loose from the banister, and she crashed down the steps along her butt and back, rolling to a stop near the bottom steps. "Willard?" She could barely speak. The world was spinning. There was a shrieking in her ears, and the slats of the stair banister twirled from side to side like batons. The footsteps descended closer. She lifted her hands to her face, palms out, and twisted fearfully into a ball. The footsteps passed by and continued downstairs, where she could hear them scuff and clack toward the front door. She clumsily got to her hands and knees. "Willard, what are you doing?" The front door opened with a slow squeal, and bright, sunny light poured in. After a minute of disbelief, Brenda staggered to her feet. She saw starbursts, and a terrible ache throbbed in the back of her head. With her arm buried into her belly, she stumbled in a stupor to the bottom of the stairs, seeing only a blinding light and the vague colors of the neighborhood beyond. "Willard?" She was curious where he went. If it were possible, he left. He'd never left the house before, or at least never tried. But on top of that, she'd never before seen him in the day. Stop saying my name. I heard you the first time." She jumped at the sound of his gravelly voice. "What are you doing? How is it?" "She knows," he interrupted, ignoring her babble. Brenda squeezed her eyes shut repeatedly. As the colorful blurs of the front door came together, she noticed the mottled black figure standing before her. It looked fairly human, with arms and legs and a head, but the outline, its frame, seemed to coil and bloom like vapor. "Who knows?" "Her," he said. Brenda struggled to tear her gaze from the flowing apparition. Through the front door, she saw nothing at first, just her yard and the sunshiny street. Then, as she looked farther across the street, she saw someone. Lucy stood awkwardly still. Her arms were bent in such a way to suggest she didn't know what to do with them. Did she see him? "She can't see me." Willard lifted an arm, a mess of shadowy snakes and steam, and waved, but Lucy did not respond. "She sees you, though, and she knows." The figure moved away from the door and entered the living room. Brenda, holding weakly to the wall, watched as the door swept shut on its own and sealed them inside. Still feeling woozy, she sluggishly followed Willard into the living room. The putrid smell hit her again along the way. A trailing scent of something rancid or something burning, she wasn't sure. Whatever it was, she held her breath against it. "What's that smell?" The black figure shrank into itself as it settled into an old rocker in the corner next to the window. Without answering Brenda's question, it began rocking back and forth, both of its smoky arms billowing around the chair's arms. "Did you hear what I said?" Willard asked. One of his phantom arms lifted toward her. "She knows about you." She stepped into the room and leaned against the back of the sofa, keeping it between them. "Knows what?" "Oh, you know what." Brenda imagined a pair of lips, his lips, pulling themselves into a nasty grin. "No, I don't." "Yes, you do." Her heart drummed. She took a seat across from Willard on the sofa, fell into it with a moan. She ran her fingers through her hair, desperate to think of something it could be, anything that wasn't what it obviously was. It was staring her in the face, sitting across from her in its rocking chair, waiting. And in that instant of realization, Brenda was forced to think back on that stormy day, when the rain was laced with blood. 3. Red on silver. He grabbed at her, golf club raised in his other hand. Stepping away, his hand wrapping itself in her shirt, she fell to the ground. He fell with her, onto his side. She picked herself up, already reaching towards the next door in sight. She looked over her shoulder, saw him clumsily getting to his feet. She pulled the door open and bolted into the chilly gloom of the garage. She ran to the driver's side of their SUV, knowing the passenger door would already be locked. The door to the laundry room opened, and Willard shuffled down the steps after her, club wielded in both hands. She opened the door, slid onto the seat, and slammed the door shut just as he made his way around the hood. "Hey!" She popped the door lock down. He made his way back around the car, shaking his head in distress. He tried the passenger door unsuccessfully, and then raised the club over his head, preparing to break his way in. No way, Brenda thought. Even crazy as he was, he would never go that far. After all, it was his car, his prized car, something he would never batter away at like he did his wife. "Open this fucking door right now!" he roared. He must have changed his mind about breaking the window. "You hear me? This is my car, don't you forget that!" She looked back at the huffing, red-faced goblin at the passenger door, breathing on the glass with a menacing scowl. He had once been different. A long time ago, when they'd first married, 20-something years ago, everything was sugar plums and double fudge brownies. They had fun. They saw movies, went to parties, went camping, went shooting with his gun buddies when they were still around. It was all his idea of fun, sure, but she learned to enjoy it. Then, eventually, all that stopped. They stayed home, watched TV, went to bed. His gentle touches began to bruise. His soft words grew louder, rougher. His voice hadn't always been so gravelly. Even his scent changed. When once he smelled of mint and aftershave, now he reeked of smoke and something unplaceable. He rapped his fist on the passenger window, saliva speckling the chilled pane as he shrieked unintelligibly. This was far from the first serious incident, though not all of them were as violent or physical. Sometimes they were only threats, like the time he threatened to push her from a moving car, or the time he threatened to drop her radio in the tub with her if she didn't stop her incessant humming. These weren't idle threats. He meant every word, and would even stare her in the eye until she cowered into submission. She never could pinpoint what caused the change. It was gradual. She only assumed it started after the death of one of his closest friends. Blew his own head off. It was ruled an accident, and Willard never touched a gun again. But she didn't think she could take any more. She didn't think she'd survive another like this. Sitting in the SUV, her heart pounding, she truly believed if she hadn't run, she'd be lying dead under the kitchen sink, with no one in her life to know differently. She had no family. If he killed her, there would be no difference to the outside world. She practically only existed in his. If she made it out of this, she had to make some friends, she thought. When she looked again at the passenger window, Willard was gone. She checked all the mirrors and windows. He'd left, and somehow she hadn't noticed. The rain was vicious now, thumping on the garage door like wind-thrown pebbles. She took a deep breath and sat a while longer, thinking. She needed a way out. Any way at all. The image of her dead body crumpled beneath the kitchen sink made her shudder, a chill zipping down her spine, as if to remind her she was indeed a living creature, capable of sensation, capable of surviving. She waited in the car another 15 minutes. If he really wanted her, he'd have come back with the keys already. He was probably inside, eating a meal she'd prepared for him earlier in the day, or having a nap after just getting home. She finally got out of the car. She half expected a cold hand to reach out and grab her by the ankle when she did. But no, she was alone. He wasn't a horror villain, after all, and he lacked the patience for surprises. She walked back to the laundry room door, opened it quietly, and crept inside. Thunder boomed. In the kitchen, she noticed the stripes of blood from his foot. The broken plate was still scattered over the floor. "What do I do?" she whispered to no one. As if in answer to her question, lightning flashed, and something glittery on the kitchen counter caught her eye. She reached for it carefully, daring to touch it. When her fingers slipped gently over its polished surface, the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. She held its shaft in one hand, squeezed its grip with the other. The club was just heavy enough to feel dangerous and lightweight enough to feel manageable. Was she really considering? She stepped over the broken plate and continued from the kitchen into the main hall. The house was shrouded in storm-gray gloom and still as the inside of a casket buried 6 feet under. Her first step sent a groan through the stairs. She paused. Thunder rumbled overhead. She continued up, step by step, a stampede of hooves in her chest, until she reached the upstairs hallway. Only their bedroom door stood open, letting a wedge of silver light into the black hall. She went to it, gliding soundlessly in the dark like a ghost. Turn back before it's too late, she thought. She stopped in the doorway. There he was, lying in bed. He was on his back, head propped on a pillow, hands locked over his chest like a funeral parlor corpse. Lightning flashed again, dousing the room in rain shadows. It was a morbid fantasy, she thought, nothing more. She should put the club away before he woke up and saw her standing there and things got out of control. Or do it now and get it over with. Her heart pounded faster. She felt it in her belly. She raised the club. Her hands were shaking. Thunder rolled overhead. Willard lay frozen. She raised the club higher still. Forgetting to breathe, she let out a shaky sigh. She moved toward the bed, legs wobbling numbly. Her whole body quivered under the weight of the club, growing heavier as her arms softened like hot tar. She stopped at his side, swallowed dryly. He smiled in his sleep, and she wondered what he dreamed of. "This is a mistake," she said aloud, and her eyes grew wide at the sound of her own voice. Willard's opened wide as well. They flitted in her direction, spotted her there, club poised near the ceiling, and before he could blink she brought it down, like an executioner at the gallows. He opened his mouth as if to scream. The head of the club chopped into the cave of his eye with a sickening thump. His body went slack. Brenda uttered a single gasp of revulsion. She let go of the club, which slipped from his eye with a sticky gulp and fell to the floor. "Oh, God!" She stood petrified. There was a humming, a ringing, inside her head, deafening. She saw a strange red blur when she blinked, something on her eyelashes. She pinched them lightly and found a smear of blood on her fingertips. "Oh, God!" She ran to the bathroom. Staring fearfully into the mirror, she found one more freckle of blood on her cheek. She ran the faucet and splashed cool water over her face, then pulled a washcloth from one of the drawers and hastily dried herself. Now what? She wondered. She hadn't thought any of this through, not the slightest bit, and now he was dead. The last several minutes didn't even feel real. She'd been looking through someone else's eyes. She took several deep breaths and was stunned to find her heartbeat had calmed and her hands weren't shaking so badly. She almost felt relieved. She went back into the bedroom, where Willard was still dead, red and whitish goo dripping down the side of his face. She returned to his side and stopped to think, now what? The blood running down his face had spilled onto the pillowcase, and some of it had dribbled onto the bedsheet. She picked the club off the floor, wiped it onto his pillowcase, and then placed the club in the bathtub, which she filled with hot water a few inches high. She tried to move him from the bed carefully, but the weight of his corpse surprised her. It thumped to the floor, and she hurriedly placed the bloodied pillowcase back under his head. Where does one hide a body? She thought. She sat on the edge of the bed and pondered. Plenty of times she'd fantasized about his death, but never by her own hand. She wondered why that was, given that the actual thing had been quite satisfying. But now she had a problem. She needed a plan, something to exclude her involvement. She considered burying him in the backyard, but thought better of it. She wondered if she could hide the body any place at all without it being stumbled upon. This was all too crazy. She felt crazy, which worried her immensely. Then it occurred to her. The river. That's where he'd been, after all, before coming home. He'd mentioned that it had been too stormy. It was perfect, she thought. She removed the bedsheet and wrapped it firmly around his head to prevent any more blood from dripping. After his head was in a bundle, she pulled the pillowcase over it, which held snug. She took hold of his feet, one of them with a new bandage over the heel, and dragged him away from the bed, lugging his body through the bedroom doorway and into the hall. Something about dragging his frail body through the house pleased her. Perhaps it was that for the first time ever, she was in control. He was completely at her disposal. She pulled him down the hall, and his trailing hands squeaked faintly across the floor. She hurried down the stairs, banging his body along each step. She continued through the downstairs hall and through the kitchen, where Willard's body carried pieces of glass into the laundry room. Holding the door open, she haphazardly pulled his body down the cold concrete steps into the garage. After placing his body in the back seat, which took some laborious heaving, she returned inside and retrieved her raincoat, boots, some gloves, the car keys, and one of Willard's backpacks for later. Back in the SUV, she put the gloves on while the garage door rattled open. The rain was still falling in sheets. She reached up and adjusted the rearview mirror, tilted it down briefly to get a view of the body in the back. She started the car and reversed out of the driveway, applied too much pressure on the gas, and squealed the tires in the rain when she stomped on the brake. Just some jitters, she thought. She put the car in drive. By the time she reached the end of Sundown Ave, she could feel the warm air from the heaters on her face and arms. The wipers whined back and forth. She turned the radio on. She knew she didn't fully understand how everything would proceed once she got back, the police and all that. She feared she'd missed some important detail, something someone more knowledgeable would recognize instantly. Worst-case scenario, she thought, would be admitting to the murder and claiming self-defense, because that's what it was, wasn't it? As she found her way out of town and onto the interstate, the sky grew darker and the thunder louder. An old country song played, and in the distance, lightning daggered into the mountains. Brenda thumped her gloved hands against the wheel and hummed to the tune of the song. Willard's dead body rocked in the back seat. 20 minutes out of town, the wilderness took over. She drew nearer to the mountains, great thick pines in all directions. Soon, the valley merged into the foothills until she entered the canyon, and 20 minutes after that, following the winding canyon road, she came to the turnoff. The weedy dirt road, muddied by rain, led her to a medium-sized clearing, the river raging on the far side. Unremarkably, on a day like this, no one else was there. She stopped the car and removed the keys from the ignition. Rain pattered on the roof. The idea that she was dreaming suddenly seemed more plausible than ever. Am I really here? She stepped out of the car and was greeted by a wet, frigid breeze. She paused to stare into the rain, the sky a solid ceiling of murk. Am I? Her feet crunched on rocks and sticks, bubbled and gulped in the mud. She stopped at the riverside. It was faster than she'd expected, surely a death trap to anyone who found themselves falling in. And in the white, foamy thrashes were black, jagged tips peeking up with glimmering faces. This gave her hope. She walked further along when something caught her attention, a familiar roaring in the distance. She followed the river a minute from the car and discovered a drop-off. Nothing major, 5 feet or so, but enough to do some damage, she hoped, enough to mask old wounds. She smiled broadly. The smell of wet wood and pine carried itself to her, and she breathed it in, tasted it. She thought it might be the smell of freedom. She made her way back to the clearing. Even stormy as it was, the river was a neat place, she decided. She could see why he liked it so much. The seclusion, the nature. It was a place a person could be themselves, or at the very least think to themselves. No distractions, no burdens, just the water and the birds and fresh air. Today was a little much, she agreed with him there. She arrived at the clearing, and immediately she could tell something was wrong. Something was off. She slowed as she neared the SUV. It all looked the same, but there was something different, out of place. Her gaze drifted across the car, across the mud, and then she spotted the white pillowcase, carried by the wind, catching in the weeds at the clearing's edge. Oh, God! A scream tore through the rain. A figure emerged from behind the SUV. The body of her late husband, balancing itself with its hand upon the hood. Now she had to be dreaming, she thought. He spotted her across the clearing with his one good eye. She took a step back, felt her shoeless foot sinking into more mud and leaves. He barked something at her, but she couldn't hear. Another step back. He felt along his cheek, touched his fingers to the oozing socket, examined his bloody fingers, and screamed again. Another step. Lightning flashed. "You!" he screeched. "How are you still alive?" Brenda asked, but her words were swallowed by the immediate whip-crack of thunder. He stumbled forward. His lips curled towards his nose, revealing his sharp, lizard-like teeth. He charged at her, head bowed like a bull. Brenda turned to run, slipped in the mud, and fell to her hands and knees, biting the tip of her tongue in the process. Warm, coppery blood. Willard reached her, placed his hand over the back of her neck, and forced her onto the ground. She screamed. He flipped her onto her back, shook her against the pebbly riverside. He began to throttle her. She beat at him, tried to claw with her gloved fingertips, and grazed his gory eye socket. He yelped and released her. "You fuck!" She rolled and made to crawl away when her hand fumbled onto something large and angular. A stone. She clutched it tight in her palm, got to 1 foot, looked over her shoulder to see him coming at her again. Gasping, she pivoted to her feet, brandished the stone in a sideways arc against the side of Willard's head. He shouted in pained surprise and ducked away, holding his face. She came at him again, brought the stone down on the back of his head, and he collapsed to the ground. "You fuck!" she screamed back at him. "You fuck!" She bent over him, turned him over, and clobbered him once more against his temple. He stared, glazed-eyed, at the sky. Brenda sat at the river's edge and wept. When she finished, she dragged Willard's body under the arms and heaved him into the wet rushes. He flopped in, face down, and the river carried him away, bobbing and turning against the jutting rocks until his dark shape disappeared over the drop. With that, she made her way down the riverside to retrieve her shoe and then back to the car, where she fetched the backpack and stuffed into it the bedsheet that was hanging halfway out of the back seat and the bloody pillowcase still clinging in the weeds. She slung the pack over her shoulders, gave one last look toward the river, and then started for the road. She would then hike a few miles before giving in and hitching a ride back to town. After getting home, she would wait a day. Then she would report her husband missing, and the police would ask her questions pertaining to any possible whereabouts. Brenda would explain to them that after having an argument, he left her home alone, most likely to go to the river, which she would explain was his favorite leisure spot, or to the bar, because it was stormy that day after all. After a day of ample searching, Willard's body would be found pinned by the river to a large rock 1.5 miles from his car. Any footprints near the car would be washed away by that day's rain. Then, after she was in the clear, living in a house with no mortgage, and, thanks to the combination of Willard's long-time high-salary position, his strict, frugal handling of finances, and his failure to create any kind of will, more money than she knew what to do with, though she'd spent it sparingly, never daring to enjoy herself too much. She would wash away the blood and be left with only time on her hands. Lonely, paranoid, haunted, time. 4. Suspicions. Her bedroom was a little girl's room, dressed in shades of purple. A bed covered in pillows of all shapes and sizes, a white shelf filled with stuffed animals and glossy white dolls, the walls painted lilac, a white dresser topped with books and more animals, and a lamp with a bendable neck, which lit the room in a soft yellow glow. Alex sat in the deep alcove of the bedroom window, staring out at the breathing night. The curtains to the alcove were pulled together, shutting her inside. She held a pillow to her chest, wishing to fall asleep. She couldn't sleep the night before, and didn't feel much like sleeping even now. She slid the window open a bit to listen to the sounds outside. Crickets cheeped, and a soft summer breeze swished the trees. A sudden jangling drew her attention, movement near the fence across the yard. "Monk," she muttered. It was their dog, of course, an adorable beagle. She didn't much care for him. A light switched on in the house behind theirs, and Alex watched a figure move back and forth behind a closed curtain. That was Mandy's room. The figure came to the window and reached for the curtains, and before they could open them, Alex dove from the alcove and hurried to her bed. She didn't want to see Mandy yet. She'd avoided her all day. She didn't want to see much of anyone, really. A knock on her bedroom door. "Alex," a woman said, "is it okay to come in?" After a moment's hesitation, "Yes." The door opened, and a tall, willowy blonde woman walked in. She was beautiful, Alex often thought with a secret envy. But beneath the beauty, behind her sharp eyes and her soft smile, there was a hidden guile, Alex knew. A wolf. She smiled politely and smoothed her skirt as she sat on Alex's bed. "Are you all right?" Alex looked toward the window with her hands fidgeting in her lap. "Answer me," the woman said. "You've been quiet all day. You've barely left your room. I've kept my distance, thinking you only needed to cool off, but now we need to talk. I just want to know you're all right." "Why would I be all right?" Alex scowled. "What part of running away makes you think I'm all right?" "Well, then let's talk about that." "I don't want to talk about anything, Helen." The woman pursed her lips and bowed her head. "I don't deserve this. I'm trying to be here for you. Just talk to me." Helen stood from the bed and paced the room, once going to the window and parting the curtains. She sighed heavily and returned to the foot of the bed. She looked wearily upon Alex, who quickly lowered her gaze. "Look at me," she demanded. "Alex, look at me." She lifted her eyes, and Helen saw her sorry expression. "What's wrong? Why are you being this way?" "I know what you did last night." Helen tilted her head questioningly. "What do you mean?" "Don't act like that." Alex jumped to her feet. She was significantly shorter than Helen. "You know perfectly well. I know about that boy." "Stop it," Helen said, shaking her head. "You haven't any idea what you're saying." "I saw you." "You saw nothing. You got scared and ran. Whatever you think you saw, you misinterpreted." "I saw him. I heard him screaming. You kidnapped him." There was a fury in her eyes for nearly a second before Helen struck it away by the skin of her cheek. Alex stepped back, hurt and shocked. "I'm sorry," Helen said, "but that's a serious accusation. Get these outrageous ideas out of your head before you get someone in a lot of trouble." "Then why—" She paused, worrying another slap might be in order. "Why was he so afraid? He was screaming like... He was frightened is all. Just like you, remember? Remember when we first brought you home? His situation is quite similar." "I don't remember being dragged kicking and screaming out of a car." Helen raised her hand gently in a stop where you're at gesture. "This conversation is done. I want you to get some sleep. You must be tired." "Only if you're lying," Alex said. Helen sighed, bracing herself. "You're always gone at night, and you've never told me why. Then the one time I decide to follow you, I see that boy and the way you were treating him." Helen was silent. She stared off absently. "I'm too tired for this. Perhaps we can talk about it later, after you've cooled down. In a few days, maybe when you're ready to be a little more level-headed. I need to be able to explain myself when you'll actually listen." "Why can't you just tell me?" Alex rubbed her cheek, a fading red blot. Helen pulled her to her bosom gently and kissed the top of her head. "I'm sorry I hit you." She got up and went into the hall. She paused with her back toward Alex and said, "Go to sleep." Alex sat in silence as she closed the door. Another door closed across the hall. Alex turned off her light and climbed into bed. Was he all right? She wondered. Was what Helen said true, that he was like her? She tossed and turned for another 25 minutes thinking about it, feeling more confused than ever. Most of all, she felt lonely. Everything felt different. She realized how little she actually knew Helen, or anyone for that matter. She longed to have a friend with whom she could wonder about these things. It was as though everything was a secret, and she was the only one not clued in. 6 years, and she was still the newcomer, the outsider. Except now, there seemed to be another. That boy. On the brink of sleep, she found herself wishing for guidance from faces she hadn't seen for years, wishing to be cared for by hands she hadn't held for just as long, hoping it was possible for them to be watching over her, trying to help her find her way, even if she couldn't feel them there. Though she wouldn't remember it the next morning, just as sleep washed over her, she whispered in the dark, "Help me, someone." 5. The Visit. It was late when Aaron pulled into the garage. He found himself working late more often than not these days. He never complained. In the office or at home, it made no difference. Both were places of social politics, hidden agendas, underlying jealousy or resentment. Lately, he'd begun feeling numb to it. It was easier to let others have their thoughts and feelings and pay them no mind. But somehow, that worked better with coworkers than with Lucy. He sat in his car a minute, taking a quick breather before heading inside. A light was left on for him in the kitchen. He switched it off. The only other light in the house came from their bedroom, where he found his wife in bed with a book in her lap. She looked up as he entered. "How was work?" "It was fine," he answered. "How was your day?" "Same." He stepped into the adjoining bathroom and undressed. "There's food in the fridge if you're hungry. I made spaghetti." "Thanks." After finishing getting cleaned up for bed, he found Lucy staring absently beyond her book at the opposite end of the room. "You okay?" "Yeah, just thinking." He slipped under the covers next to her. "And what were you thinking so deeply about?" She put her book down. "About Brenda." "Oh, look, I shouldn't have been so uppity yesterday. I'm sorry. You weren't—" "No, it isn't about that," she said. She paused. "I saw something really strange earlier today when I was out weeding." "You were out weeding?" "Only a little." She turned to Aaron. "I want to tell you something, but you're going to think I'm crazy." "I already think you're crazy." He paused for laughter, and there was none. "Kidding." "No, go on. I'm listening." She sighed and pulled her legs to her chest. It was unlike her to have a story when he came home, or much to say at all for that matter. "I was weeding out front," she began, "and I heard someone's front door squealing open. I knew it was Brenda's, because her house is the only one on the street that does that." "Yeah, every morning," Aaron said. "Exactly." "Well, terrible me wanted to pretend I didn't notice in case she was coming out for me. I know, I'm a terrible person, yada, yada, yada." "No, Anyway," Lucy cut him off. "I ignored it for what felt like the longest time, and it just wouldn't stop. I thought, what the hell is she doing? And so I turned around, and the door was wide open, and there wasn't anyone there." "Oh, maybe—" "Yes, I wondered if maybe it wasn't shut tight and a breeze pushed it open. I didn't really think anything was wrong yet. I even thought I should go over there and close it, in case she wasn't home. But then I hesitated, because terrible me thought if I went over there, she'd catch me or something, and I'd be forced to... whatever. So I watched from the sidewalk for a minute. I don't know what I was watching for." "Oh, God, you're going to think I'm crazy, aren't you?" "I won't make any promises," he said, grinning. "It's not funny," she said, though she smiled all the same. "It really has me worried." Aaron placed his hand over hers in the middle of the bed. I'm listening. She took a deep breath. "I don't know why it has me so bothered. Something about it was just weird, I guess. I watched for a while, down her empty hallway, and then I see her. Something about her is very odd. She stops, several feet from the door. She stares at me for a bit, or at least I think she's looking at me. I couldn't tell that well across the street. She's frozen like... I don't know what she's frozen like, but after a minute her front door suddenly just closes, like how it opened. Not as slow, but all by itself. I mean, it's understandable that a breeze opens the door like it did, but then to close it? And Brenda just stands there. I don't know. Do I sound crazy? Aaron was silent for a moment. That is pretty weird, he said. He took his hand away from hers and locked it with his other hand in his lap. I'm sure there's some explanation for it, though. Yeah, I know. But I can't stop thinking about it. She laughed nervously. It's probably stupid. I think the real reason it bothers me so much is because of Brenda. The look on her face. You had to see it to understand. I don't know. Aaron reached his arm around her shoulders and kissed her softly on her cheekbone. Sleep on it, and I'm sure it'll seem different in the morning. I'm hoping, she answered. I think I'm going to check on her tomorrow to see if she's okay. I feel guilty anyway for being like I was the other night. Aaron kissed her again. I'm sure she'll appreciate it. They pulled the covers over themselves, and Lucy flipped the lamp off, leaving the room in darkness all but for the dim moonlight coming through the blinds. Aaron felt for her in the dark, and she took his hand and pulled it around her waist. Home was definitely better than the office, he thought. Even though she thought about Brenda until her waning moments of consciousness, she did not dream of her. In fact, Lucy dreamed of someone entirely different. It was a dream of no specific importance, nothing that would make sense to her even if she remembered it the following morning. It was about a girl, lying in bed just like Lucy. But the girl was restless. She tossed from side to side, fresh tears in her eyes, old ones drying on her cheeks. Somehow Lucy knew this was not a first for her, but something she had done nightly for a long while. In the dream, Lucy stood in the girl's bedroom, a room completely foreign to her. The girl lay with a sad expression, and while Lucy stood at the foot of her bed, she would glance up at her, blink her eyes. Lucy thought she could almost hear the girl speaking to her, though her lips never moved nor breathed a whisper. The following morning, she would only have a vague recollection of the dream and would think nothing of it. After reliving Willard's murder, Brenda looked about herself in the living room. He was gone, his dark shape no longer inhabiting the rocking chair. She was alone, and she shivered with the loneliness. In fact, she shivered so terribly she had trouble making it to the bathroom before vomiting into the toilet bowl. She wondered if maybe she'd imagined it all, that maybe she was going crazy and hallucinated the whole thing. But the bruises said otherwise. And later that night, when she lay in bed and wondered these things, he appeared to her again. Her bedroom door opened, and his black shape approached her side. She felt the bed sink, and the springs wailed beneath his phantom weight, and he spoke to her, repeating only what he'd said before. She knows. She struggled to sleep after that, and when she did, she slept poorly. Her dreams were too loud, too intense. The falling crimson, the face and its red and blue eyelights. She worried it might be a premonition. Could it be true? Brenda hardly knew Lucy when it happened. How could she possibly know? And if by some strange coincidence she did, why was it important now? If Lucy was in some way a threat to her secret, why wait 2 years to do something about it? It could explain why she avoided her, Brenda thought. She was afraid, or confused, unsure. Perhaps Lucy knew and just stayed away, and Brenda's friendly advances only frightened her until she reached her limit, and now Lucy had a way to get rid of her. She could go to the police. He could also be lying, of course. A weird trick. His love of tormenting her wasn't new, after all. Also, on the off chance it was real, why warn her? What did he care if she was in trouble? If anything, he'd be delighted. Or maybe that was the point, she suddenly thought. He was gloating. He wanted to rub her nose in her impending doom. Everything had been looking up that morning, and now everything seemed to be promising to unravel on her unexpectedly. When Lucy came over the next day to see how she was doing, Brenda knew something was wrong. Lucy quickly got dressed, pulled a brush through her hair, and left through the front door. It was cloudier than the previous day. Brenda's house stood across the street, watching with its window eyes, waiting for someone, anyone, to come knocking. Lucy started across the lawn, clenching and unclenching her hands at her sides as she went. When she arrived at Brenda's door, she immediately felt a sense of being expected, that perhaps, without knocking, Brenda would greet her any moment regardless. She knocked 3 times and waited. For a while, there was nothing. No footsteps, no sound at all. Lucy wondered if she might not be home, almost hoped for it, and then lifted her hand to ring the doorbell when the door abruptly jerked open. Brenda's wide, unsmiling eyes told an unexpected story. "Lucy, oh, can I help you?" "I just wanted to come by, see how you're doing." Lucy smiled, what she knew to be the phoniest kind of smile. After an odd pause of examination, Brenda brightened. "Oh, how wonderful. Come in, I just made coffee. Would you like some?" "That sounds great." Brenda shut the door behind them. "Have a seat in the living room. I'll be right out with the coffee." Lucy nodded, went into the living room, and took a seat on the sofa. She sat with her hands in her lap, scanning the room. She listened to the sound of drawers opening and closing and cupboards swinging as Brenda got the coffee ready. She took a deep breath. Brenda trembled as she busied about in the kitchen. What was she to do? She'd hoped to ignore Willard's warning, his perverted game, but now here she was, so coincidentally in her living room. What would possess her to visit like this? She disliked her, Brenda knew. She removed another mug from the cabinet and set it next to hers. "What? Did you think I was bullshitting you?" She gasped at the sound of his voice. "She knows everything," he whispered in her ear. "She's got dirt on you. If you don't believe it, you're bullshitting yourself." She turned at the sound of one of the kitchen drawers pulling open on its own, Willard nowhere to be seen. She went to it, peered inside, and put her hand to her mouth fearfully. The steel blade lay inside in all its glittering glory. 7 inches long, 3 inches wide, big enough to cut open someone's spine. She'd never actually considered doing such a thing. So reckless, impulsive. She removed the knife and turned it over on the flat of her palm. Lucy waited for nearly 10 minutes. She listened very closely to everything around her, trying to possibly catch the sounds of other doors opening on their own, or footsteps above her head, knowing Brenda was in the kitchen. But no sounds at all, not even a ticking clock. It was a little unnerving. She thought about how she would start a meaningful conversation with Brenda, somehow keep it short and sweet, nothing too sympathetic. She wanted to let Brenda vent a little, as Lucy knew everyone needed to now and then, but it needed to be properly balanced to prevent any kind of clinginess. She wanted to make it up to Brenda for being so childish the other night, but not in a way that encouraged more of these visits. Once should be enough. "Sorry about that," Brenda said, entering the room and setting down the coffee mugs. "Sometimes my own kitchen confuses me." Lucy laughed and nodded understandingly. She picked up her mug. Neither of them said anything. Brenda only eyed Lucy while she blew on her coffee, which made Lucy feel a bit anxious. There was a smile in her eyes, which didn't help at all. Lucy suddenly wondered if Brenda knew about the other night, her not answering the door. She had every right to be angry if she did. Was that a knowing amusement in her eyes? Lucy had no intention of mentioning it anyway, just in case. Then she got the strangest, most ridiculous idea that maybe her coffee had been poisoned. It came so unexpectedly that she almost laughed at its absurdity. She tapped her fingers against the side of her mug and returned it to its coaster without taking a sip. "So how have you been?" Lucy asked. Brenda shrugged. "I've been better. Kind of boring lately. No work to do. I should be happy for that, I suppose. Very quiet." "Yeah," Lucy answered lamely. "I can understand that, I guess. I haven't been looking for another job like I know I should. I clean a little here and there. Once that's done, it's, well, just like you said, very quiet." "Yes, very quiet." Silence filled the room, and in fear of it, Lucy reached for her coffee and took a gulp. "But, of course," Brenda began, "you have the luxury of having someone come home to break the silence every day, no?" "Oh," Lucy said. She took another sip of her coffee. "Yeah, I suppose I do." "That's good. Someone young like you needs that. You'd probably go crazy with day after day of the quiet. I need it, you see. Silence is the best music to think to, in my opinion." "That's interesting," Lucy said. "I've never heard that one before. I like it." That was one of Willard's. He liked to say silly things like that. They drank more of their coffee, and Lucy gulped down the last of hers. Finding her opening, Lucy asked, "Do you still miss him?" "Of course I do," Brenda answered snappishly. "Why wouldn't I?" "Oh, I didn't mean anything by it. I'm just—" Brenda smiled shamefully. "It's okay. What do you want to ask?" "I was just asking because, well, I can't imagine how hard it must be, losing your husband. And, like you said, it's very quiet here without him, I'm sure. I was just trying to see if maybe you wanted to get anything off your chest was all." "Get something off my chest?" Brenda began fidgeting in her seat. Lucy looked puzzled and reached for her mug again, the terrible awkwardness eating at them both, and realized it was empty. "Oh, you're out. Would you like some more?" Brenda asked. "Oh, no, thanks. Too much upsets my stomach." Brenda didn't comment, and instead looked Lucy over head to toe. "So, do you want to talk about anything?" Lucy said. "Please," Brenda said with a grin. She placed her hand on Lucy's knee. "Let's just chat a bit. We don't have to delve into anything personal. I don't want to embarrass myself. Getting emotional." "Well, maybe that's what you need," Lucy said, knowingly going further than she ever intended. "Everyone needs to cry sometimes." "Are you an aspiring shrink or something? Are you here to make me cry?" Brenda laughed nervously. Obviously something was wrong, Lucy thought. "No, it's just—" She paused, daring herself to even say the word that came to mind. "Friend. I'm your neighbor, and I just want to make sure you're doing all right." "I'm happy to hear you care so much, but I've nothing to get off my chest, nothing to confess. I'm doing just fine." "Confess?" Lucy took Brenda's hand and laughed softly. "I'm not interrogating you. I just want to help us all. I mean, have you talked to anyone about your husband since he passed? I think that would be an awful burden, keeping so much grief to yourself. I just wanted to offer my attention if that was the case." She was interrogating her, plain and simple, and of course Brenda could tell. She was transparent as a freshly wiped window pane. Willard was right. She knew something. But then she couldn't really know anything, could she? Brenda sat rigid, her hands bleeding sweat, her face growing redder every passing second. She was wilting under Lucy's questions. She needed to do something quickly. She shouldn't have left the knife in the kitchen, she thought sarcastically. If she wanted out of this, she would just have to be convincing. Tears streamed down Brenda's cheeks, and Lucy was alarmed at their suddenness. "I miss him so much," she cried. She buried her face into her hands. "You don't even know. I can't stand it. Every day I wake up, he's never there, and I remember he's gone forever. I'm so alone. I don't know what to do with myself." "It's okay," Lucy said. She left her seat and sat on the arm of Brenda's chair and put an arm around her. Brenda turned to her and buried her face into her chest. "It's all right. Let it all out." Brenda wept. It was all incredibly awkward. Lucy wasn't a counselor, that was for sure. Not knowing how to act, she did what she remembered her mother doing for her when she cried, and that was sort of how it felt. At a loss for words, Lucy sat silently rubbing the same spot over and over on Brenda's shoulder while she moaned and wet her cheeks with tears and clawed childlike at the back of Lucy's shirt. Lucy became even more uncomfortable when she had the sudden urge to pee. In her discomfort, she began to rock back and forth with Brenda in her arms, the movement a halfway decent distraction. 2 minutes later, Brenda's weeping subsided, and she lifted her head from Lucy's shoulder. She smiled gently. "I have to say, I already feel a little better." "Well, I'm glad," Lucy answered. She hesitated to ask, but the urine inside her protested waiting any longer. "I'm sorry, but I need to use the restroom." Brenda lost her smile, wiped her eyes, and said, "It's upstairs. First door on the left." "Thank you." She got up and hurried out of the room. Her eyes were already dry. She listened to Lucy's footsteps go up the stairs and down the hall, the sound of the bathroom door closing shut. "Can you be sure she's using the bathroom?" Willard asked over Brenda's shoulder. "I'm starting to think she doesn't know. She seemed genuinely concerned." "Did it ever occur to you perhaps she's as good an actress as you?" Brenda stood and faced the direction of his bodiless voice. "I'm starting to think you're only trying to rile me up or something, make me paranoid. What game are you playing?" "Paranoia is not what I'm after," he said, and Brenda shivered as something cold passed her towards the window. The drapes parted slightly, and dusty light slanted inside. "Realization is what I'm after. I sense more in people than you're capable, and what I sense in that woman is determination. I don't know why she waited until now, but she did, and she knows." "No." She reached for the drapes, through a cold void, and pulled them apart. Harsh daylight slashed the walls and floor. "If she knows, then tell me how. I'm not just taking your word for it. I'm not an idiot. You obviously must know something I don't, so spill it if you think I should go along with this. I think you're trying to get me worried for nothing. Why? I'm not so sure. But I'm done. You can go back to your nightly patrols and silent book reading." "Whether you believe me or not doesn't make a difference. She's got dirt on you, and she'll use it. She'll expose you for what you are." "What? A murderer? There's more to it than that. And besides, there's no evidence. Whatever she could possibly know wouldn't do her any good." She paused and looked around herself, forgetting she was talking to an empty room. "I think you and I are done in this matter." She waited for Willard's response, and he gave none. Lucy finished in the bathroom and returned downstairs. She came into the room and smiled at Brenda, who returned the smile fully. "It was really nice talking," Brenda said. "It was nice listening," she lied. She shivered. "Cold?" Brenda asked. No, just one of those chills that tingle up your spine. You know what I'm talking about?" Brenda appeared bored. "I was just getting ready to go to the store before you came. I need to get some groceries and things." Lucy filled with dread as she anticipated an invitation. "But thanks again for coming over." Lucy sighed, relieved. "Not a problem. I'm glad we talked." "All right then," Brenda said. "I'll see you later sometime." Lucy made her way to the front door, and Brenda followed her, smiling and nodding the whole way. She opened the door and they exchanged hugs before Lucy started off across the lawn and Brenda shut the door behind her. At first, Lucy was disappointed she hadn't seen anything else out of the ordinary. She'd wanted to witness something that would solidify what she'd seen the day before. To have even just heard something would have satisfied her, to prove she wasn't crazy, or at least that she wasn't blowing things out of proportion, feeling so unnerved for no reason. Just after leaving, she experienced another wave of chills. She was crossing the street beneath the hot, clouded sky when she got them, and when she turned back to glimpse Brenda's house, she saw the drapes in one of the upstairs windows fall closed. 6. The library. It was 3 days after her attempted escape when she finally met the boy. A sunshiny day, everyone busy in their yards, the sounds of humming mower blades and the crisp slices of shears gleaming white in the afternoon sun. It was a clean town of gardening and gossip, a spreading of daisies in every garden, and a whispering of lips in every ear. It was a town for which Alex never gained a true fondness. So far the park was empty, the swing set chains yet to be squeezed by sweaty, boogery hands, the jungle gym yet to have every inch of its surface scrambled over by dirty, untied sneakers. A short distance from the playground, partially hidden from view by a circle of young pines, was a long-forgotten gazebo. Faded, chipping white paint, broken railing, abandoned. This was where Alex enjoyed spending her days, drawing or reading, a place to be alone. That was exactly what she wanted on this particular afternoon, to be away from Helen, away from her increasingly suspicious friend Mandy. Since running away, she'd been unusually nice to Alex, offering to lend things she had no interest in, complimenting things she otherwise viewed as insignificant, just a general brown-nosing attitude, nauseating. She sat cross-legged on the dusty gazebo floor with a caterpillar in her palm, watching it curiously explore the width of her hand. Stan, she named it. That was another of her hobbies. Besides drawing, reading, and daydreaming, she loved bugs, catching them and naming them. Somewhere out there was a ladybug named Carter and a spider named Francine, Noah the moth, Morris the beetle, Roberta the worm. Whenever she came across another, she imagined them as the very same. "How do you do it?" she asked Stan. "All alone? Or do you have a family?" She paused, entertaining the idea that he might answer, and when he predictably didn't, her mind was already drifting to other, darker places she wished it wouldn't drift to. Like that time she was alone, when the car was crushed and the road, white with winter, was dark, except for the headlights shining dead over its icy surface, the smell of gasoline, the blood on their foreheads. They wouldn't move or open their eyes. She left them to get help. She was freezing and hadn't seen anyone for what felt like hours. That was when they came. She heard them coming from behind and knew they were coming for her. She knew. A bird fluttered from a tree and startled her. Feeling suddenly disturbed, she gently placed Stan on the gazebo's bench and got to her feet. She left down the steps and out of the pines, crossed the large field between the playground and the sidewalk, and headed toward Main Street. Across this street were several homes and small complexes. A man from one of these homes, working in his garden, waved at Alex as she passed. She waved back. She knew him as Mr. Shelding. He was older, perhaps in his early 60s. Not only an avid gardener, he was also one of the friendliest people Alex knew. She thought if she had a grandfather, he'd be something like Mr. Shelding, kind, humorous, and quietly observant. His wife ran the small bakery on Main Street, a couple blocks from the library where she was currently headed. Just thinking of it made her stomach growl. The red-bricked building loomed ahead, 2 stories with large glass windows lining the front. The double doors opened and 2 boys ran out, chasing each other into the street and out of Alex's view, screaming and laughing as they disappeared. She crossed the street and approached the front steps. As she started up, the door opened, and a girl about Alex's age with very curly hair stepped out. A look of joyous surprise came over her. Alex felt her insides wither. "Alex," she said, "Helen said you might be here. Are you checking out another book?" "I'm just here to see Mrs. Harris." "I was thinking maybe after we're done here we could get something at the bakery. What do you think?" "I'm actually not really in the mood for the bakery," she lied. "And besides, I was actually hoping to talk to Mrs. Harris alone." "Oh, that's fine. Maybe I'll just walk around a while and look at books until you're done, and then we can do something else." Alex nearly screamed. "I might be a while, and anyway, after I'm done here, I think I just want to go home." "Oh." She didn't appear too hurt, but Alex could see the gears turning, possibly jamming, and she knew Mandy suspected something was wrong. "Like I said, don't be sorry. If you feel like hanging out later, you can always call, maybe. I'll see you later." "Bye." She watched Mandy go. Once across the street, Mandy turned to see her still watching. They waved, and she continued on. Alex entered the library. The door rang a bell. Alana Northington sat at the check-in desk, sorting through books on one of the carts. She glanced up at the ringing and saw Alex. She beamed. "Alex, how are you?" "I'm okay." She leaned over the desk to see the pile of unsorted books. "How are you?" "I'm great, thanks for asking. How's Helen?" "Helen's good." They stood and nodded, Alana's face pasted with a permanent grin. Alex looked around tensely, hearing the sounds of children gasping and laughing from around the corner. "Need help finding anything?" "No, that's all right. Just here to see Mrs. Harris. Let me know if you change your mind." Alex left the counter and proceeded around the corner into the children's section. 5 children sat on playmats and beanbag chairs listening as Mrs. Harris, the head librarian, read to them. She licked her finger and turned the page, revealing a picture of a vibrant, colorful fish with multicolored scales. The children oohed and awed. As she finished the next page, she looked up and spotted Alex, who waved. Mrs. Harris nodded and smiled. She was the one woman in town Alex felt she could relate to in any way. She found her knowledge of books impressive, her love of them inspiring, and she always had the best recommendations. She could discuss books endlessly with Mrs. Harris, and in that way, she considered her a close friend, though she'd never say it. Alex went to the opposite side of the library, to the adult fiction. She wandered between the aisles, picking up books and reading their inside covers. Many of them she'd already read. Crime and mystery novels were her favorites. Helen didn't care for them, but didn't object. "Alex, hello." Alex jumped and turned to find Mrs. Harris standing behind her. "Hello. You finished your last book already? How'd you like it?" "Oh, no." Alex placed the book in her hand back on the shelf. "I was just on my way home and wanted to say hi." Mrs. Harris smiled, but looked away toward the front desk distractedly. "Where are you coming from?" "The park. I went first thing when I woke up." "With friends?" "No, I went alone." "Mrs. Harris, we've seen each other enough by now, haven't we? Call me Wendy." Alex smiled, surprised. "I was just wondering if I could ask you something. You know Helen pretty well, and No," Wendy said, folding her arms. "Actually, I don't know Helen that well." Alex hesitated. "Do you know has she told you about the other night?" Wendy appeared uneasy. "Why don't we sit down? The nonfiction is always empty. We can talk privately up there." They took the stairs and sat on one of the sofas facing away from the balcony. It was darker up here, Alex noted, and quieter. The only sounds in the library were of books being handled by Alana down below. Wendy began in a whisper. What about the other night? Alex thought for a bit, deciding if she wanted to embellish her story to possibly coax more information from Wendy in her response. She decided against it. Likely she would tell something too far-fetched to be true and Wendy would know. So instead, she started at the beginning. For as long as I've been here, 6 years, I think? Wendy nodded. Sounds about right. All this time, there have been things going on I always found strange, and just being thankful to be here, I didn't think it was my place to question anything. It wasn't until recently that I started to think about it again and notice it more. I still remember my parents, you know. Of course, Wendy said. You don't forget the people you love. I remember, Alex continued. My parents would take me places, not just to the store, but out of town, even on vacations and things. Did you know since I've been here, I've never left? Helen goes places all the time. She's almost out of town every other day, but she keeps me here. The other night, that was the first time I'd been down that road in 6 years. Wendy looked away, eyes drifting off into a dark corner of the library. Have you tried talking about this with Helen? Yes, I've tried. She won't talk. This isn't really about my never leaving town either, but that's part of it. I saw something the other night, something that demands an explanation, but she lies and treats me like a kid, like I don't know any better. What was it you saw? She didn't tell you? I was sure you'd know what happened by now. Alex took a breath. She left that night, like she does. I was awake in bed for a few hours, couldn't sleep, and I heard her come back. I heard her come inside, up to her bedroom to get, I don't know what, and then she left again. I was curious and restless, so I hurried and followed them to the church. What I saw, I don't know, disturbed me, I guess. I had never seen her that way before. What way? Aggressive. Hostile. This little boy was screaming, and she was so angry, I could tell he was scared to death, and Helen was ordering these guys to keep hold of him. I got the idea something terrible was happening. Like, maybe they were kidnapping this boy. She paused and looked expectantly at Wendy, but Wendy said nothing. She wasn't even looking at Alex now, instead staring deeply into the dark corner again. Did you hear what I said? Wendy turned to her, a surprised expression. Yes, sorry. She shook her head. I'm sorry you had to see that. Alex only nodded, eyeing Wendy skeptically, confusedly. None of this seemed to faze her. She seemed distracted. Anyway, I don't even know what happened to him. I saw the two men grab him, and that was when Helen spotted me and I ran. Why did you run? I don't know. There was so much going through my head. I didn't know what to think, so I just took off. I was scared. Of what? Alex considered her answer. Helen. Wendy only seemed to become increasingly distant as their conversation progressed. She hummed, either in agreement or general acknowledgement Alex didn't know. Well, I'm sure the boy is fine, and... She paused, and Alex turned toward her as she caught the tremor in her voice. There's nothing to worry about. Oh, thanks, I guess. Alex got to her feet and started for the stairs. Wait a second, Wendy said, and Alex stopped. What did you come here expecting? It doesn't matter. It was a long shot anyway. I guess I expected you to be surprised by all this if you didn't know about it. But you do know, and you aren't surprised, which makes me think this was a mistake. And with that, Alex left the library. Whether she would talk to Helen or not when she got there, she wasn't sure. All she wanted, desperately, was to know more about the boy. And little did she know, when she came through her front door 15 minutes later, she'd get more than she expected. 7. David. She said hello to a couple children drawing on the sidewalk with chalk. A piano could be heard through an open window. The sun was warm on her shoulders, and home was in sight. She crossed the front lawn, and immediately Monk began barking from behind the fence, his small shadow between the white-painted planks darting back and forth. She opened the front door, stepped inside, paused, and immediately heard a voice coming from the kitchen. A young boy's. "Hello?" Alex asked aloud. She entered the kitchen, where she found Helen standing at the table and a young boy sitting next to her. He looked up with huge dark eyes beneath a thick curtain of darker hair over his forehead. Just in time. Helen placed her hand on the back of the young boy's neck. "Alex, this is David. I thought today would be the perfect time to introduce you. David, this is my daughter, Alex." "Hi," David said, and he sprang to his feet, positively beaming. "I was thinking maybe you could show David around town, or—" "I've been out all morning," Alex glowered. "I'm not in the mood to go back out." "You didn't want to see Mandy either?" Alex rolled her eyes. "Did she stop by and tell you that?" "No," Helen said. "I just see she's not with you." Alex looked at David reproachfully. He only smiled. "You don't have to go anywhere, then. Play with Monk out back. I'm sure he'd like that." "I would," David said, smiling up at Helen. "Good." Helen gave him a pat on the head. "Won't you, Alex?" She hesitated, inspecting his unchanging face. "Sure." "Fantastic. I'll be out in a bit with some lemonade. How does that sound, David?" David nodded eagerly. Alex felt repulsed. Helen walked them to the back door, and they stepped out into the hot afternoon. There was a bark, and the beagle came trotting from around the house toward the back porch. David cried with delight, and the dog jumped against his leg and licked at his hands. "You're so lucky," David said. "He's amazing." Alex said nothing. She walked away and sat beneath the shade of the farthest fence, her back against the trellis overgrown with thick green tangles of vine. David's laughter filled the yard, and pretty soon he was on his back in the grass with Monk beside him. Alex sat in a tired stupor, watching them. She didn't know what to think. It seemed impossible. As she saw him now, screaming with amusement rather than terror, she didn't think it could be the same boy. David joined her beneath the shade. "Why are you sitting over here?" David asked. "Because it's better than baking in the sun." She regarded him doubtfully. "How old are you?" "8, he said proudly. Just then the back door opened, and Helen walked out, 2 glasses of lemonade in her clutches. Her face lit up at the sight of them sitting together in the shade. Alex looked up dreadfully, while David gasped in anticipation of the lemonade. "I hope you like it," Helen said, handing David his glass. He wrapped his small hands around it and brought it to his nose, smelling it. "Thanks," Alex replied. Helen stood a moment longer, pleased. Alex returned her smile half-heartedly. "All right," Helen said. "I'll be inside if you need anything." Alex took a sip of her lemonade, cringed at how sour it was, and then looked at David to see if he'd done the same. Not to her surprise, he was still smelling it. "You know it's to drink, right?" "It smells really good," he answered, and he finally tipped the glass to his lips. He shuddered. "It smells better than it tastes, I think." Feeling bored and impatient, she decided to get it over with. "I want to ask you something." He looked at her curiously. "What?" She wondered if he might panic, and maybe she would see that same boy again, scared and lost. If that happened, Helen would come. Nevertheless, she continued. "Where are you from?" This question must have surprised David, because his face became lifeless. He remained that way for several moments, as though she'd pressed his off switch. "David!" She waved her hand before his eyes. "Are you all right?" Still blank. Oh, God, she thought. She broke him. Helen would be furious. "David!" His eyes twitched and met hers, locked on. His eyes widened. She looked nervously between him and the back door, hoping Helen wasn't watching. "David, are—" In the next instant, he smiled and took another drink of lemonade. He looked off at Monk, who lay on the back porch in the sunlight. "Look at him," David said. "It must be great being a dog." Alex's fingers hovered loosely around her own glass, and it tipped and spilled lazily into the grass. She didn't notice. "Are you okay?" she asked him. He didn't seem to hear her. "David," she said, and tapped him on the knee. "Huh? Me? Yes, you. Who else? What just happened?" He noticed her apprehensive stare and gave a warm grin. "What are you talking about?" "You just froze," she whispered at him. "I thought something was wrong." "Huh? I asked you a question and you just froze up." "I did?" Alex nodded, and David seemed to think about it. "Well, what did you ask again?" He sounded nervous. Alex thought he really hadn't heard. He had gone for a moment. "I asked." She paused, chewed her lip, wondering if it might happen again. "Never mind. It wasn't important." They sat for a while, not speaking. David pulled grass and hummed, bored, while Alex ruminated. She played that night over and over in her mind, and not once did she see the boy in front of her now. What if this was some sort of trick, she thought? Another one of Helen's lies? It was convincing if it was. But he was so different. He wasn't right. Or at least she didn't think he was behaving normally for someone in his situation. Not after what she'd seen before. "There aren't any stars when the sun's out," David said. "No," Alex said, and saw him staring up at the sky. "No, there aren't." She looked over her shoulder at the vines against her back and was surprised to see something crawling there. Carter, she thought. "Do you like bugs?" she asked. "Bugs?" David made a funny face. "I don't know. Why?" "Because I do." She plucked the ladybug from the vine, concealed it carefully in her hand, and offered it to David. "Here." He opened his hand, and she gently brushed the ladybug into it. "What is it?" he asked. "Seriously? It's a ladybug. You've never seen one?" "I don't remember," he said. Alex looked into the vines over her other shoulder, in search of anything else that might be creeping. She saw nothing. There was a sudden, crunchy popping noise, very brief. Alex turned her attention back to David, who gazed indifferently at his open palm. She followed his gaze and, upon seeing what he'd done, nearly lost her mind. "What did you do that for?" She seized him by the wrist. In David's open palm was a reddish-orange smear. Tiny, broken legs, like pulled eyelashes, wings crumpled and flaky. Alex squeezed his wrist tighter, tempted to slap him. "It was just a bug," he said. "What's the big deal?" "You idiot!" She brought his gut-strewn hand closer to his face. "You don't just kill something like that." She released his wrist, and he cradled it in his lap, rubbing it with his other hand slowly. Blood boiling, her earlier trepidation drained completely, she decided then to continue her interrogation. "David, why did Helen bring you here?" He looked up worriedly. "To take care of me." "No, I mean why? Where were you before? What happened?" "I don't want to talk about it." She could have burned holes through his clothes with her glare. "You mean Helen doesn't want you to tell me?" "No," David said, still rubbing his wrist. "I just don't want to talk about it, okay? Just tell me where." "I don't know." "How could you not know?" He continued nursing his wrist, which she didn't think was hurt at all. She rolled her eyes. "Then tell me about your parents." The moment she said it, she regretted it. She knew it would tear her apart inside to be asked the same. He didn't answer immediately. She thought maybe he'd start to cry, or that maybe he'd freeze up again, but he only closed his eyes. brow furrowed. "David, either you know or you don't. You would remember." "I'm trying to think." "Think about what?" Alex got to her feet, towering over the scrawny boy, whose eyes were still tightly shut. "How could you forget?" "I can't remember what she said," David muttered. "Who? Helen? Did she rehearse this with you?" "It's none of your business," David said, and he slowly got to his feet, avoiding her scowl. "It doesn't matter anyway." "It does matter. What did she say to you?" Monk began to bark from the back porch. "I don't have to tell you anything," he screeched. "I'm here now, and that's all that should matter. You're supposed to be happy." Alex stepped back. What are you talking about?" "I'm not talking to you anymore." He started across the lawn toward the back door. Alex rushed after him, sank her fingertips into his shoulder, and spun him around to face her. He gasped. "Let go!" "David, I saw you 3 nights ago. You were screaming and trying to get away from Helen. They were taking you into the church and you were terrified." "I don't know what you're talking about," he said. "I wasn't scared. That never—" Alex shook him and pulled him closer. "Look at me." He closed his eyes, wrinkled them together. "David, this is important. I want to know where you came from. Please, I want to know what happened to my parents." She froze up. "I mean, your parents." She quickly brought her attention back to David, but something was wrong. His eyes were opened wide, and his body had gone stiff in her hands. His face twisted, as if he were being strangled. She released him. I know what you're doing." "You're avoiding the question. Stop." He doubled over. He collapsed to the ground. He reached for her. His hand took hold of hers, and she pulled away, panicking. Monk was going berserk. "David." Just then the back door swung open, and Helen came chasing across the yard toward them. She knelt down beside David. "He just started choking. I don't know why. I didn't do anything, I swear." Helen slapped David hard across the back. Alex cried out. When Helen did it again, she screamed, "Stop hitting him!" Helen slapped him one more time, and he wheezed, gulped air, and then fell into her arms with his hand to his throat. He was breathing. "Are you okay?" Helen asked. David nodded weakly. "I don't know what happened. 1 second he was fine, and then—" "I don't care," Helen said. "He's fine now, that's all that matters. I think it would be best if David came inside now. Are you feeling tired?" He nodded again, and they left into the house. The door slammed shut, leaving Alex alone in the middle of the yard, and she realized how quiet the neighborhood had suddenly become. She lay back in the grass underneath the vines where the sunlight had replaced the shade and felt a wet spot where she'd spilled her lemonade earlier. She closed her eyes and tried to think of anything that wasn't David. Unfortunately, under a burden of stress, her mind traded one poison for another and drifted again to those dark places, and she found herself unable to fight the current. She felt more alone now than ever, helpless, hopeless. She thought she wouldn't mind being dead, and then laughed at herself for being so dramatic, even if her thoughts brought tears to her eyes. Then her mind was racing, the dark places flooding her all at once, memories and fantasies alike. They stormed inside her, threatened to unhinge her, until finally, randomly, a pleasant one surfaced and she grabbed hold, latched on for dear life. She was in the backyard of her old home. There was a giant willow there, an umbrella of vines, or tree hair, as she liked to call it. She was sitting on the patio that evening, drawing like she always did, but was distracted by the wind breathing through the yard, pulling at the willow hypnotically. When she brought her attention back to her sketch pad, she caught sight of her pencil rolling off the patio into the dirt underneath. She crawled across the patio and lay down on her stomach, lowering her head over the edge, and peered into the darkness below. There, a small ways beneath the porch, lay her pencil. She stretched for it, and just as she was about to touch it, something scurried out of the darkness, and she pulled away in surprise. A large spider, blacker than an olive. It had shiny legs, thin like pins, and a fat, round body. She didn't scream when she saw it. She only stared, upside down, and it seemed to be staring back, its spindly legs straddling her pencil as though claiming it. "Finders keepers, I guess," she said. They remained there, watching the other, the blood rushing to her dangling face. "But I do need it," she explained. The spider sat just a second longer, as if thinking it over. Then it scuttled away, and Alex got a brief glimpse of what looked like a red jewel on its underside. Then it was gone. Quickly, she grabbed her pencil and went back to drawing on her sketch pad. On the page where she had started drawing flowers and butterflies, she began drawing a many-legged creature with a great, dark, powerful body. She didn't include the red, unsure if it might have been the spider's blood. The idea it may have been hurt made her feel guilty for not letting it keep her pencil after all. She sat up as shouting broke loose in the house. Unable to hear clearly enough, she crept quietly inside, leaving her drawing equipment on the porch. She sneaked through the kitchen on her hands and knees. Her parents' voices were coming from upstairs. She paused on the second stair. "Want to sleep with other people? Go ahead." Her father's voice. She decided she didn't want to hear any more and regretted coming in at all. Quietly, she left the stairs and returned outside. She placed her sketch pad in her lap and put the tip of her pencil to one of its pages, and remained that way for several minutes. She waited outside until the sun painted the shadows long across the grass. Then her mother came, her eyes red and swollen. "Come in," she said. "Time for bed." After brushing her teeth, she caught sight of her father in their bedroom. He was sitting on the edge of the bed, face buried into his hands. She hurried into her room and climbed into bed, pulled her sheets up to her chin, doubting her mother would be tucking her in tonight. She didn't. She lay in bed for an hour after that, tossing and turning. She could feel the bond between all three of them thinning, like threads in a rope snapping one by one, until all that was left was a single thread, holding together the two frayed halves. In some strange way, she felt she was this final thread, the only thing holding them together, but she didn't know how to help. She cried into her pillow, afraid her parents might hear. As her tears slowed, she remembered leaving her sketch pad outside. She crawled out of bed and tiptoed down the hall and down the stairs. At the kitchen door, she slipped out quietly, leaving the door ajar behind her. The moon was round and pasty, thousands of glittering stars sewn into the black sky from one horizon to the next. The air was still, smelling of flowers and dew, fresh, and beneath the dome of the willow's vines were a dozen glowing green lights. Fascinated, Alex sat on the porch's edge and watched them for a moment. Suddenly feeling watched, she spun around. Her father stood in the doorway. He took a seat next to her on the patio, and the two of them watched the fireflies mingling under the willow. "Are you and Mom mad?" "Oh," her father said. "I guess you heard us earlier. Yikes. I'm sorry." "So you are?" "Well," and he paused. "We were mad, but we aren't mad anymore." "Did you make up?" "Everything's fine. I'm sorry we worried you." They watched the sky together. Her father pointed out some shooting stars, which Alex tried to trail with her finger. But no matter how beautiful the sky was, she kept finding herself watching the fireflies instead. "How do they glow like that?" she asked. "Well, I don't know, actually. Your mother's the bug expert, not me." And suddenly another arm wrapped around Alex's middle, and she looked up to the warm face of her mother. She sat in her lap, and her mother squeezed her tighter than ever. "You want to know how they glow?" her mother asked. "Prepare to be confused," her father said, and they laughed. "Magic," her mother said, and her father's smile briefly faltered. "Really?" Alex asked, doubtful but intrigued. "Mm-hmm. They're magic insects. So then why do they light up?" "Well," her father began, suddenly very knowledgeable, "they can't see. They see even worse in the dark than we do." "That's right," her mother added. "Night blindness." "You're making this up," Alex accused. "No," her father said. "It's the truth." They sat quietly for a while, and then her parents began to laugh, and, not knowing what about, Alex laughed as well. The three of them sat in silence for the remainder of the night, appreciating the beauty of the moon and the stars and the fireflies. Soon the green magic of the fireflies began to fade, and she fell asleep in her mother's arms. Alex awakened in her backyard. To her disappointment, it was not her old backyard, just Helen's. She had fallen asleep, it seemed, for what must have been a while. The sky was purple with the approach of night. Crickets chirped from the bushes. She sat up, the undersides of her arms cold from the grass. Her face and shoulders were sore. She stood and went to the back door and entered the kitchen. The house was silent. Light came from the upstairs hallway. Faint voices. She left the dark kitchen and climbed the stairs. Alex stood in the bathroom doorway. Helen was standing over David, watching him as he brushed his teeth. She was smiling down at him, her face glowing in the bathroom light. She noticed Alex, and suddenly the smile faded. "Look at you," she said. "You're burnt." "Oh," Alex said. "I fell asleep in the backyard." "Well, that's what you get, I suppose. You're lucky it's not worse, only a little pink." "What's he still doing here?" Alex interrupted. David continued brushing his teeth, as if he hadn't heard her. "David is living with us now. I told you earlier." "No, you didn't." "Oh, I was so excited to introduce the two of you. I'm sorry." "He doesn't have anywhere else to go?" "No, he doesn't. Can we talk about this some other time? This is hardly appropriate, in front of David." "I don't think he minds." "Don't be difficult. I'm trying to get him ready for bed. You should do the same. You can use my bathroom if you want." Alex reluctantly accepted this as an end to the conversation and left. After using the bathroom and getting changed, she closed her bedroom door and threw herself into bed. At first, she was irritated. All she could think of was David and the ladybug, and how strange he was. What was worse, meeting him didn't answer anything. On the contrary, she had more questions now than ever. Unable to take her mind off David, she flipped her lamp on again and read her book a while until her eyes were heavy. When that time came, she turned her lamp off and fell back onto her pillow, the soft, cloud-like arms of slumber pulling her in. She did not sleep for long. 8. Sleep Traveler. Aaron passed out easily as always. It was a mystery to his wife how he did it. The lights went out and he was snoring. Tonight, however, that only lasted a couple hours. His eyes flashed open in the dark. Sweat beaded his forehead, his body feverishly damp beneath the sheets. He turned over, reached across the bed in search of his sleeping wife, and his hand fell over an empty place in the bed, the sheets thrown back. She was gone. In the muggy quiet, there came the sound of someone opening the front door. Brenda woke from yet another nightmare. The same nightmare. The face behind the cascading blood, and the red and blue lights flashing in its black sockets, accompanied by that terrible scream. Taking deep breaths, she wiped cold sweat from her forehead. "What did she do to you?" a voice asked in the darkness. Brenda bolted upright and cowered against the headboard. Not Willard's voice. Someone else. Someone real. "What has she done?" Lucy had a difficult time sleeping that night. For the last few days, she'd had the same recurring dream, and every time it seemed to last a little longer. The dream didn't trouble her, so it wasn't the cause of her insomnia. Off and on she thought she slept. The clock seemed to jump in half-hour increments, but she felt wide awake. She turned over and stared at the back of Aaron's head for a while. He didn't move. He was lucky enough to be sleeping. Thirsty, she got out of bed and shuffled into the hallway. The clock from the living room ticked against the dark silence. She tiptoed toward the sound, hand against the wall for guidance. Upon reaching the living room, there was shouting outside, the sound of a passing car. Another voice shouted back. Lucy went to the door and stepped outside. What? Her street was not her street. The neighboring houses were not her neighbors' houses. Sundown Avenue was gone, as though her home had been lifted from its foundation and planted neatly someplace she'd never been before. A young girl ran through the yard on the opposite side of the street and into the house. A car pulled up in a hurry, and a tall blonde woman climbed out, skipped through the grass, and followed after her. An upstairs window lit up, just barely, a light from another room perhaps. Bewildered, aware she must be dreaming, Lucy followed after them. She crossed the street, looked up and down at the alien houses on either side. She observed the black SUV parked at the curb, empty now. Through the yard, a light-headed dizziness took hold of her. She slowed as she approached the entrance. She waited, standing still until her feet were back on the ground and her vision was whole. Strange. Continuing on, she saw the front door was left open. She took one step inside. The girl was shouting upstairs. Lucy couldn't understand what about. She crossed the foyer toward the foot of the stairs, and it became silent. Footsteps above. A door shut. The house was dark. Lucy ascended the stairs. Peering down the hall, she saw the last door on the left, framed in light. She went to the door, pressed her ear to it. Carefully, she opened the door. Everything was purple. The bed, the pillows, the curtains, the wallpaper, shades of lilac, plum, mauve. The bedside lamp was on, and the girl lay in a pile on her bed. She was shaking. Lucy started toward her and stopped, not wanting to startle her. Then, after a while of listening to her weep, she said, "What did she do to you? What has she done?" The girl lifted her head and looked around the room. Lucy looked around likewise. When the girl's eyes fell upon her, they saw nothing. Eventually, she lay back onto her bed. Lucy opened her mouth to speak again, but her voice was missing. That lightheadedness overwhelmed her again. Everything began to melt away, fizzle out. "I'm dreaming." Aaron jumped out of bed and rushed into the hall, headed for the front door. When he reached it, he skidded to a halt, finding it open, and examined the night outside. Lucy was there, crossing the lawn. Aaron looked ahead to see where she might be going and saw nothing of importance. Except, no, there was something. The home across the street. The door was open, a square of empty black. Lucy stepped into the street, headed for Brenda's, and somehow the house was waiting for her. "Lucy," he whispered. She didn't hear him. He called a little louder, "Lucy!" She continued on, not hearing him or ignoring him entirely, and slowly, apprehensively maybe, entered Brenda's front door. The darkness swallowed her up. He went after her, streaking across the grass into the street. He half expected the door to close before him, lock him out, like some malevolent Halloween house. He slowed as he came to the open door. All was quiet. Not spotting Lucy in the dark, he proceeded inside. "Lucy," he said, "where are you?" He crept down the entrance hall. There were footsteps above. The ceiling groaned. She was walking through the house as if it were her own, navigating it even in the dark. Aaron reached the stairs and started up. At the top, He saw Lucy enter the room at the end of the hall, just a shadow in the dark, and for a second he could have sworn he saw another, a figure edging out from a doorway on the right, trailing behind her. But it faded. Aaron brushed it off immediately and followed quickly toward the last door. "What did she do to you?" Aaron peeked into the room, eyes wide in the dark. Lucy was standing at the foot of a bed. The sheets rustled, and the person beneath them bumped against the headboard. "What has she done?" Aaron stood behind Lucy and spoke into her ear. "Lucy, I think you're sleepwalking." She didn't respond. Aaron placed a hand on her shoulder. Her body felt loose, wobbly. He shook her gently by the arm. "Lucy, what's going on?" Brenda asked from her bed. "Who's there?" Lucy stiffened, stepped away from Aaron's touch. "What? Where am I? Who is that?" "It's me," Aaron said. "Don't worry, it's me." Suddenly, the room was dimly lit. Brenda knelt across her bed with her hand inside the shade of her bedside lamp. "What are you doing in here? What's going on?" "I don't know," Lucy cried. She turned to Aaron and looked him over, her eyes not believing what she saw. "Honey, you were sleepwalking." "Can someone explain to me what's going on?" Brenda asked. "I'm so sorry," Aaron said, and Lucy echoed him with her own flood of apologies. "I'm sorry, I think she was sleepwalking. We didn't mean to be in here." "Sleepwalking?" both Brenda and Lucy asked in unison. Brenda sounded offended, like she was the butt of some joke. Lucy was confused. "You walked from your house to mine, into my bedroom, asleep?" Lucy said nothing. "Yes," Aaron answered. "I woke up to the sound of my front door opening, and when I looked, I saw my wife heading to your house. I'm very sorry we woke you. I tried to stop her, but, well, she was asleep." Brenda lay back against the headboard, bewildered. "I don't think I've ever heard such a thing." "We're very sorry," Aaron repeated. "No, it's fine. It's just very strange. You startled me." She laughed without smiling. She sighed. "I'm just glad I'm not being burglarized. Or murdered, I suppose." "We'll let you get back to bed. Again, we apologize. This has never happened before." "I can't believe it," Lucy said under her breath. "Good night, Brenda," Aaron said, turning into the hallway, leading Lucy by the shoulders. "We can show ourselves out." Neither of them said anything until they were out of the house and headed for their own. "What was that all about?" "I don't know," Lucy said. "I've never done that. I don't even talk in my sleep, let alone stroll through the neighborhood." "Must have been a pretty vivid dream." "I don't remember." They entered their home and locked the front door. After Lucy got a drink, they returned to their bedroom. "Maybe we'll have to start handcuffing you to the bed at night," Aaron said, slipping under the covers with a big grin. "You'd like that, wouldn't you?" "That's the joke, yes." Lucy sighed. "I still can't believe it. I'm almost impressed with myself." "Impressed? I was scared shitless. I woke up, found you gone, and heard the front door opening. My tired brain didn't know what to think." "What, like I was kidnapped?" She laughed. They sat in bed for a moment, silent. Aaron cleared his throat. He considered mentioning Brenda's open door and the way the house seemed to be welcoming her inside, but thought better of it. It was likely nothing, and he'd only fuel her excitement. "Man," she said, "I've never sleepwalked before. And right into Brenda's house? Who knows? Maybe my intuition wasn't so far off the other day." "How do you mean?" "Well, I felt something was wrong. Then I went over to her house and had coffee. Maybe a connection was made. Maybe I brought something back with me." "Maybe she slipped some ghost into your coffee?" Lucy laughed and playfully slapped his arm. "Seriously, though, how could this all be a coincidence?" "I don't know," Aaron said. "My skeptic's brain is doing a fine job making it one." "Oh, you just want to take the fun out of everything." She pulled the covers over her, flipped off the lamp, and settled into bed. Aaron snuggled up against her, put his lips against her ear. "Just don't go wandering off on me again." Alex became tangled in her sheets as she dreamed that night. Everything was silvery and cold. The car growled and tinked in the swirling snowflakes, its face crunched and sad. The snow drifted through a sharp-toothed hole in the windshield, flecks of glass and blood scattered over the hood where the car's inside stuttered and died. They weren't dead. They were still alive, struggling but alive. Without help soon, they would die. So she wandered away, shivering along the narrow wooded road. Before long, another car found her, full of strangers. She pleaded for them to go back and help her parents, to which they promised they would once she was someplace safe. She climbed in, guilty for leaving them. Alex awoke to the sound of her bedroom door clicking open. She sat up, squinting, head heavy. Footsteps followed her into her bedroom, and with them a strange noise. A black figure paused at the end of her bed. "Who's there?" The noise grew louder, a gurgling, and the black figure reached a quivering hand toward her in the dark. Someone was choking at the foot of her bed. 9. Sneaking out. Something gripped the blankets at the farthest edge of the bed, and they began sliding from her legs. She jumped up and flipped the bedside lamp on. David stood at the corner of her bed, eyes rolled up to their whites, clawing helplessly at his throat. She went to him, yanked the blankets from his grasp, and pulled his hand from his neck. "David!" she screamed. He threw his head back, and the choking sound came rushing from his tortured face. "Helen!" The door across the hall opened. "What is it?" She came into the room. "What's wrong?" Helen gently pushed Alex out of the way and took David by the shoulders. "He's choking," Alex said. She sat on her bed, wringing her hands in her lap. Helen began beating him on the back. He wheezed. She thumped him again and again between the shoulder blades. "I don't think you should do that," Alex cried. "Be quiet, Alex." She hit him again. David continued to choke. Helen paused, her face stern, eyes black caves. She swept him into her arms and ran into the hall and into the darkness. Alex remained on her bed. She listened to the sound of keys being swiped from the kitchen counter downstairs and the front door slamming shut. The house went silent. Car doors slammed outside. Then the car sped off. They were gone. To the doctor, Alex thought. She fell back onto the bed. She got up and went into the hallway. She went into his room and flipped the light on. It was mostly ordinary, clean. His sheets were pulled and twisted around. Alex briefly peeked through the drawn curtains outside, thinking. She returned to her room and waited. 20 minutes passed. She lay on her side, looking to her bedroom door, waiting patiently for anyone to come inside. What if he was dead? She shuddered at the thought. 20 minutes later, tires purred against the road outside. A car door slammed. The front door opened. Footsteps crossed into the kitchen, and keys jangled onto the countertop. Helen walked alone. Alex hurried into the hallway to meet her at the stairs. "Is he sick?" Helen stopped at the bottom, looked up tiredly, and spoke with stiff lips. "No, he's not sick." "He's not dead, is he?" "No." Helen shook her head. "He'll be fine." "What's wrong with him?" "Don't worry about it, Alex." "Are you serious?" They stared angrily at one another. Helen seemed so small from where Alex stood, tired and fragile there at the bottom of the stairs. It was nothing. He was just choking. In his sleep? Yes. Alex groaned and leaned against the wall. "You said you'd talk to me." "He's sick," Helen said, and started up the stairs. She pushed past Alex. Alex slipped by her and blocked her bedroom door, arms folded. "If he's sick, then with what?" Helen rolled her eyes, exasperated. "We don't know. He's just sick, is all. Probably nothing serious. We'll find out in the morning." "Where is he?" "I took him to the clinic, to Mrs. Westcott." "What did she say?" "I swear to God, Alex, give it a rest. It's nothing. We'll talk in the morning." Without a response, Alex left Helen's doorway and slammed her own shut behind her. She turned the lamp off and threw herself back into bed. More lies. Lies and evasion. Helen seemed confident he was fine, but if that were the case, why stay overnight at the clinic? Unable to sleep, Alex waited nearly an hour before she climbed out of bed and went to her window. The backyard was filled with shadows, but she could just make out the shape of Monk curled up at the fence on the far side. She couldn't get by without him barking and alerting Helen. She decided the best route would be the most conventional, the front door. Quietly into the hall, she swam by Helen's room for the stairs. Once at the bottom, she was out the door before she knew it, and a sudden, energizing excitement washed over her. Barefoot, she galloped down the sidewalk and through the streets, dodging the bright, dangerous yellow cones of street lamps. Cutting the corner of someone's lawn, she found herself caught in a sprinkler stream, which doused the side of her face. She couldn't help but laugh. She reached Main Street. She crossed to the other side, in front of Mrs. Shelding's bakery. She turned and headed east toward the library. Its windows were dark, empty. She watched herself passing in their reflection, her sprinkler-wetted hair matted and stringy against her face. She looked wild, she thought. She smiled. Next, she passed Wendy's house, dark and silent. Just beyond that was Mrs. Westcott's. She crouched low and scampered across the lawn toward the nearest window. Her foot crunched noisily through a bush underneath. She cupped her hands against the window to rid the glass of moon glare, and it was still too dark inside to see. She made her way around. In the back was a garden of corn and tomatoes and other vegetables enclosed by a short picket fence. In the middle of the yard sat a swing set, its chain silently twinkling. She stepped on something rough in the grass and, searching with her eyes, found a crusty gardening glove. One of the windows here was lit. She crept toward it, shrank down into the light. She pressed her body to the bricks beneath the window and slowly poked her head up, just enough to see over the sill. Inside was the examination room. A long fluorescent light hung from the ceiling by small chains on either side. Jars full of cotton balls and cotton swabs lined the countertops, along with bandages, rubbing alcohol, and other things. A blood pressure cuff was rolled up next to some other appliances whose purposes remained mysterious to Alex, although she'd been in Mrs. Westcott's clinic a few times before. And under the bright white light on the examination table was David. Shirtless, head turned to the side, chest rising and falling. The monitors next to the table were off. The door to the room opened. Alex gasped, tried to duck down, and fell backwards onto her butt in the grass. She scurried onto her hands and knees and, hoping she wasn't seen, peeked over the sill again, eyes painted in buzzing white light. Mrs. Westcott was in the room now. Her back was turned to Alex, rummaging in one of the drawers. She turned toward David, smiling. She placed her hand over David's forehead and ran it through his hair while he slept. She returned to the drawers, bent over on the opposite side of the table. Alex watched as her rear swayed from side to side as she searched for something there. She straightened and swiveled back around, face red, trying to blow some wispy strands of hair from her face. Clutched in her hand was a glistening black garbage bag. She gave David a soothing touch on his arm and then lifted the bag to her face and showed her teeth in an adoring smile, like peering into the face of a newborn. And perhaps, Alex thought, that wasn't far from the truth. Something was moving inside the bag. The bag creased and smoothed with the movement of whatever sloshed inside, and all the while Mrs. Westcott cooed with dreamy eyes, hand cupping its unknown contents. Alex forgot she was supposed to be in hiding and found herself halfway out of her crouch, visible from her chest up in the window. Mrs. Westcott's eyes darted toward the window. Alex's heart leapt into her throat. She fell flat, threw herself upon the dirt. Oh, God! Had she seen her? She didn't dare move then, hidden against the brick under the light. She waited just a moment longer. She heard nothing. Carefully, she peered through the window once more, and this time, Mrs. Westcott was gone. Somewhere, a screen door squealed on its hinges. The front yard. Alex jumped to her feet and fled toward the garden. With the agility of a cat, she sprang over the picket fence effortlessly. On the other side, she landed in a squash patch, burst one under her foot, and slipped flat on her chest. No time to mind her bruises. She scrambled into the small corn patch, pushing the stalks aside until she reached the back of the picket fence. She curled into herself, knees pulled to her chest, back against the slivery wooden planks. A dark figure crept around the corner of the house. She appeared as just a pillar of shadow, arms clapped to her sides, smooth as smoke. Perhaps she'd come from the front to try and catch her off guard. "Is someone out here?" she asked. It seemed as though she'd certainly seen someone. The real question was whether or not she recognized Alex. With David in her care, Alex being the snooper was a safe assumption, especially given her most recent late-night outing. Mrs. Westcott drifted nearer to the garden. In the dark, only little things gave her away, like the twinkle of gold buttons lining her jacket, or the silver of her eyeglasses hanging around her neck. She placed a pale hand, choked with thick veins, on one of the wooden pickets. Alex hunched, tense with an effort not to move. Mrs. Westcott waited there for a while. Then she let out a slow, heavy sigh. The sound of disappointment, if Alex knew anything at all. She'd seen the ravaged squash. Her eyes flashed upward, dots of wet light shining from each black socket, and Alex knew they saw her. Just as she was about to scream and trample out of the garden, Mrs. Westcott moved away. She took a few steps, stopped, and picked something up out of the grass. A crusty old glove. She retreated across the lawn and out of sight. Alex waited until she heard the screen door open and clatter shut again. Through the bar-like shapes of the cornstalks, she saw the lit window go dark. Hoping Mrs. Westcott wasn't watching, she climbed out of the garden, sneaked back around the house, and started home. She followed the sidewalk back. She could hardly hear the crickets now over the sound of her own bubbling thoughts. The black bag. There had been something inside, moving. It could have been garbage. It was, in fact, a garbage bag. Why Mrs. Westcott had fondled the bag and spoken to it, though, she couldn't decide. Old people could be eccentric. Two giant yellow eyes sped out of the neighborhood toward her. Alex moved away, back against the library windows. The SUV came to a less-than-silent stop at the curb, and the window lowered, revealing Helen behind the wheel. She scowled. "Get in now. I'm taking you home, where you're supposed to be." "No," Alex said, and she felt her feet go numb under the weight of her melting marshmallow legs. "Get in the car." "You lied." "I did not lie." Helen put the car in park. It rumbled hungrily. "I told you David was fine, and he is fine. He's still fine. Mrs. Westcott told me so just a minute ago when she called and said a spying girl was rolling around in her garden in the middle of the night. I can't believe you." "He's not fine. I saw something very—" "What is it this time? How many times must I explain these trivial things?" "You haven't explained anything. All you've done is make matters worse by bringing him home. None of it makes any sense. Even when I asked him, he can't tell me anything. Now he's at the doctor, and I don't think you can blame me for wanting to know what's really going on." And what did you find? It doesn't matter. You don't care what I think. Helen was fatigued, Alex could tell. I don't know what's gotten into you, but this has to stop. I'm already under enough stress with work and trying to get David situated. I don't need you running around in the middle of the night trying to solve make-believe mysteries, peeking through people's windows. She didn't know what to say. Nothing made sense, but there was too little information to confront Helen with anything substantial. Now, please, get in the car. Alex turned away and started down the sidewalk. I'll walk. This isn't a game, Helen said. You don't understand how much I worry about you. Alex laughed this time. I'm sure you do. Helen turned the car around and drove alongside Alex. What is the matter with you? Alex stopped, now standing in front of the bakery. She looked at the glossy windows and could see herself in their reflection, and behind her, Helen in the SUV. I want to leave, she said, avoiding Helen's eyes even in the glass. I don't want to be here anymore. I want to go back. Back where? My old house. I want to see it again. Alex, I don't know what you're expecting, but there's nothing for you there. Your parents are gone. I can't take you to them. I don't care. She remained facing away to hide her sobbing. I don't want to be here anymore. I do care about you, you know. You have to know that. But you don't. She spun around, hands twisted into fists. If you did, you'd want me to be happy, and I'm not. I'm not happy here. Just give it some time. 6 years of my life. How many more? I'm tired of this place. I'm tired of these people. I'm tired of Mandy. You don't mean that. I do mean it. Something's wrong with her. Just like David. Just like the neighbors. Just like our dog. Our dog? I've had a dog before. Monk isn't the same. Nothing here is the same. What do you want me to do? You had no one else. I've done the best I can. That's what I want to know. She wiped her eyes. Why did you save me? Why are you saving David? How did he end up here? How is he like me? He has no one either. I thought I could take care of him and make you happy at the same time by offering you a brother. What happened to his parents? They're dead. Like mine? Helen nodded. Isn't that sort of strange? Helen sighed. Things happen. That's life. On the other side of the street, homes were beginning to light up, and she spotted a few upstairs curtains being peeked through. The neighborhood was watching. She remembered she was in her pajamas, barefooted. How did they die? She asked. Helen looked stunned. What? His parents. Did you know them? This is David's business, not yours. I asked him in the backyard, and he acted like he didn't know anything, and mentioned something as if you'd told him what to say, but he couldn't remember. Alex, you're making yourself sound crazy. Do you know that? I doubt you'd spill your life story to a stranger either. It's true. I spoke to him about what sort of questions you'd confront him with. I just knew you wouldn't have the decency to leave it alone. So I told him if you bothered him about it, he didn't have to say a word. Alex chewed on that for a bit. It made sense. David could have been trying to remember how best to tell her to mind her own business. Maybe. It was hard to think straight. Part of her wanted to agree with Helen, but her thoughts were tugged back into the same places, again and again, until she was overwhelmed by her doubts. What 8-year-old boy would be so happy so soon after his parents are killed? Killed? A heavy silence fell over them. Not even the crickets were chirping now. What do you think is going on? She hadn't meant to say it. Tears were falling again, and she couldn't stop them. She wiped them away, but even more came trickling in their place. She looked down at the ground. Wet droplets darkened the sidewalk around her feet. She wanted to say what was on her mind, wanted to scream it, but her throat was too stuffed with sobs. And should she utter the words on the edge of her tongue, she didn't think there was any going back. She hesitated. I can't talk anymore. She bolted across the street, into the neighborhood, too embarrassed, too angry, too frightened to say anything else. Helen was right, she thought. She was crazy. She really was. She was heading down their street and could hear Helen following very quickly. She was shouting something to her, but over the sound of her pounding heart and her feet slapping the sidewalk, she couldn't hear a word. Not until Helen was driving right beside her. "Stop," she said. "We have to talk about this." "I don't want to talk anymore." She ran to the front door, threw it open, dashed for the stairs, up them and into the hallway. Helen came in shouting from below. Again, Alex couldn't hear her, didn't want to. She stepped into her room, closed the door. "We need to talk about this," Helen's voice called up the stairs. "Just leave me alone." She lingered by the door. "I'm just tired is all." Helen said nothing more. The hallway grew quiet, and after a long moment of standing with the side of her face pressed against the door, she heard Helen close herself behind her own. She turned and fell limply into bed. Had she not been so exhausted, she felt she could have cried all night. She figured by morning everything would feel calm again, like it always did. And if she got up and went downstairs to Helen making breakfast and didn't say another word, Helen probably wouldn't push the subject either. They'd both forget all about it. She lay like that, like a rag doll, until her bedroom door opened behind her. Go away, she thought. Just go away. She waited for Helen to say something. More lies, probably. But for a short while, nothing was said. Then, just when Alex was about to speak, about to say, "What do you want?" something else happened. A strange sound came from the foot of her bed. Not choking this time. Not David. Not Helen. Alex sat up, looked around, but there was nothing. The door was open, the room was empty, and the noise continued, growing weaker and weaker like a fading echo, like radio static. The skin on her arms crawled, the hairs erect like electric whiskers. She forgot her crying almost in an instant. And then, just as fast as it had come, the voice was gone. 10. The Woman and Her Ghost. When the front door closed down below, Brenda ripped her blankets off and hurried into the dark hall, skipping the light switch, and burst into the room on the other side. "She knows. My God, I think she knows." The shadow waiting at the bookshelf moved toward her, and she shuddered at its stench. "That's what I've been telling you," Willard said. "But it's okay. I can help you now." "How does she know?" Brenda asked. "There isn't anything that could have made her think. There isn't—" "Settle down. I've been having this dream, too. The police, like a sign. I don't... Everything will be all right. I'm going to help you." "Why would I want your help? You can't help me." "But I can." "I have no reason to trust you. You nearly killed me on the stairs the other day, remember? You're not trying to help me." "I had to get your attention somehow, didn't I?" He laughed. "I may not like you, Brenda, but I like boredom even less. If not for harassing you a little, I don't know what I'd do with my time. You see, being dead is a tedious thing." "You really think I'm stupid, don't you? Well, I'm not. You're trying something." "That's for you to decide. I can't convince you of my intention. But I don't need to convince you of the bind you're in, do I? If you've got a solution to this problem, I suggest you act quickly." "No, this isn't right. It just doesn't make any sense." She left his room and started back to her own before he spoke again, stopping her in the hallway. "She's afraid of you, Brenda, the way you've been badgering her lately. She tried avoiding you and you persisted. Now she's ready to use her evidence to finally be rid of you once and for all. She came to me today, remember? She visited me. And what evidence? The only thing I haven't thrown away is the golf club, and she knows nothing about that." "She knows all about it." "You're ridiculous." She felt him draw up against her. His phantom lips cooled the edge of her ear. "She was here that day when the rain was laced with my blood. She came. I can show you if you want. I can show you what she did while you and I were down by the river." Brenda didn't know if she fainted then or if she'd been sleeping all along and was having a second dream. But when Willard's dead hands felt along the back of her head and wrapped themselves over her eyes, she began to fall. She landed in the middle of a storm. She was standing at the end of the driveway next to their mailbox. Her home was shedding rivers of rain from the gutters. The garage was open, and she watched their car reverse and pass right next to her. She saw herself in the driver's seat. She was smiling. Through the rain and thunder, a door slammed from across the street. Lucy stood outside in the falling sheet of glassy rain, just a shimmering mirage. She didn't look at Brenda when she crossed the road. She ventured up the driveway and into the garage, which Brenda had forgotten to close when she left with Willard. "Is this real? Why is she out here? What is she doing in my house?" Brenda followed Lucy into the house, where the rain was only a pattering ghost on the kitchen window. She paused behind Lucy when they came to the broken plate and the fat smears of blood on the kitchen floor from Willard's foot. She knelt to the ground and looked the blood over. Brenda's heart, however possible in a dream, beat against her chest like a battering ram. When Lucy finished examining the blood, she continued deeper into the house. Brenda followed her down the hall and up the stairs. The closer they came to the bedroom, the harder her heart hammered and the harder it was to breathe. Lucy stepped into the bedroom, and Brenda trailed after her closely. She stopped and stood silently at the end of the bed, observing the tossed blankets and the missing sheet and the bare pillow. Then she went on, as if she knew something more substantial lay ahead. Feeling safe to do so, Brenda spoke aloud in the bedroom. "This isn't making any sense. Why would she have come inside? I don't get it."
"She's a paranoid woman, Brenda, and a nosy one. For her, for someone like your friend Lucy, it makes perfect sense. I don't say this to offend you, Brenda, but you never were the greatest judge of character. I mean, you married me after all."
They crossed the bedroom. Lightning flashed and Brenda flinched. "This just doesn't feel right. This seems... I don't know. I know she's rotten and full of herself, but this is like something a crazy person would do."
"You're surprised by who she really is? Don't you think Lucy was equally surprised to learn you were a murderer?"
Just then, as if in answer to Willard's words, Lucy gasped from inside the bathroom. Having fallen behind, Brenda hurried in and found Lucy bent over the lip of the tub. She pulled a dripping golf club out of the bloodied bathwater. She shuddered, dropped the club back into the tub, and ran out of the room, passing clean through Brenda as she went. Brenda waited there, watching the ripples. How could she have suspected this was going on? The door to the garage slammed down below.
"I told you, she's paranoid. She saw you pull out into the storm like a race car driver, leaving the garage door wide open in the process, and she became curious."
But that doesn't seem like Lucy.
If you're capable of this, why is it so difficult to believe Lucy is capable of something so trivial in comparison? Entering and snooping through a neighbor's home? Don't act like you've never had similar urges."
"But She paused, remembering quite well she had on more than one occasion entertained the idea of sneaking into Lucy's home and admiring the things she, herself, did not have. "I would never act on that, though."
"I'm sure you fantasized about killing me long before you finally gathered the courage. I have something else to show you. This I'm sure you will find most surprising."
"I don't want to see any more." But she was already falling again, a brief feeling of being dropped, the air escaping her lungs. This time when she landed, she found herself downstairs in the living room, standing next to herself on the sofa. The storm was gone. Lucy was there, just leaving the room to use the bathroom upstairs.
"The little visit Lucy paid you? You believed she was just checking up on you. Once again, you were wrong. Follow her."
Brenda followed Lucy out of the living room and once more up the stairs. Behind her, she could faintly hear the sound of her own voice talking and responding to nothing at all, as if talking to herself. Upstairs, she watched as Lucy neared the bathroom door. She reached for the door and pulled it shut, but remained in the hallway. What's she doing?
"Watch."
Lucy continued silently down the hall and turned into the room on the right, Willard's new room. Brenda hurried after her. She swung into the doorway and said, "What do you think you're doing?"
"She can't hear you, remember?"
Lucy was opening the flaps of several cardboard boxes piling out of the closet and carefully picking through them. Brenda watched over her shoulder, appalled. After enough time, finding nothing, she tiptoed out into the hall, opened the bathroom door, and returned downstairs. Brenda did not follow her down, but instead remained in the room full of boxes. "Even if she knows, it won't matter," Brenda said. "I'll just get rid of the club, like I should have 2 years ago." Brenda fell again, and Willard's voice boomed all around her, gradually fading to a heavy whisper.
"Check the closet, the bag. This is what you need to see most of all."
Brenda didn't land at all this time. She woke up in the dark hallway, the dim lamplight from her room still glowing sparsely over her. For a brief moment, she hoped it was only a bad dream, a delusion.
"Check the closet."
She got to her feet and nervously entered Willard's room, flipped the light on. She looked to the closet, where boxes were spilling out. She went to them.
"The bag."
The bag was easy to find among the boxes. It was standing upright just inside the closet door. She tried to drag it out, but toppled it over instead with a loud thud. Shaking all over, she fumbled with the zipper around the top and finally opened it. She grabbed the opposite end of the bag and shook it, emptying all the clubs onto the floor. After they rattled out, she counted them. She knew little about golf, but knew Willard had 14 clubs in his set. There were 13 on the floor now. One was missing, and it didn't take a brain surgeon to determine which it was, or a psychic to determine where it had gone. "I can't believe it. Both of them were in my house tonight, sleepwalking my ass. Oh, Jesus! Can they really do anything with it? If they take it to the police, can it really be used against me? I don't know about any of this. Willard, you said you would help me. What am I supposed to do?" Willard said nothing. Brenda waited, crouched over the clubs, feeling strangely alone. She imagined Lucy and her husband here in the dark, going through the boxes while she slept, and started shaking from anger rather than nerves. Then an answer came from downstairs in a long, creaky groan. Brenda stood and listened carefully while the groaning continued. Finally, it stopped. She crept down the hallway, down the stairs, felt a cool breeze. The downstairs hall was bathed in blue moonlight. The front door was open again. Through the door, like a beacon, the face of the Framptons' house was gleaming pale white in the night. Lucy and her husband were surely sleeping soundly inside, with a golf club that didn't belong to them somewhere nearby. She walked down the entrance hall and leaned against the doorway, arms folded, brow furrowed in burning thought. She didn't even need to ask. She knew what must be done. She'd done it once before. From behind her, in the kitchen, the wooden hiss of an opening drawer, the rattle of silverware. She peeked inside and saw him then, his slithering silhouette erected in front of the kitchen window, waiting. She went to the open drawer and found the kitchen utensils scattered outside their designated holders, a mess of silver sheen. But lying on top, the kitchen knife with the wide, glossy blade. She grabbed it and held it at her side. She turned to Willard, to the column of churning shadow at the kitchen window. He said nothing. All around her, Brenda could feel an unusual stress upon the room, a nervous energy wrapping itself around her. Excitement, but it wasn't hers. "I'm going to do it," she said, expecting his praise to follow. Still, he said nothing. She brought the knife up and looked at either side of its mirrored surface. "Will this work?" He said nothing, just stood against the illuminated window, letting off dark vapor. "Well, say something!" His figure slowly faded, little by little, until the moonlight began to show through his murky form. Then he was gone. Brenda looked into the knife again and saw the block of her head in its reflection. She started to wonder again, started to place the knife back into the drawer. Do it. She hid the knife in a fold of her white nightgown and left for the front door. When she reached to pull it shut, she was so proud of her steady hands she hardly noticed the apparition sitting on the stairs at the other end of the hall, a glittery golf club resting on its lap. Something was at the window. Lucy woke from a dreamless sleep, groggy and confused. She woke with her eyes already on the bedroom window, where something had just plinked off the glass. There was nothing else for a while. She turned over, facing Aaron, whose arms had long ago fallen away from around her waist. His breath escaped his parted lips in a quiet whisper. There it was again. She sat up. The blinds were drawn, leaving most of the room dark. Nothing disturbed the light coming through. Then again, something small and hard pegged the window, a small rock by the sound of it. Without thinking, she snaked her hand under the sheets, found Aaron's, and grabbed it. "What is it?" he asked. He rubbed his eyes and sat up with her. He followed her gaze to the window. "Someone's outside." "What?" "They're throwing rocks." Just then, another rock struck the window, this one larger than the last. "What the hell?" Aaron jumped out of bed and peeked through the blinds. "See anyone?" "Nothing," he said. He left the window and started for the bedroom door. "Probably teenagers. I'm going to see if I can't scare them off." "What? No, just ignore it. I'm sure they'll leave." Just then, another, larger rock hit the window. "Shit," Aaron mumbled and left into the hallway. Lucy climbed out of bed and followed. "Are you going out there in your underwear?" He ignored her. "Don't beat them up too badly," she said, and laughed nervously. She stood in the middle of the living room, arms folded. Aaron went to the door and prepared to open it. "You want a flashlight?" "Maybe to check the window. Better not have cracked it." He threw the door open and ran outside, across the lawn. Lucy went into the kitchen to search for a flashlight. She knelt down on the ground and rummaged through one of the cupboards. She was just reaching over a long box of saran wrap and some matches when she heard the front door slam closed. She jerked her head out of the cupboard and listened. "Aaron?" She stood and started for the living room. "That was fast. Did you—" In the corner of the room, between the door and the wall, something was hunched and moving. Lucy stood frozen on the threshold between the living room and the kitchen, watching as the shape seeped forward, pressing its face out of the darkness. "Brenda?" She came forward, a mad leer upon her face. Something large and fluid coiled behind her like a dark cape. Lucy saw it, and yet didn't see it, didn't recognize it. "Where is it?" Brenda asked. What are you doing here?" I know, Brenda said, looking over her shoulder into the dark corner. "What the hell are you doing in my house?" "What were you doing in my house, Brenda asked, and she slid a long steel blade out from her nightgown. "Oh, my God," she said. "What are you doing? Tell me where it is." "What?" "Don't let her fuck with you." Another voice was in the room, deep and rotten. Lucy bumped into the coffee table as she backed away from its sound. Brenda nodded in agreement. "Aaron!" Lucy screamed. Brenda charged her. Lucy turned toward the kitchen. Before she could take another step, Brenda threw her hand over her throat and forced her back until her knees knocked the table again and she toppled backward onto it. Gasping, she reached for Brenda's face. "I'll cut your throat," she said. She pressed the knife under the shelf of her jaw. "The club, where is it? You took it." "Club? What are you talking about? I know you have it." "Aaron!" Brenda clapped her hand over Lucy's screaming face. She pressed the knife harder. Her skin broke under the blade's point, and she felt her own blood drizzle around the back of her neck. Brenda's crumpled, hate-filled face hovered above her own, and at the sight of her blood, her eyes widened. Then they narrowed to slits. The cold metal of the knife pressed harder still. She tried to scream again. Then the deep growling voice returned. It said, "Do it." Aaron ran to either side of their yard, checking over the small dividing fences, and found no one. He even walked a little out into the street and checked behind a few of the cars parked there. Still no one. He walked back to the house. He noticed the front door was shut as he started up the driveway, and before he could think anything of it, Lucy screamed his name. He found it locked. People were talking inside. Lucy was saying something. The other voice sounded female. Then another voice, a man's. "Lucy!" He beat on the door once with his fist. She didn't answer, or he couldn't hear. He ran to the garage door and jammed his fingers into the small rubber buttons of the security pad. First time, incorrect. Cursing, he punched the code in again. Incorrect. Was he remembering wrong? He tried it a third time, the same as the others, and the door rumbled upward. Not wasting another second, he ducked under the half-open door and sprinted around their car for the next. He stormed inside, hollering for Lucy, trembling, and ran into the living room. There was a shadow there, bent over their coffee table, grunting and manipulating something on its surface. After some confusion, Aaron regained himself and flipped the light switch. Everywhere. The red. Their neighbor Brenda squatted over their coffee table. The white nightgown she wore was smeared with it, dripping with it. The red. Her hands wore shiny, wet gloves of it. Aaron never handled blood well. The sight of it made him physically ache. As a kid, whenever he saw it, even the smallest amount, a nosebleed for instance, he grew weak in the knees and sometimes vomited uncontrollably. He was lucky this time, though. When he saw his wife's headless body swimming in a pond of her own blood on top of their coffee table, he fainted so quickly his weak stomach never had the chance to so much as gurgle. She felt a great satisfaction slicing Lucy like a loaf of bread, seeing that holier-than-thou light vanish from her eyes. She wasn't so perfect anymore. She'd had everything, and now she had nothing. Disregarding the objective, finding the golf club, keeping her secret safe, Brenda thought it served her right. But now her husband was inside, passed out on the floor. She crawled away from the blood-drenched table and knelt over him. His mouth hung open. If not for his warm breath, She would have thought he'd died of fright. "Do I kill him now?"
"You can't kill him yet," Willard answered. "You don't know where the club is."
She looked over the room, at the wet warmth pooling under the table, dribbling off Lucy's fingers. "This is a mess."
"A mess you'll have to clean up thoroughly. But this was necessary. You knew you couldn't take them both on."
"What about evidence? Fingerprints? The door?"
"You'll take care of all that. Right now, you need to find something to tie him up with. An extension cord, maybe. You need to hurry before he wakes up. I'd try the garage."
She looked down at Aaron's body worriedly, and then hurried into the garage. She turned the light on and saw a workbench against the opposite wall under the window, covered with clutter and dusty tools. She sighed with relief when she saw a coiled extension cord sitting in plain sight with everything else. "You were right," she said, and snatched it up. She returned inside and found him just as she'd left him. She rolled him onto his stomach and quickly tied his hands behind his back. She looked doubtfully at the knot she'd made. If he woke up, he might be able to get at the cord with his fingers and pull it loose, she thought. She tied an extra knot on top of the other. "I should tie his legs up, too. Is there another extension cord out there?"
"I don't know," Willard said. "I'm not omniscient."
She ran back into the garage and searched the workbench, but couldn't find another. She dug through a few of the drawers until she happened upon some thin twine. She wondered if it could be ripped. She doubted it. She took it back inside and found him still on the floor. She tied his ankles together. The twine tied into small, tight knots. She trusted it more than the extension cord and used it on his hands in place of the cord. "Should I wake him up?"
"No," Willard said. "Now is a good time to start cleaning."
Brenda washed her hands and arms and the knife in the kitchen sink. After that, she opened the closet in the foyer and found an old backpack sitting on a high shelf above the hanging rod. She would put everything she could inside when she was done, like she'd done with Willard. Then she went into their bedroom and stripped the sheets from their bed and brought them out and laid them next to the coffee table. She laid Lucy's body on the edge and rolled her along the sheet, pulling it tightly around her. To keep the blood from soaking through, she stole a couple more sheets from their linen closet and wrapped her inside them as well. She looked like she'd been spun in a spider's silk. She also took their pillowcases, grabbed Lucy's head from under the table, and placed it inside. She checked the husband again, still dozing. Next, she fetched a wash rag and began wiping up the blood on the table and on the floor underneath. The wash rag did very little, so she traded it for several towels. After wiping up the blood as best she could, the front room once again looked mostly normal, ignoring the reddening, body-shaped bundle of sheets and the unconscious man next to them. She stuffed the wash rags, towels, Lucy's head, and the knife into the backpack. It all barely fit. In the wake of her mounting anxiety, she felt her bladder on the verge of bursting. "I have to use the bathroom. Will you tell me if he wakes up?"
"Go to the bathroom, Brenda."
She went halfway down the hall and turned into the bathroom. She wondered if she should forego shutting the door and peeked outside worriedly. "Stay out here and watch him," she said to Willard, and closed the door. A voice, low and whispering. Aaron blinked his eyes slowly. The side of his head throbbed. As things came into focus, he felt rope around his wrists and ankles. He rolled over and sat up, looked around himself. He saw the tightly wrapped body next to him and remembered. Lucy's dead. The fear punched his gut like a fastball, and he had to catch his breath. It was Brenda. He didn't believe it. A nightmare, had to be. But the swirly sick cold in his belly said otherwise. He wondered where she'd gone. He struggled with his hands behind his back, trying to pull them apart or somehow loosen the twine. He decided he didn't have time for that. The knots were too small to work with his fingers. He couldn't very well run away either. He attempted sliding his wrists under his legs to bring his hands in front, but couldn't even get his arms halfway over his ass. He was thin, but there was nothing limber about him. He got up as carefully and quietly as he could, getting on his knees first, wobbling and nearly falling over. He stood. He paused and listened. He looked down the hall toward their bedroom and noticed light coming from the bathroom door. He didn't have much time. Their cell phones were in the bedroom. The best he could do, he thought, was hurry and make a discreet call on the landline in the kitchen. Even if he couldn't say anything, they could immediately trace a call from the landline. That old obsolete machine. And Lucy never saw the point. Unable to quietly hop, he swiveled his feet instead, toes to heel, until he arrived at the kitchen counter. He turned his back to the phone and grabbed it blindly. He nearly dropped it and awkwardly saved it between his fingers. Through the walls, he heard the toilet flush, the rush of water through the plumbing. He bent his head over his shoulder and brought his hands around his side as much as possible until he could see most of the phone. He dialed 911. The bathroom door opened. Brenda tried to urinate hastily. When she finished, she washed her hands and took a moment to look herself over in the mirror. Her nightgown was a bloody mess. So was her face. She dried her hands and then stepped out of the bathroom. What she saw, or rather what she didn't see, formed ice cubes in her chest. Son of a bitch, he was gone. She thundered down the hallway into the foyer. She looked to the front door, still locked, and then turned and looked into the kitchen. There she spotted him. On the phone. He saw her likewise, the unmistakable powerlessness in his eyes. She charged him. He turned as if to run, but his binding sent him down like a felled tree. He landed with a heavy thud. Brenda snatched the phone from the counter just in time to hear a voice answer. 911, what's your emergency? Panicking, she hit the end call button and threw the phone on the counter. The husband screamed and moaned from the kitchen floor. "Oh, God," she said. "What do I do now, Willard? You—" She looked scornfully down at the husband, scrawny and helpless in his underpants. Tell me where you hid it." "I don't know what you're talking about," he cried. "Oh, sure you don't. God damn it! Willard, the police! What do I do? Will they come?" Willard wasn't there. "I don't have time," she said. She looked about herself, at the sheeted body in the front room. "There will be evidence. Fingerprints. I don't know if I got all the blood." Just then the phone began ringing. It was them, she thought, returning his call. Lucy's husband hollered from the floor. She bent toward him, and he kicked his bound legs. "Stop it!" She wrestled with him until she got her hands around his ankles and dragged him, tug by tug, across the kitchen floor, struggling to hold on while he bucked all the way. He jerked his feet out from her grip, and she screamed, "Quit it!" She brought him to the garage door, propped it open with her leg, and dragged him halfway through. "Why are you doing this?" he squealed. She hauled him into the garage, down the concrete steps. His head knocked against them, and suddenly he wasn't squirming so much. Or speaking. She opened the driver's side door of their car and popped the trunk. She dragged him along the length of their car, wheezing, until she reached the rear where she caught her breath. "I don't know if I can lift him. Willard, can you help me?" There wasn't an answer. She looked around herself as if she would be able to see him, but there was no one. She looked down the driveway into the quiet street. She grabbed him under his arms and heaved him into a sitting position against the taillight. He must have been dazed. He turned his head lazily from side to side, grimacing. With a mannish grunt, she lifted him off the ground and awkwardly pushed him over the edge of the open trunk, dangling him halfway out, then grabbed his legs and shoved him in. She slammed the trunk closed. Thinking quickly, she ran back inside, wrapped her arms around Lucy's sheeted body, and dragged her through the kitchen and into the garage. Opening the trunk again worried her, but she didn't want the body in the back seat. Anything could happen after all. What if she got pulled over? After some consideration, she dropped Lucy and popped the trunk. She hurried back and found the husband bawling at her. He wriggled around in an attempt to stand. Brenda bent, hugged Lucy around the middle, lifted her up, and dumped her into the trunk next to him. He made to lunge at her, and she slammed the trunk down on his head. "Serves you right," she said, and shut him inside. She made one last trip into the house, grabbed the backpack, and after a quick search, found the keys in the kitchen on the counter next to the phone. "How much time do I have left?" she asked. "Oh, Jesus." She grabbed another wash rag and haphazardly darted around the foyer, wiping down any surface she thought she might have touched, including the knob on the front door. She went into the bathroom and swiped along the toilet seat and handle and then the sink faucet. She returned to the kitchen and wiped the phone and the sink and a few of the drawers she thought she may have opened. "How long has it been since they called? 15 minutes, maybe? Oh, God, they're probably here." Back in the garage, she climbed into the car and tossed the pack into the back seat and then started it up. She just needed to get them somewhere safe from being found. She reversed and closed the garage with the remote inside the car. Then she put the car in drive and, watching their house shrink in the rear view, sped away from Sundown Avenue as quickly and as casually as she could. She felt incredibly alone. "Where are you?" she asked. "I needed you. I panicked. I'm still panicking. I did my best wiping stuff down, but I know I didn't get everything. I didn't wipe the doorknob to the main closet. I didn't wipe the tool bench in the garage. I'm not even sure I cleaned up all the blood. I didn't have enough time. I didn't even find the golf club, which I was there for in the first place. Are you not speaking to me?" She drove aimlessly through town, not paying any real attention to the direction she was going or which street she was on. What would prison be like, she wondered. How would she be treated? They would probably sympathize. Got beat up by her husband, so she had to kill him. Big deal. Then her nosy neighbor couldn't mind her own business, so she cut off her head, naturally, and murdered her husband to keep them quiet. No problem. Anyone would understand. Before she realized where she was, after taking numerous turns and off-ramps and on-ramps on the highway, she was already headed for the canyon. Her hands squirmed restlessly over the steering wheel. She would have to wipe it down, too. She turned the radio up to fill the silence. What would the police surmise if they showed up, she wondered. They'd find no one home. Their car would be gone. What would they assume? Before she fully knew what her plan would be, she was nearing the turnoff. She pulled onto the dirt path, 2 tire trails separated by a stripe of weeds. She eased her foot on the brakes as she approached the clearing under the trees. The river was oil black under the moonlight. She pulled the car around in a tight circle, leaving the trunk facing the river, the headlights toward the road. She reached into the back seat and brought the backpack into her lap. She unzipped it and searched inside, carefully, as to not impale her hand on the end of the kitchen knife. She drew it from the bag and placed the bag in the passenger seat. There was blood on the blade again, probably seeped through the pillowcase. She removed the keys but left the lights on, opened the car door, placed one foot out on the gritty dirt. A breeze slipped inside. She shuddered. Leaves chattered in the bobbing branches. She got out and made her way toward the trunk of the car, keys jingling from one hand, the knife clutched in the other. She stuck the keys in and twisted. The lock clicked. The trunk released. The gap of darkness broadened as she lifted it open, and something unleashed itself in a sharp, swiping flurry. He lay on his back in the black trunk, aching so severely in different places it was hard to tell exactly where. Lucy's body rocked beside him. The air was stuffy and sour with blood stench. He had to get himself untied before they got wherever they were going. It didn't immediately occur to him, but it just so happened he was in the perfect place to do so. She hadn't checked the trunk before throwing him inside, and when he finally remembered, he felt lucky for that. He inched himself across the trunk until his fingers felt upon cold metal, his roadside toolbox. On his side, hands behind his back, he undid the small buckle and then popped the latch. He hooked a finger inside and pulled the toolbox over, spilling its contents. The tools rattled and clanged against each other, and the lid of the toolbox snapped shut loudly. He dug blindly through the tools: screwdrivers, wrenches, duct tape, a tire gauge, odd nuts and bolts, pliers, and plenty of things he probably didn't need in the car, but oh well. Then he found what he was looking for: his multi-tool. He played with it behind his back, pulling it apart, trying each appendage until he found the knife he needed. Turning it around and angling it proved harder than expected, and he shallowly stabbed himself in the wrist. Once he got it, he started to saw. With each snap of a thread, his hope and anxiety grew. In less than a minute the twine broke. His hands were free. He scrunched himself down and cut the twine around his ankles. He took a moment to breathe the putrid air. He stroked his fingers against the cool, smooth sheets next to him. The image of her sprawled on her back over their coffee table flashed in his mind. He took his hand away, hoping the image would fade, but it didn't. The car slowed. The terrain became bumpy. Wherever they were going, they were almost there, he thought. He searched the floor of the trunk until he found the multi-tool again. He could picture the knife she'd used on Lucy. His knife was no match against that, but he needed something. They came to a stop. He listened as the car door opened. Footsteps crunched across what sounded like dirt and gravel. He climbed over Lucy's body, situated himself so that he was facing the trunk door, squished as close to it as possible so that when it opened he could let loose like a jack-in-the-box. Keys jangled outside, scraped around the trunk's lock. Her hands must have been shaking. The lock clicked. The small gap of the outside world started to grow and grow, opening upward, and there was Brenda on the other side, one hand raised on top of the trunk, the other holding the large blade, fiery red in the glare of the taillights. Aaron slashed twice with the knife, an X in the air, and witnessed an immediate transformation in her eyes, from vicious to horrified. She leaned back just enough to avoid having her nose sliced apart, and Aaron swiped the knife at her again. She finally reacted, brandishing her own knife back at him. The larger knife yielded better results. She drew the knife across the top of his arm. The pain sent his hand into a spasm, and the multi-tool fell to the dirt. She waved the knife at him again. He flinched back. He stood inside the trunk and hit the back of his head against the open hatch. Brenda took a handful of his shirt and pulled him toward her, thrusting the knife toward his gut. He grabbed her by the wrist, turned the knife away, pushed her back. She pulled him with her. He stumbled forward, kicked the inside of the trunk, and tripped, sending them both crashing to the dirt. "Get off me!" A sharp pain in Aaron's side. He rolled away, planted his hands on the ground, got to his knees. Steadily getting to his feet, she brought the knife down his back. Gah! He staggered forward. Thinking only of escape, he raced toward the sound of rushing water. It was hard to see in the night, the treetops hiding the moon, but when he came closer to the river, he saw its foam against the black rocks. When he came to its edge, a river far too wide to jump, he knew, he leaped without restraint and soared over its spitting current and splashed into a soft bed of silt, the water at his thighs, barely missing the jagged rocks in all directions. He didn't know if she would follow, didn't turn around to check. He trudged to the other side, pushed violently by the current, and stumbled up onto the damp, bristly weeds. He got to his feet and ran deeper into the trees, careless of what he'd find hiding, waiting from within. She tried to follow, knife poised to stab, clawing with her other hand to catch him. But when he jumped into the river, she slid to a stop. Much too late, actually, and she fell in. She got to her feet, dripping wet, cursing under her breath, and climbed out. She searched the other side with just her eyes, too defeated to venture across. When she saw no sign of him there, in the trees, she roared. She pitched the knife toward the parked car, and it clinked off the ceiling of the trunk hatch and fell inside. "Nice throw," Willard said. She whipped around, panting, and saw him there, standing at the edge of the river. Only this time he wasn't just a swirling pillar of smoke. He was Willard. Every detail, every crease in his clothing, his skin, the white of his wispy hair, all of it visible. She could faintly see through him, see the dark image of the forest through his torso as he paced along the riverbank. At the moment, she had the urge to push him in, send him tottering into the river. But of course that wasn't possible. He was already dead. "You," she said. "You were supposed to help me, and now look what's happened." "I'm not supposed to do anything. None of this was any of my business. This is your mess, your problem. You started all this yourself, and you can finish it just the same. And I'm going to enjoy watching you fail." What? She shut her eyes in disbelief, frustration, and when she opened them, he was gone. She traced her eyes along the riverbank, hoping to spot him walking there.
"You really thought I was helping you?"
She shrieked and stumbled away, turned on her heel to face the car, where Willard was now leaning against its side. "You did help me. What are you saying?"
"He's going to escape, Brenda. He's going in the wrong direction now, but he'll find the road sooner or later. Maybe he'll hide and wait a while and find the river again. He'll get out of these woods, and when he does, he's going straight to the police. Then you're done. You'll be put away, like you should have been years ago."
"Tonight isn't over. I can find him." She returned to the car and picked up the knife from inside the trunk. "I still have time."
"By now he's already found a hiding spot. He's probably watching this very moment, waiting for you to leave."
"I've hiked back before. It's a long hike. It would take him a while, and that's after he's figured which direction he's going."
Willard laughed. "You planning on finding him out there in the woods, in the dark, and dressed like that? You've got no shoes. You're in your pajamas, for God's—"
"He's no better off. And besides, I've no other choice." She took the car keys out from the trunk and slammed it shut, turned the lights off, then locked the doors. Not having a place to carry the keys on herself, she hid them beneath the car, on the ground behind one of the rear tires. "I can find him. I don't even need your help." She left the car and carefully started across the bullying river, followed closely by Willard's condescending laughter. It would be a long night, she thought. If only that. The Town of Amberton, Part 2. 11. The Cabin. He knew he should have stopped running long ago, but he had to get far away. Away from Brenda, away from the dead body in the trunk of his car, away from his thoughts. He only slowed once he realized how lost he was, and that going farther would only make it worse. The adrenaline eventually wore off, and the sting of his back caught up with him. He winced every time his ripped, bloodied shirt peeled away, clung again. That crazy bitch, he thought. Then he was thinking of Lucy again. Like he'd ever stopped. He could hardly concentrate on anything else. Merely blinking provided a gruesome slideshow. If he somehow managed to survive this, he didn't know if he could cope. What he wanted primarily was to find help, find the road, find his way out of the woods. He thought he'd gone in a mostly straight line, but it was impossible to tell. With his luck, he thought, he was probably going in the complete wrong direction. He'd starve out here. The forest seemed to creep around him, its sounds easily confused with the sounds of an approaching attacker to a paranoid mind. Then, through the trees, he saw the cabin. Yellow light framed in a window pane. Despair suddenly blossomed into blind hope, and he ran for it. He stumbled up the porch steps, onto a raised deck. There was a sliding glass door which he considered simply yanking open and running inside. He knocked instead, or more appropriately, slapped and pounded. While he waited, he checked the porch steps repeatedly for his pursuer, imagining being stabbed against the window to his rescue at the last possible second. He was so deep in this fearful fantasy that when the sliding glass door squealed open, he flinched away violently.
"Whoa!"
a man shouted.
"I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Are you all right?"
The man in the cabin was tall, about the same height as Aaron. He looked to be older, maybe late 40s, with salt and pepper hair. He appeared both bewildered and amused. It was then Aaron realized for the first time since he'd gone outside to chase away teenagers that he was only in his t-shirt and underwear. He looked down at his toes, now black with dirt, and at the blood that had somehow gotten on the hem of his shirt. He hadn't bled from the front, he didn't think, unless it was Lucy's. "I need help," he said. He shook nervously. "My wife is dead. My neighbor, my wife is—" The man stepped back, motioned hurriedly for him to enter.
"Here, come inside."
Aaron did as he was told. The man directed him to take a seat on a stool at the kitchen counter. He retrieved a glass from a cupboard and poured Aaron some water. "I need to call the police."
"What's going on, then?"
Aaron took a sip from his water.
"You look tired. Would you like to rest for a while? I have a guest room upstairs, a nice bed. Would you like that?"
Just at the mention of a bed, his muscles throbbed. "No, I need help."
"We'll get you help, don't you worry. I'll take care of everything. Are you hurt? You've got blood on your shirt there."
"No, that's not anything. I have a cut, though, on my back." He showed the man.
"Oh, my. Let me get my first aid kit from my bathroom."
The man left the kitchen, and Aaron listened as he tromped around upstairs. He waited for what felt like ages, but was only a couple minutes. He spent the time eyeing the sliding glass door, trying to see into the darkness waiting at the patio's edge. Had the man even locked?
"Here we go,"
the man said, returning with an armful of bandages and scissors.
"Let's just lift your shirt real quick, and I'll patch you up good as new."
Aaron turned on the stool and pulled his shirt up over his shoulders while the man dampened a cloth and came to stand behind him.
"It's not as deep as you probably think. How did this happen again?"
"My neighbor killed my wife and tried to kill me."
"Good Lord."
Aaron hissed as the man rubbed his oily finger down the length of the cut. "When we're finished, I need to use your phone."
"When we're done, I'll call the police, and you'll get some rest until they arrive."
"Listen," Aaron said. "She's still out there. I need to do something, now."
"And we will, but you've been through an ordeal, and it'll help them if they can speak to you after you've sobered up a little, from the tension. You get me?"
Though frustrated, Aaron nodded. He was just in a panicked state, he thought, not thinking logically. This man was right. Right? Furthermore, he was too exhausted to keep arguing.
"That's good for now. Follow me upstairs."
Aaron wanted to scream, "Don't you understand what's going on?" But instead all that came was, "Okay, all right." The man led him into the front room. A fire burned, casting an orange glow. Then they started up the stairs. With every step, his legs begged for rest, begged for him to lie down. Halfway down the upstairs hall, the man stepped into a room and flipped the light on.
"Lie down and I'll get everything sorted out, okay?"
Aaron nodded, and the man walked out, leaving him in the room alone. He sat on the edge of the bed, stared down at the floor between his feet. They were getting the police. He'd tell them his wife was dead. He'd lead them back to the car if it was still there, if he could remember where. They'd start hunting for Brenda. Everything would be... Actually, nothing would be okay. Never again would anything be okay, because his wife was sitting in the trunk of his car with her head someplace else. He started to sob. He covered his eyes, squeezed his temples with his thumb and middle finger. The sobs came harder. He convulsed with them. He tried to be silent, tried to choke it all down because he didn't want the man to hear. Something was strange about him. He was too calm. He was too... Aaron looked up, his face shiny and wet. He thought he was crazy. He thought he did it, of course. He acted so calm because he wanted Aaron calm, in case he was dangerous. What if he was calling the police right now, not to help him, but to turn him in? Aaron jumped off the bed and hurried to the bedroom door. He could hear the man's voice below him, probably in the kitchen. He crept down the hall and stood at the edge of the stairs, listening. It was difficult to hear what he said. He went down the stairs and into the kitchen, where the man leaned against the sliding glass door with a corded phone in his hand. "Hey, I have to call you back," the man said, and placed the phone in its cradle. He turned to Aaron, wearing a comforting smile. "Is everything okay?" "You said you were calling the police." "Yes, I did." "Just now? You said I have to call you back." "They're on their way. That was a friend of mine just now." "Who? Why?" The man looked reluctant to say, but ultimately shrugged. "I wanted to let someone else know what's going on. For my sake. Can't be too careful. I hope you understand." "You think I'm crazy. You think... I'm trying to help you." Aaron remained in the kitchen doorway, unsure of the situation. "Why don't we go back upstairs so you can rest?" "I don't want to go upstairs," Aaron said. "I feel safer down here." The man nodded understandingly. "All right, that's fine. You can sit by the fire there if you'd like." Aaron looked over his shoulder. The fire crackled, warm and cozy. He also looked toward the front door, a possible exit. Finally, he nodded and took a seat on one of the sofas in the front room. The man joined him for a minute, standing in the doorway. They exchanged glances. The man gave him a sympathetic grimace. "You back feeling all right?" "Yes, I think so," Aaron blurted. After another uncomfortable moment, the man excused himself upstairs to use the bathroom and told Aaron he was free to do the same at any time if he felt the need. Once alone, Aaron was up and pacing the room. He wandered back into the kitchen, toward the sliding glass door. He cupped his hands and peered into the dark. Whatever strange, distrusting feelings he had, they were easily chalked up to his recent ordeal, he thought. This cabin was safe. The man meant to help him. In any case, he was better off in here than out there. Just then the phone began to ring. He gasped. He looked to the kitchen doorway, to the stairs, expecting the hurried footsteps of the owner. Nothing. He moved toward the phone, waiting for his shivering fingers to pick up. He moved his hand over the receiver. Brenda wandered the woods for a good 30 minutes before she spotted the cabin. When it came into view, all doubt vanished. She knew. She tiptoed cautiously up the porch steps, a sliding glass door above, brightly lit from inside. She tilted her head and peeked in. Jesus, she thought. She pulled back into the shadows. It was him, right there in arm's reach. His back was to her. She leaned out again for another look, and that was when she heard it through the glass, the all-too-familiar sound of a ringing telephone. He was reaching for it. The restless butterflies in her gut took flight. Choosing not to waste valuable time, she went for the handle of the sliding glass door, knife held firm, praying it was unlocked. Lucy's husband was in for another surprise. At first she was angry, listening to the phone ring at her side for a good 10 seconds before ripping the sheets from her body and snatching it up. It better be important, she thought. "Hello?" "Hey, it's Morton." "My hell. I know, I'm sorry. I wouldn't have called this late if it wasn't important. I just thought I should call you right away and—
Well, what is it?
I've got a man here. He came banging on my back door a few minutes ago, saying something about someone killing his wife and trying to kill him too. I don't know. He seems kind of crazy, but I've got him upstairs. I know it's late, but I thought you'd want to come over.
A brief pause.
Hey, I have to call you back.
Is it him? What's going on?
Morton hung up.
What's going on? Morton! She placed the phone back into its cradle. Idiot.
Let and apos. Pause the words for a moment and give your mind a gentle rest. Coming up is a soothing melody for your relaxation. Take a deep breath, relax your body, and enjoy this peaceful interlude before we continue with our story.
She sat for a moment, feeling tired and overwhelmed, wanting to climb back into bed. Instead, she got up and fished some jeans and a t-shirt from her dresser and got dressed. She grabbed her car keys and started for the bedroom door when she saw light was already coming in from the small gap underneath. The phone had awakened them both, apparently. She waited a few minutes, hoping Alex would go back to bed. The light remained on. She sat back on her bed and reached for the phone again. She dialed Morton's number, hoping he'd answer, hoping he'd tell her everything was handled. But no one answered. Idiot. She went to the door, took a deep breath, and opened it. "Who is that?" Alex asked, waiting on the other side. Morton called. "You probably don't remember him. He needs my help." "This late at night? Or should I say this early in the morning?" "Yes. Must be really important. What's going on?" "I'm not sure. I'll let you know when I get back." Helen smiled and left for the stairs. "I want to come." Helen stopped, sighed, turned. "No, I need to come." "All you need is to get some sleep and mind your own business for once in your life." "I'm going." "No, Alex, you're not." "If you leave me here, I can't promise not to run away again. Maybe I'll even follow." "So you're saying I should call a babysitter? Is that it?" "You know we're beyond this. You don't trust me any more than I trust you. It's simple. If you're honest and you really have nothing to hide, I can come. That's it. If you leave me here..." "Fine." Helen lowered her head and nodded. She had enough trouble as it was. Widening the wedge between them would only complicate things further. She was almost helpless to argue against it. And maybe it was time to stop lying anyhow. Maybe she couldn't anymore. Like Alex said, they were beyond that now. "Get dressed, then." The sliding glass door flung open, and Aaron raised an arm to shield himself as the knife came down in a gleaming arc through the doorway. Her wrist knocked against his, and the point of the blade stopped inches from his face. He stumbled back. His feet shuffled as he lost his balance underneath her pressing weight, forcing the knife closer to his brow, and then he fell. He landed painfully on his back and gasped. She landed on top of him, crushing him, and only barely did he parry the knife away from his face and into the kitchen linoleum. She jerked it out and stabbed again. He caught her by the wrist. His eyes traced the curve of the knife to its handle, up Brenda's arm, her shoulder, her face, and their eyes met. With his other hand, he formed a fist and punched her in the side of the head. She cried out. He kicked her off, onto her side. The knife fell from her grip. He crawled for it. She screamed and threw herself on top of him, pressing him to the floor on his chest. She grabbed for the knife and couldn't reach it. He tried to turn over, spilling her onto her back. She was closer now to the knife and snatched it up.
He got to his feet and was immediately greeted by a flood of violent swipes. He backed away, felt blindly beside him along the kitchen counter until he found something. He grabbed it and pitched it at her carelessly, a box of coffee filters, and she slashed it away. In that moment, he turned away, toward the front room, and before he could take another step, she seized him by the back of his collar. He twisted in her grip, saw the knife on its way for his gut. He elbowed her wrist, and the blade grazed his waist. He kicked her shin, forced her back, and she fell to the ground. Just then, a voice traveled down to them. "What's going on down there?" Aaron staggered toward the stairs, up them, the man peering down from the top. "She's here!" he shouted, and chased past him into the hallway, wheezing. The man appeared bewildered, frozen. "Downstairs! She's here!" They stood still, quiet. Aaron positioned himself cowardly behind the man, watching. "I'll be right back. Wait here." The man disappeared into the bedroom at the end of the hall. When he returned, Aaron was both relieved and alarmed to see a gun in his hand. "Stay here." The man stepped quietly downstairs, peeked around the corner, gun raised. He looked from side to side. Without a word, he continued toward the kitchen, out of sight. Aaron did as he was told and waited. After a stressful minute, the man returned. "If she was here, she's gone now." She was here." The man nodded. "The back door is open. Maybe she left through that." "That's where she came in." "Looks like she left through it again." Aaron was hesitant to accept it. "You're sure?" The man glanced around, too casual for Aaron's liking. "Empty." Aaron remained at the top of the stairs, reluctant to go anywhere else until the police arrived. The man looked up at him and shrugged. "Police should be on their way. I locked the back door. How about we have a seat down here next to the fire? Sound okay?" Aaron joined him downstairs, eyes frantic in all directions as he sat on one of the sofas. The man sat on the other, opposite him. They waited several minutes in silence. At least the fire was warm, Aaron thought. All he wanted was for this nightmare to be over. They both turned their heads in the direction of what sounded like an approaching car. Through the drawn curtains of the front window, Aaron saw what looked to be headlights. A car door slammed, and then another. Feet stirred the gravel to the front porch, where Aaron saw two shadows climb and approach the door. So there they were, sitting in Helen's car. It was strange. In 6 whole years, she'd never left town. She'd made it to the road during her escape, and now she was on it again with Helen as her chauffeur, no less. She considered herself lucky, so she kept quiet and resisted pestering her. However, excited as she was, there was still a ration of anger inside her for there being any secrets at all. It was almost as though she didn't even know Helen anymore. Had she ever? Soon they slowed and turned into the trees onto a gravel lane. Once we're out of the car, I need you to be quiet and patient. Don't say anything at all if you can help it. Alex tried to look annoyed, but Helen didn't pay her any attention. They came to a stop behind another vehicle parked in front of the cabin. "Maybe you should stay in the car. I don't yet know if it's safe." Alex's jaw dropped at the sight of the pistol. Helen slipped it out from under the seat, laid it across her hand in her lap for Alex to see. "You have a gun? Is it loaded?" "Of course." "What do you need it for?" Helen got out of the car without a word and didn't argue when Alex followed at her heels. It was as if she didn't care anymore. They came to the front porch, and Helen slipped the gun into her waistband at the small of her back. Alex stayed close behind. Helen knocked on the door, and they waited. Someone came to the door and paused on the other side, checking through the peephole, perhaps. Then the door opened. "I thought I might find you dead," Helen said. Alex followed her into the cabin, a man beside the door. Morton. He shut the door behind them. "You brought her?" She insisted. "But I thought..." "It's okay." Alex turned to the window and was surprised to see another man sitting on the sofa there. He was in his underwear. The white t-shirt he wore was dirty, bloody, and torn. His face didn't look any better. Despite that, she found him remarkably handsome. "Is he okay?" Alex asked. Helen turned to her with an expression that read, "What did I tell you?" and Alex looked nervously at her feet. "He's fine," Morton said. "He's had a hard night." The man spoke to Morton, sounding confused. "You said the police were on their way." "It'll take them a while to get here. Where they're coming from," Helen answered. The man regarded her defensively. She moved to the couch opposite him and took a seat. "Alex, sit next to me." Alex crossed the room, keeping her frightened eyes on the man as she did. "Who are you?" he asked. "My name is Helen. I'm a friend of Morton's." He looked at each of them with uncertainty. Then he turned to Morton. "You did call them, didn't you?" "What's your name?" Helen asked. He considered his answer. "Aaron." "Everything is going to be fine, Aaron. Tell me what happened." He seemed disinclined to speak to any of them, Alex noted. Even when his eyes met Morton's, the man sheltering him, he appeared uneasy, distrusting. "I already told him." Morton sighed. "He says his wife was murdered, and that her murderer is trying to murder him. He says they're still out there, in the woods." Alex hadn't been expecting anything like this. She'd read stories like this, she thought, but something real? It made her stomach churn. She wondered whether she really wanted to be there or not. "Where are you from?" Helen asked. "Not too far from here, I don't think." His answer was vague, and it didn't sound like he intended on saying more. Helen didn't push it. "Did you call the police before now?" "Yes, but she got to me before I could say anything. I was tied up. She brought me here in the trunk of my car." "It's a woman? What's her name?" "Brenda." Helen leaned back in her seat, arms folded. "I untied myself in the trunk, and when she opened it, I escaped. That's when I got this." The man turned and lifted up his shirt and showed them the bandage, which went diagonally from his shoulder blade to the small of his back. He covered his back again and faced them. "She's still out there. I need to speak to the police as soon as I can." Helen watched him, thinking. The look in her eyes, Alex could tell her gears were turning full speed. "How do I know I can believe you?" Helen asked. Aaron shook his head, bewildered. "What do you mean?" "I'm to believe one woman was able to kill your wife and overpower you? You must understand how strange that sounds." "There was more to it than that." "What does she look like? What's she wearing?" Aaron sagged. "She was wearing a nightgown. It's covered in my wife's blood." Helen thought. "I need you to show us the car," she said. "If she's still out there, she might be heading back to it. By the time the police arrive, she'll already be gone." "What? Why? What good is that going to do? Listen, once the police arrive, they can start a search. They'll find her." "I understand your haste to speak with the police, but this is what I want from you first. Can you do that?" "If what he's saying is true, shouldn't we wait?" Alex looked anxiously between them. "I told you, stay out of this." "You're crazy," Aaron said. "Can you take me to the car or not?" Helen asked. "Oh my God." He buried his face in his hands. "I'm going to get you help. Trust me. Just take us to the car." "What's going on?" Alex asked. "You're not going to hurt him, are you?" "Alex," Helen sighed. "I didn't want to bring you tonight, but I can't very well leave you at home either. Promise me you'll just stay by me and keep quiet." "What are we doing?" she pleaded. Helen ignored her. "Aaron, will you take us to the car now?" He lifted his head and gazed at them helplessly. He opened his mouth to speak and hesitated. A deep breath. "Fine, if you can promise my safety and that I'll speak to the police when we're done." "Absolutely." Helen got to her feet. Morton followed suit. "I've got another in my glove box if you want," Morton told Helen, holding up the pistol he carried. Helen shook her head and removed hers from her waistband. Morton nodded. Alex, overwhelmed with her inability to recognize the woman standing before her, remained seated for a moment before slowly joining them. Aaron was the last to stand. He did so with hopeless fatigue. "The sooner we get there," Helen said, "the sooner we can make things right." They shuffled noisily through the dark woods, weeds crunching under their feet. Aaron was in front, Morton was behind him. The young girl, Alex, whom Aaron assumed was Helen's daughter, was behind him carrying a flashlight. Helen, the blonde woman, followed at the end. After only 5 minutes of wandering, Aaron confessed he didn't know the way to the car. He partly hoped this would lead them back to the house. Morton asked him to describe the area. At the very first mention of a river, Morton knew the way and took the lead, and they arrived in no time. That's it. There was a clearing on the other side, and in the darkness under the trees they could all just make out the shape of the car. They carefully crossed the river on its jutting rocks, which Morton knew well. Once they were safely on the other side, Helen instructed Aaron to take a seat on the ground and for Morton to watch him while she searched the vehicle, taking the flashlight from her daughter. "The doors are locked," Helen said. "But if she's dressed as you say, I doubt she took the keys." She stood, hands on her hips, staring up at the moonlight through the branches. She made her way around the clearing, sweeping its perimeter with the flashlight. Unsatisfied, she swept the beam back at the car and dropped to her hands and knees, aiming the light underneath. She lay flat on her stomach, reached for something, and came back up, slightly flushed. Here they are. She unlocked the trunk. Aaron knew he told the truth, knew what they'd find inside, but his heart was racing all the same. She lifted it open. "Is this your wife?" Aaron watched from the ground as Helen dipped her hands into the trunk of the car. He saw folds of white sheet in her hands as she unbundled the body. Well, he was telling the truth. She looked the body over. After she'd unwrapped it some, she made a low, She stepped away from the trunk and began searching inside the car. She came back to them holding a backpack, peeling the zipper so that it was fully open. She peered into it. Ah, there it is. Without revealing the backpack's contents, she rummaged through it some more. Some towels and things as well. She used them to clean up, I guess? "I don't know," Aaron said. "Probably. Why didn't she kill you at home where she killed your wife?" "I called the police." "Before that, she tied you up rather than kill you. Doesn't make sense." "I don't know her reasoning. I don't know why she's doing any of this. She was our neighbor. She was friends with my wife." "Maybe your wife did something to upset her." "Are we going to wait for her?" Morton asked. "I don't know yet. We'll see. She won't have a car to escape in, and it doesn't sound like she'll be hitching a ride, dressed like she is, unless she wants to risk getting the police involved. She'll be stuck out here for the time being." "Please." Aaron got to his feet. "What are you doing with me? Why are we here?" "We're not doing anything with you, Aaron. Relax." "Relax? How can you even say that? My wife is dead." "Yes." Helen tossed the backpack into the trunk. "I understand how hard this must be, but don't worry. I'm going to take care of you." This was it, he thought. They were lying. The police weren't coming. They had something else entirely up their sleeves. He escaped from one maniac and somehow managed to find a whole group of them. What were the odds? He knew he was making things worse for himself, but didn't want to face what they had in store for him. They might torture him for all he knew. Considering his options, he thought he wouldn't have a much better chance than now. He pushed the woman aside, sent her staggering, and raced toward the trees at the clearing's edge. He made it 4 steps before the gunshot. There was a hot slap against the back of his calf. His leg, hot and numb, gave out. He collapsed, gasping, and lay motionless on the dirt. He closed his eyes. The daughter was saying something, whiny and fast. Feet scraped the ground beside his head. "I'm sorry. came Helen's voice. "You shouldn't have run." Aaron took a deep breath. "Just get it over with, please." "We're not going to kill you," Helen said. Her tone was curiously sympathetic. "I told you, I'll take care of you. But we can't have you running blindly into the woods if this woman you describe is still out there, looking for you." She paused, and the clearing was utterly silent in the gunshot's wake. "We'll need to take the car now anyway. We can't very well carry him across the river back to the cabin. Morton, give me a hand." "What are we doing?" the daughter asked. "We shot him! We shot him!" "Enough," Helen told her. Morton came to his side and rolled him onto his back, lifted him by his armpits. Helen grabbed his legs at the knees. Together they heaved him off the ground. "Alex," Helen grunted as her grip on Aaron's leg shifted. "Get the door." The daughter quickly did as she was told and stood back as they slid him inside. They all climbed into the car. Morton sat in the back with Aaron while Helen drove, the daughter in the passenger seat. She repeatedly peeked behind her seat at him. "He's not going anywhere," Morton told her. "I'm just making sure he's still alive." "It's only his leg," Helen assured her, then laughed bitterly. "Aren't you glad to be here? It's just like those awful books you're always reading, isn't it?" Aaron tried to listen as they spoke, fighting off sleep as his eyes grew heavier and heavier. He couldn't believe he was sleepy during a time like this. Maybe it was shock. He thought if he went to sleep now, he'd wake up back in his own bed, in his own house on Sundown Avenue with his lovely wife, head intact, sleeping soundly in his arms. Soon, no one spoke, and the only sound was the road passing beneath them. He could just see the overhanging branches whizzing by, the sky black and twinkling behind them. He closed his eyes. After dropping the man off at the clinic, they returned home, where Helen and Alex went inside, leaving Morton in the car to wait. Helen escorted Alex into her bedroom. "I know this is a lot to digest. I know you probably think worse of me now than you did before. I'm sorry I brought you, but you didn't give me much choice." Alex sat on the edge of her bed and thought for a moment while Helen watched her expectantly. "It's just, I feel like I don't know you at all anymore." "I'm sorry. I really am. But you wanted this, and I couldn't refuse." "You couldn't trust me, but you also knew I had reasons not to trust you." "Well, When you're gone, are these the kind of things you do?" "No, of course not." "What are you doing with them?" "I'll make you a deal," Helen said, obviously growing impatient. "Are your deals anything like your promises?" "Alex, please." "Does this deal involve telling me what I want to know at an unspecified time in the near future if I'm a good little girl?" "My deal is this. Go to bed. Stay in bed. Sleep. I'll be home when you wake up tomorrow morning, and then we can talk. I'm sorry if that's not soon enough, but it's all I can offer right now." Helen stepped into the hallway and closed the door. Alex got up and turned the light off. She climbed back into bed and lay there, exhausted, listening for them to drive away. She wouldn't be sneaking out again. 12. Ignorance is bliss. The sunlight was breaking through the curtains when Alex woke, everything a purple shimmer. She sat up, drenched in sweat, her jeans heavy on her legs. She hadn't changed before going to bed. She'd also managed to go to bed 3 times in one night. She got up and went for her bedroom door, and her hand hovered warily over the knob. Dishes grated and clanked down below. Helen was awake. Despite the long night she must have had, Alex wasn't surprised. The previous night was unexpected. So much happened so quickly, she could hardly get it straight in her head now. It was so surreal in its awfulness that she remembered it in bits and pieces now, like a dream. She guessed Helen would behave like nothing happened, despite the deal they made. Where once she thought she wanted to be in on Helen's secret, now she wasn't so sure. She opened her door and walked quietly down the hall toward the stairs, where the warm smell of bacon and eggs was rising. She started down and spotted Helen at the kitchen stove. Helen turned to see her. There was a moment of nothing, the two of them staring at each other, both able to clearly read the other's expression, trying to find words. Helen found hers first. "You hungry?" Alex continued into the kitchen, where Helen pulled out a chair at the dining table and Alex took her seat. Helen brought 2 plates to the table. "Orange juice?" Helen asked. "Milk?" Orange juice sounds fine. Thanks." Helen came back to the table with 2 tall glasses of juice and took her seat opposite Alex. For a short while they ate in silence. Alex got the feeling Helen was nervous about last night, that she hoped Alex wouldn't bring it up. But that couldn't happen. It needed to be discussed. "Can we talk about what do you want to know?" Helen interrupted. Alex jolted. She'd been expecting questions, of course. With Alex, who wouldn't? Well, how is he? That man, I mean." "He's going to be absolutely fine. Mrs. Westcott's taking great care of him." "I noticed David's room is still empty." "David isn't better yet, but almost. Aaron is still healing, of course." "Healing from the gunshot, you mean? From when you shot him?" Helen rested her fork against the edge of her plate and swallowed her food. It was Morton who shot him, and he only did what needed to be done. "He needed to be shot?" Helen laughed unenthusiastically. "We couldn't have him running into the woods alone, possibly into the arms of his attacker. We hurt him, yes, but it was for his own good. Perhaps Morton could have chased him and wrestled him down, but the bullet ensured he wouldn't try it again. The man was panicked. He didn't understand." "All right. So what happens once he's better?" "The police will be at Mrs. Westcott's this afternoon to speak with him after he's rested. I told you, he's going to be fine." "You should have called the police from the start." "I agree. You're completely right." She regarded Alex in a serious manner, and Alex, surprised by her agreement, became confused. "But I wasn't sure if we could trust him, and having a bit of an independent streak, like yourself, I wanted to be sure. I took matters into my own hands. It was irresponsible, especially with you there. I'm sorry you had to be a part of that." Alex scoffed. She poked around her food some more, thinking. "What all did you do after you brought me home last night?" "Morton and I just talked for a bit, and then we returned to his place. I got my car and came back here." Helen's delivery was so prompt it was hard not to believe her. All the same, Alex doubted it. "So when are you going to tell me about that night with David? You said you would." Helen sighed tiredly. "The answer isn't going to be nearly as exciting as you're hoping. You're so convinced all these things add up to one big thing. I don't know how I can possibly satisfy you with the truth." "Try me." "There's nothing I can do to alleviate your suspicions as far as my involvement goes. David's parents met a terrible end. The details of that aren't yours to know. They're David's. I didn't know them personally either, but he had nowhere to go, and I wanted to take care of him if I could. He was frightened, as any child would be. Because of that, he didn't want to come at first, but he came around, as you saw." "Why the church, then? Why not bring him straight here?" "I tried, but he was having a fit, and I knew I couldn't bring him inside like that, not with you around. So I took him there where it's quiet and empty to calm him and better explain the situation to him before bringing him home. I'm not perfect. I don't always know the best way to handle things, and sometimes I make less than great decisions." "So, that night, and last night, those aren't the typical kinds of things you're doing when you leave all the time?" "I'm sorry if this isn't the juicy mystery you were so eager for. Real life isn't like those books you read. I know I'm partly to blame for it, too. I keep you here, and what else is there for you to do, really? I can be overprotective, I know. I'm sorry for that, too. The last thing I want is for you to think I'm keeping secrets from you or trying to keep you here against your will. I'm just so busy, like I said, but I'll work on it." Alex only nodded and looked down into her lap. She didn't know enough to argue specifics, such as David's custody, but outside of that, Helen made sense. She couldn't question much else without sounding unreasonable or pestering. "Well," Helen began as she stood from the table and walked her dishes to the kitchen sink. "Wendy's coming over in a bit." Alex's heart skipped a beat. "What for?" "I asked her to help run some errands with me, and she has some things I need. Nothing too important. I need to get ready, though. Will you put your dishes away when you're done?" Alex finished her breakfast while Helen showered upstairs. Just as she finished her last bite, there was a knock on the door. She left her plate and glass on the table and went to answer it. It was Wendy. "How are you?" she asked, standing stiffly on the front porch. "Good, I guess. Come in." Alex closed the door behind her. "Helen's in the shower." Wendy paced into the kitchen and turned back. "Smells good. Bacon?" Alex nodded and took a seat in the front room. Wendy took a seat next to her, and they waited quietly. Before long, Alex couldn't contain herself. "I know I was being weird at the library. I'm sorry." "Oh, don't worry about that." "There's something I have to tell you. Do you know about last night?" Wendy's expression dissolved again as it had before, distracted. "No, I don't think so." Alex took a deep breath. She eyed the stairway, knowing it'd be a minute or so before Helen was finished upstairs. "Did Helen tell you anything?" "I told you. I don't really speak with her much." Alex studied her carefully. She appeared uncomfortable, but whether it was due to guilt or pressure or both, she couldn't know. She figured she'd tell her everything, perhaps shock her with the information, prove she was in the know now and that they didn't need to play these guessing games anymore. "A man's wife was murdered last night, and somehow he ended up here, in Amberton. And rather than call the police, Helen dragged him into the woods and shot him when he tried to run. She's making it out like she's helping him or trying to help him, but she's not. She's acting, I don't know, like last night was just a misunderstanding. What happened last night? I saw that person again, the version of her I saw at the church with David. I don't know what she's up to, but..." Alex stared impatiently at Wendy, who seemed lost in thought. Perhaps it was true she didn't know. "Are you even listening to me?" "What do you want me to say?" Wendy asked. Alex groaned. "I want you to tell me this surprises you, that it disgusts you, that it terrifies you because it's wrong. It's evil. You can't excuse it. Helen tries, and she makes sense when she does, but it's all lies, crazy lies. I wanted you to be shocked because it means you aren't part of it." "I'm not part of it," Wendy said sadly. "I know nothing about it. I only even knew about David because Helen called me asking about you. She only pays attention to me because of you." "Why are you here then, if you and Helen barely know each other?" "I was surprised when she called me, believe me. She knows you come to see me at the library, that we talk about books. I guess she thinks I might know other things." "Do you tell her the things I say? Like Mandy?" "Mandy? Forget it." Alex stood, went to the stairs, listened, and then returned to the couch. "I've only ever said we talk about books, and that's the truth mostly." "So why are you here? What did she tell you?" "Alex." Wendy grimaced. She fidgeted with her sleeve. "I've been through a lot, and I just want to stay out of it. I don't know what's going on, and frankly, I don't want to. I just want to be left alone." Alex took her hand. "But we can help each other. What are you scared of?" Helen's bedroom door opened. They both startled. Soft footsteps swished down the hall toward the head of the stairs. Alex jumped to her feet and hurried into the kitchen, where she collected her dishes. She took them to the sink and began rinsing them. "Okay, we're leaving, Alex," Helen called from behind. "We'll be back in a few." The front door shut. She set the plate into the sink, heart pounding with fear and frustration, and stared into the swirling, soapy dishwater gurgling down the drain. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. 13. A gruesome introduction. Like a couple others in town this morning, Morton had slept fully clothed. He'd been too exhausted to care. When he rolled out of bed, something fell from his person onto the floor. It was his gun. How he'd managed to fall into bed and sleep with it in his waistband all night, he didn't know. He picked it up, lifted his mattress, and tucked it underneath. When he stripped from his clothes now, his arms and legs ached for more rest. He did not like the feeling. He stretched, yawned, shuffled to the window, and peeked through the curtains. The sun wasn't far over the trees. He'd only slept a couple hours, as he hated letting the day go to waste. He left his bedroom in his robe and descended the stairs to the kitchen. Feeling like pancakes, he got out his pans, butter, and the syrups of his choosing. When he retrieved the pancake mix, however, he found the package was rather light. Luckily, he knew he had another bag in his food storage. He pulled open the cellar door, stomach growling, and started steadily into the quiet, stuffy dark below. After the too-close-for-comfort struggle with Lucy's husband and the interruption of the homeowner, Brenda took refuge in the closest place she could find. When she first opened the door, she expected a pantry or a laundry room, not a set of stairs. A cellar. Dark and quiet enough to hear anyone walking above her, it was perfect. She just hoped they wouldn't search the house. If she was looking for herself, she would have assumed she'd fled out the back. She anticipated they'd do the same. It probably would have been the smart thing to do, but she wanted to keep close to Lucy's husband if she could. After she crawled on hands and knees into the space beneath the cellar stairs, she heard shuffling nearby in the darkness. She huddled there in her hiding spot, knife still gripped in her hand, shivering under her bloodied nightgown. She curled her chilled toes. Why, she wondered, hadn't she changed clothes before going over there? How could she be so stupid? I could answer that for you, said a voice in the dark. Get out of my head, Brenda said, and miss out on all the fun? Don't you have anything better to do, like being dead? What do you want from me? Oh, you know. Footsteps scuffled across the room, pacing. It's not like I have anything against you personally. Well, besides killing me and that whole thing. But that's all that was, right? Just a thing. Self-defense if you want to get technical. Oh, right. If that's your way of coping, so be it. We'll let God be the judge. God? She laughed in a whisper. 2 years later and you're still here. You haven't seen any God. And when you die, what will you see? Thou shalt not kill? Argue my death however you like, but what about Lucy? You murdered an innocent person in hopes of covering up what you're now denying. You murdered her for a golf club, which, by the way, is leaning against the closet door of my study this very moment. But if I didn't kill her, then... Brenda took a deep breath and drew her chilled feet closer. Leaning against the closet in your study? They stole it from me. I saw it. You saw what I wanted that crazy, gullible head of yours to see. Willard laughed, and it echoed through the cellar. Brenda looked to the ceiling, nervous that someone upstairs might hear it. And you believed it. I'll never get over that. I'm not the fucking ghost of Christmas past. What were you thinking? You're lying. She shook her head and ran her fingers loosely through her hair. How can you make me see things that aren't there? You can't get in my head like that. It isn't possible. Let me assure you, it is very possible. Stop it, she whispered angrily. I know it was real. I wouldn't have done what I did had I not been sure. I've noticed some remarkable changes in you since my death. You become colder, bitter, more violently inclined even, like cutting a woman's head off at the drop of a hat. It wasn't at the drop of a hat. I had good reason. Good reason as perceived by the mind of a criminal. Even if it had been true about the club, you still killed an innocent woman.
Her knowledge may have made her your enemy, but the law was on her side.
Enough, Brenda said. I can't listen to you anymore.
Willard chuckled. Cold air pressed against her face. Jacket? You're shivering. She lowered her head and shut her already blind eyes.
I can't hear you anymore, she muttered, so quietly even she almost couldn't hear it. I'm alone now. Again. No Willard. Willard is dead. Icy hands took hold of her skull, palms over her ears. You can't touch me. Brenda recited this several times. I can't feel you. Your hands fall through me. Different realms. You aren't in mine. You aren't here. Something soft and cool pressed against her barely parted lips. I'm alone now, truly alone. She thought she might start crying. She continued speaking even as the ethereal lips moved over hers. I never wanted to be alone, but I am now. No husband, no friends, nobody. I'm meant to be alone, and it's okay because... Something like refrigerated gelatin filled her mouth and wriggled inside. Though it must have been his tongue, she heard his laughter all around her, in every corner of the room. She squirmed backward into the wall. Then the cold on her lips pulled away. The laughter began to fade. She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, feeling only her own freezing lips. My husband is buried in Canvas Cemetery. He's been for 2 years. For 2 years, I've been a widow. She opened her eyes and peered into the unending cellar abyss. She sat quietly, waited for Willard to respond, but he never did. I murdered my husband 2 years ago. I crushed his goddamn face with his own golf club, and again with a rock from his favorite river. I killed him, and I'm glad. Besides her breathing, there were no sounds in the room. The laughter subsided so gradually she couldn't remember if it had actually been there at all. Maybe, she thought, she'd imagined the entire conversation. She leaned against the wall and let her hands drop by her sides, the knife scraping softly on the concrete as her fingers released it. She took a deep breath, then another. Close your eyes. Close them and breathe. This was her voice, Brenda June's voice. Her thoughts were clear and smooth and alone. Close your eyes, just for a minute. When she opened them next, it was morning, and someone was coming down the cellar stairs. Morton reached the bottom of the stairs and patted the wall for the light switch. His finger touched the toggle. Before he could flip it, something metal scraped behind him, and he jerked around to see a shadowy mass rush him from the darkness. He oomphed, and the figure shoved him back against the wall. A sharp-edged object slid under the shelf of his jaw. "Where is he?" the woman asked, panting. "I don't know." The knife tilted until just its tip was prodding his stubby neck. "I don't know," he repeated. "Did you give him to the police?" "No, I don't know where he is." The woman sneered. "I've got 1 decapitation under my belt already. Don't test me." "I'm not. I swear." The woman jabbed the knife just barely, sinking its point into his throat. Blood trickled like sweat. He screamed, "Don't do this!" She teased the wound with the tip of the knife. He whimpered. "He's at the doctor's." "What doctor? Where?" "In town. A clinic." "I don't know where I am. What town?" "Amberton." "How do I get there?" "You just take a right at the end of my drive. Just keep in that direction, and it'll take you right into town." "And the hospital?" "Just a small clinic." "Where in town? The doctor's name?" "Mrs. Westcott. I think there should be a sign that reads clinic." "The police will be there. At this doctor's." "No!" he screamed. She pressed the knife flat under his jaw and drew it slowly across, just enough to break the skin he felt. A hot sting. "I mean it," he said. He figured he could tell her anything, even the truth if he wanted. As long as she left him alive, he could call Helen and warn her. But surely this woman expected that. So if she planned on killing him anyway, he only needed to tell her enough to get her mind racing, to distract her for an instant. "The police aren't going to be involved." Her eyes shrank to slits. "What are you talking about?" "There are other things at play here, things that would take me far too long to explain." "You'd better try." "Let's just say many of us here have our reasons for keeping the police at a safe distance. He won't be telling the police anything if Helen can help it." This wasn't entirely true, but from the looks of it, the woman, partially hidden by darkness, was lost in thought. He didn't think she even knew who Helen was, but it didn't matter. For the moment, she appeared to be considering his story. Now or never, he thought. In a blur, he grabbed the woman's knife-wielding hand and bent it away from his face, and with his other hand he seized her by the throat and drove her back, taking them away from the wall. The woman grabbed at him, tried to sidestep. Together they turned, Morton the stronger of the two. Now they were heading toward the stairway. Her heels came to the first stair, and she took her first step, shakily managing them one by one, backwards, as Morton tried to twist the knife from her grip. The higher she climbed, the more awkward their struggle. He needed to climb with her. But damn it all, Helen was right. The idiot. Taking a single step, not realizing his toes were already under the bottommost stair, his foot caught beneath the wooden plank and he crumbled, his hands slipping from the woman's wrist and throat. His forehead banged on one of the board's sharp, slivery edges. His vision unhinged, bloomed gold in a wave of dull pain. He groaned. The woman fell and landed on her rump. He reached forward and grabbed the stair above him, tried to pull himself up. She was on her feet again in an instant, however, and shuffled down next to his trembling body. With a growl, she stabbed 4 inches of steel into his back. The instant the knife sank into his body, his robe soaked up a spot of blood the size of a coaster, and from there it continued to spread. As Brenda tried to pull it out, his innards tugged back, gulping as she wiggled it out inch by inch. He screamed with his face against the stairs, only it wasn't really screaming. His life was escaping him in a high-pitched gasp. Brenda stuck him again between the shoulder blades. Met something hard. Vertebrae, perhaps. She dug it in. He screamed louder. Something broke under the blade, and it gave way to more buttery meat. She ripped it out, and tassels of blood came with it. He went silent. Just to be sure, she thought. She lifted the knife again. The handle rolled in her blood and sweat-slicked fingers. "You can stop now," she told herself. "He's dead. Move on. It's done." "I don't want to stop," she said aloud, grinding her teeth in a lopsided grin. Then his body burped. She flinched back, lowered the knife, brow furrowed. She bent toward him, listening. The wound in his lower back burped again, and blood flecked her face. She gasped, pulled away. Was he still alive? She raised the knife again, clenched in both hands, and as she readied herself to bring it down, something bulged against the inside of his robe. "What?" she shrieked. A pearl-white snake emerged from the slit fabric, wormed upward, dancing wildly as it sprang from the fresh wound, streaked pink with blood. Only it wasn't a snake. It was something worse, something deformed, slippery and textured with odd pockmarks and knots, throbbing and shivering and breathing. Alive. At the end of the floundering appendage was a black pick, thin and hard like bone, fang-like. It lashed back and forth, and Brenda leaned away to avoid it, mouth agape in awe. The knife slipped from her shaking hand, and she stumbled down the steps, muttering profanities under her breath as her hands fumbled along the wall, feeling and directing her while her eyes remained glued to the thrashing monstrosity. The man's body began to twitch and jump on the stairs, moist, fleshy spasms, and the robe rippled as something filled it from the inside like a bubbling popcorn bag, until finally it tore loose, blew open like a red mist bomb, and a nest of the white snakes, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them uncoiled and licked the air. Brenda screamed. She turned to run deeper into the cellar, then stopped. She faced it again, cornered, knowing the frame of sunlight at the top of the stairs was her only way out. The snake arms slapped wetly against the basement walls as the body thumped down the steps, being jerked and pulled along by its many helpers, human arms now lifeless at its sides. The man cried out as he slinked toward her, whispering over the cement floor, sobbing as though in unbearable pain, naked under the whipping gore. "Oh, God!" Brenda screamed. She slapped her hand to her mouth to silence herself and immediately regretted doing so when she forgetfully smeared blood across her face. The man came closer still, weeping with his face dragging dead over the floor, muffled, pitiful, impossibly alive, and he bellowed, "Look what you've done!" She ran to the wall opposite the stairs, where there were shelves filled with boxes and jars, some empty, some heavy with floating peppers and olives and the like. She pitched them at the creature, replacing each jar with another as they hurled through the air. Glass shattered. The nightmare cried out, hollow and dumb. It advanced with another oozing smack on the ground, closing the space between them to a couple yards. She pulled an empty cooler from the shelf and heaved it, but it was not deterred. One of the tentacles found a leg to the shelf and pulled it away from the wall. The wood grated on the cement. Inspired, Brenda grabbed the other end, toppled it, and jumped back as it crashed down. The monster became trapped, tangled in its beams. She bolted for the stairs, skipping around the mutated man. She nearly slipped as she veered around the stair banister, skiing on blood. She planted her hand against the wall and caught herself. She scampered upward on all fours, climbing up the blood-puddled steps toward the daylight in the doorway. She came to the top, jumped to her feet, spun on her heel, and slammed the door, getting only a glimpse of the snakes feeling their way onto the stairs from the darkness below. The door had no lock. She backed away, watched the door intently for an entire minute. Before long, he found his way up. The sharp poker ends of the tentacles clicked under the door. The knob rattled, but didn't twist enough to worry her. No grip, these darn things. She retreated into the foyer, where she plopped exhaustedly onto one of the sofas. She sat for several minutes, catching her breath. The creature eventually quieted behind the door. What the hell? She couldn't wrap her head around it. She also couldn't slow her heartbeat. What the hell? Perhaps she was losing her mind. This was all an incredibly vivid nightmare. What had started as a vision of blood and flashing lights had transformed into a full-blown horror movie, the most intense and vivid dream she'd ever had. A night terror, that's what it was. Only, even in her lucidity, she couldn't wake up. The others who had Lucy's husband, were they the same? Could they really have him at the clinic? Did she want to find out? She briefly considered leaving now, going home, letting them decide his fate. But she couldn't. As long as he lived, he was a threat, in more ways than one. Either they were human-like pretenders and would help him bring her to the police, in which case anything she said against them would sound insane, or they'd use him to find her and deal with her themselves. She shuddered at the thought. How was any of this happening? She'd have to wait until nightfall if she wanted to go unseen. Hopefully no one would come checking on Inside Outie in the meantime. She would get cleaned up, shower, hot steaming water, and change into some better clothes. Hopefully the homeowner owned something that would fit her, something baggy, and boots, too. She could also take his car, she thought. Weirdly, she had already forgotten what he looked like. The past 15 minutes were only a disturbing haze now, perhaps a mild blessing. Her mind willed itself to block it out, so to the shower she went, to clean her cuts, to scrub her bruises, to rinse away the filth. 14. Taking risks. The sound of the door opening didn't wake Aaron from his deep sleep. Neither did the voices. Wake up. Time to wake up. The nudge against his shoulder didn't rouse him. The first shake didn't either. The second, however, more aggressive than the first, did the trick. He opened his eyes. 3 faces hovered. He blinked and they became clearer. The blonde woman, Helen, was there. Beside her were 2 other women, one about Helen's age, the other much older. What? He attempted to sit up and found he couldn't. He couldn't move his limbs at all. He strained to lift his head, peered about himself, saw leather restraints around his wrists at his sides, as well as his ankles, bound to the bed's frame, and felt a fearful tremor run through him. "What is this? What's going on?" "Calm down," Helen instructed. She smiled compassionately. "This is to keep you safe." "Safe? The fuck?" "Same as last night, when we were forced to stop you from running." "You shot me!" "You have to trust us, Aaron." "Obviously you don't trust me. How am I? Where are the police? You promised. You said you would help me." "I am helping you, in a way. You'll see." He looked helplessly between the 3 women. The old woman stood smiling smugly, feeling some form of satisfaction, it seemed. The other woman, dark-haired, only stared at him, as though she thought she might recognize him, and was frightened by it. "Who is she?" he asked, pointing to the younger woman. Helen turned to see who he meant. "Oh, Wendy is a friend of mine. She's here on other errands and isn't of any importance to you. I only wanted to see how you were doing. Dr. Westcott here has assured me you'll be healed up in no time." "How long are you keeping me here? What are you doing with me?" "You won't be here long. Don't worry. Perhaps even just another night. In the meantime, I'd like for you to rest. We'll get out of your hair now, so you can do just that." Helen turned and started for the door, and the others followed. "What's going to happen to me?" he called after them. Helen opened the door, allowed the other women to exit, and then gave him a sickening, knowing smile as she herself stepped out, closing the door quietly behind her. Why was this happening? What mistakes were made for him to end up here? Inside, he wanted to scream, but much to his shame, all he managed was a despairing whimper. In Mrs. Westcott's foyer, the 3 women conversed over some tea. Wendy wanted badly to leave, to return to the comfort of her home, but knew Helen wasn't done with her yet. "So, how is David?" Helen asked. "He doesn't seem to have any sort of injury or illness. His body is just rejecting. Unfortunately, I don't have child's restraints, as we've never needed them before, and I don't wish to hurt him with anything improvised, so for now I'll just have to keep him heavily sedated. Only until tonight, of course, when we'll try again." Helen took a sip of her tea. "You look terrible, I have to say," Mrs. Westcott added. "You need sleep." "That would be nice." "That girl is causing quite a bit of trouble lately, isn't she?" "She's just..." Helen paused. "She's just curious." Mrs. Westcott looked Helen over, head to toe. "How long before the curiosity boils over, I wonder? I'd say it already has. Many of us would, certainly. Are you content on letting it continue until it is problematic? Do you think the true first would approve?" "The true first needn't be concerned about it. If Alex is a problem, she's my problem. You don't need to worry. You can tell anyone else the same." The conversation had gone in directions Wendy couldn't follow. She squirmed in her seat, feeling out of place and vulnerable. They sat a while longer in silence, sipping tea and looking awkwardly around the foyer until Mrs. Westcott turned her attention on her. "You're sure quiet, and you're shaking. Are you all right?" Wendy fidgeted. "Oh, well, She's a little out of her element," Helen interrupted. She laughed, set her cup down, and stood from the sofa. We should probably be heading off, actually. I'll be back later tonight after I stop at the church. Then you can take care of the boys here, and hopefully then I will be able to get some sleep. Keep an eye on them in the meantime." "Of course," Mrs. Westcott replied. Grateful, Wendy joined her at the door, and they left. It was only 10 minutes after Helen left to the clinic when the doorbell rang. Alex was sitting in the kitchen, staring thoughtlessly at the wood grain of the table. Her mind was wandering, her heart was sinking, and her insides felt cold with worry. What if Wendy lied? What if speaking to her the way she did was a mistake? Nothing was certain. Then came the doorbell. Alex jumped in her seat. She went quietly to the door and put her squinting eye to the peephole. Mandy. She froze, waited. Perhaps she'd simply leave, Alex hoped. But Mandy could be persistent, not to mention patient, a quality Alex sometimes envied. She rang the bell again, then a third time. Did she know she was home? Alex wished she'd take the hint if she did. She was surprised when, instead of a fourth ring, the doorknob began to rattle. "You're kidding me." Suddenly angered, annoyed, Alex threw the door open, stared furiously at Mandy on the other side, who shrank away at the sight of her. "Do you normally barge into people's homes when they don't answer?" Mandy guiltily withdrew her hand against herself. "I'm sorry, Alex." Her curly hair bounced as she shook her head apologetically. "I just thought it was important we hang out and talk. I don't get to see you much lately." Say it now, Alex thought. Get it over with. She had bigger things going on than the rekindling of a phony friendship. "We're not friends." Mandy recoiled, dumbfounded. Alex paused, an idea forming. Either it'd work, or she'd look crazy, and she didn't much care about the latter anymore. "I know everything." "What? Cut the shit, Mandy." Alex surprised herself and couldn't help smiling. "I know you talk to Helen more than you talk to me. Everything I say, Helen gets wind of. Why is that?" "I don't know what you're talking about. Several times over the years we've been friends, I've made the mistake of confiding things in you, and I began noticing that Helen, not the subtlest of people, would approach me about very similar things not long after. She thinks I don't notice anything." "What? Is that why you're avoiding me? Is that why you never talk anymore, even when we are together? The only time I ever talk to Helen is when I'm here seeing you." "Yeah, sure." "What is wrong with you lately?" "Nothing's wrong with me. Helen wants me to think I'm crazy, but I'm not. I'm not stupid either." "No, you're not stupid," Mandy said. She folded her arms defensively, still standing on the front porch. "You're bored. You keep to yourself long enough, and your mind has to entertain itself somehow. That's what I think. I didn't ask. You're really ending our friendship over this? A suspicion? Tell me what you know about David," Alex said. "David?" Mandy regarded Alex carefully. It was either an expression of skepticism or hatred. "I have no idea what you're talking about. Who is David?" Alex laughed. "Typical." "What's happening to you? You're not you. I don't like it." "Then leave already." Alex made a sweeping gesture toward the yard. "So this is it then?" Mandy asked despairingly. "No longer friends? Just like that? You hate me?" "I don't know why I ever liked you, to be honest. You're phony and a liar. You're just like the rest of them. Like Helen. You're all keeping something from me." "The rest of them? Who are you talking about? You sound ridiculous. Like you've confused real life with one of those stupid books you read. You're being paranoid." "For good reason. No one will tell me what's going on, so it's my only choice to figure it out on my own. And I will. You can tell Helen that." Mandy stared lifelessly at Alex, long enough to make her uncomfortable. Alex was ready to slam the door. "Don't do this," Mandy pleaded. "Just talk to me. Tell me what's really going on." "I'm sorry," Alex said, "but I can't trust anyone right now." Mandy shrugged, then left without a word. Alex closed the door, turned around and leaned against it. She wondered if she really could be going crazy. All she could do was remind herself of all the things she'd seen, and how Helen's explanations just didn't seem likely. She almost wished she never followed Helen that night. If she hadn't, she wouldn't have all these awful thoughts in her head about people she'd known for so long. 6 years, she told herself. 6 years, and one night had changed everything. After visiting the clinic, they headed to Wendy's, a short walk away. It was the first time Helen had ever been inside, and Wendy couldn't wait for her to leave. "You sure this is all right?" Helen asked. "Oh, it's fine. I have no reason to keep these." She handed over a stack of clothing into Helen's arms. "I can return them later anyway, when I get new clothes." "No, that's okay. Keep them. I'm certainly not going to wear them." Helen laughed, and Wendy tried to smile. After a brief pause, Helen said, "Before I forget to ask, what did Alex see you about yesterday? She came to the library, didn't she? Or that's what I heard from her friend, that she was there to see you." "Oh, she wanted to ask about the book she's reading. We didn't talk for long." "She doesn't normally talk to you about things outside of that, does she?" "Oh, no, not really." "Right, I thought so. Because you would have come to me, of course, if she ever asked you about anything upsetting. It's just she's been getting out of hand lately, with her prying, and I have trouble keeping her entertained these days. Hopefully she'll realize she's at a dead end and she'll find something else to keep her occupied." Wendy didn't know what to say, so she said nothing at all. Helen looked over the clothing in her arms once more and smiled. "All right, then. I'm going to take these home to wash and iron so they'll be ready for our guest when he's feeling better. What did you make of him, anyway?" "You mean the man at the clinic?" Helen only nodded. I don't know. He was..." She tried to find something to say, anything to please Helen so she'd finally be on her way. Instead, all she could think of were questions. She knew things she shouldn't, things Alex had told her, but she couldn't let on about any of that. "I don't really know who he is." Helen seemed satisfied. "No, you wouldn't. Of course not. What am I thinking? He's a troubled man in any case. I'll leave it at that." "Are you helping him?" Wendy asked. Her heart pounded so heavily she feared Helen might hear it. She regretted the question the moment she asked it. "I'm trying." With that, Helen turned for the door, and Wendy uttered a meaningless sound, an attempt to interrupt Helen's leaving, but was unable to find the words or courage to do so. "Did you say something?" "Yes, could you just remind Alex her book is due back today? Maybe that will take her mind off things. A new book. I'll, work my magic, as it were. Give her something she can't put down. Maybe that could help?" "Okay." Helen opened the door and turned around with the clothes hanging from her arm, sunlight falling inside the dark foyer. Wendy had forgotten to open the drapes. "You know, that's not a bad idea. Maybe recommend a new genre. It's worth a shot at least. I'll see you later." Wendy flashed a quick wave, and then Helen was gone. The instant she heard Helen's car travel away, she sighed with relief and fell into her armchair. She stared at the floor beneath the coffee table, thoughts and worries simmering, until suddenly she broke into feverish sobbing. She buried her face into her hands. She didn't want any of this. She was fine to just go on pretending all her life if it meant she could come home at the end of the day and be alone with her memories. Memories were safe. You could pick and choose just the nice ones, dream about them even, if you were lucky. But it appeared her days of pretending were coming to an end. Alex needed her help. She wanted to ignore it, let the situation resolve itself between Alex and the rest of them. But then there was the man, at the clinic, his familiar face. Just the sight of him had made her want to burst into tears right there in front of Helen and Jane Westcott. She was fortunate their eyes had been on him and not her, or else they might have seen her grief. Now all the bad memories were flooding back, the overwhelming dread, helplessness, the urgency for action weaker than the comfort of stagnation. The feeling made her want to die. Only this time she knew she couldn't just crawl back inside her shell and wait quietly. Their eyes were upon her. Helen's eyes. They didn't realize yet, but they would soon enough, should Alex persist. And she couldn't blame Alex for that. She was scared and alone, too. Maybe it was time, she thought. 12 years was more than long enough. It certainly didn't seem that long, but daydreaming and routine could blur time like that, she knew. What she really wanted was to call and tell Alana she was sick, and then she'd sleep away the sunlight, and then the night as well. But she couldn't. There was a major downfall being set in motion, and she wasn't sure yet whose it would be. If she hid away, it would undoubtedly be her own. She wiped her cheeks and got to her feet. She walked around her gloomy home, looked at the pictures in their dust-covered frames, in the now empty drawers of her late husband's dresser. Spencer. If he could see her now. She wondered how the disappointment would look in his eyes. She grabbed her keys to the library, hurried outside, and strode off under the noon sun. She kept a fast pace, making sure to smile and nod to those who called greetings to her from across the street in their yards, or honked and waved as they drove past. She knew most of these people, and yet she knew none of them. She arrived at the library and found the front doors already unlocked. Alana was inside. "Sorry I'm late," Wendy said as she breezed by the front desk and stepped into her office. She shut the door before she could hear a word. She sat behind her desk, removed a small sheet of notepaper from one of the drawers, uncapped a pen in her mouth, and chewed the cap as she scrawled a hurried message on the yellow note. When she finished, she capped the pen, tucked the note into her pocket, and leaned back in the swivel chair, taking deep breaths. She was startled out of her chair when a knock came at the door. "Yes?" she said. Alana entered the room. "Is everything all right?" she asked. "You seemed in a hurry." "I just wanted to finish this before the mail comes is all. I'm sorry if I worried you." "Okay." Alana lit up with a jolly smile. "Let me know if you need anything, of course." Wendy nodded and returned the smile. Her cheeks were beginning to ache with them. Night fell upon the cozy, insignificant town of Amberton. It was a night like any other. Mute, motionless, and moonlit. The town slumbered. Brenda June did not plan on getting much sleep that night. After showering and slipping into some actual clothes, men's clothes, but they fit her portly body well enough, earlier in the day, she returned downstairs to check on the bad thing. The door remained shut, and the bad thing remained trapped inside. She spent the rest of the day filling his car with more clothes and more lethal kitchen utensils, knives, and a cleaver. She packed garbage bags, the first aid kit in his bathroom, and even some snacks. She also found a flashlight, a matchbook, and a lighter, which she tossed into the back seat just in case. With the arrival of darkness, Brenda departed for Amberton. Helen, on the other hand, had every intention of getting a good night's rest. After visiting the church at nightfall and returning to Mrs. Westcott's with what she'd retrieved, she returned home. She lay in bed and was grateful when her body effortlessly melted into the sheets and her mind went with it into a deep sleep. Alex waited for her to do exactly that. She'd gone to the library under Helen's suggestion, hoping Wendy had more for her than just books. But upon arriving at the library, to her initial disappointment, a book was all she had for her. Alex left with the recommended book, wondering what the point of the trip had been, besides returning a book that hadn't even been due. Halfway home, it occurred to her there had to be something else, and when she opened the book to satisfy her curiosity, A folded yellow note rested inside. She waited until she was in her room, alone, to open the note. She was doubtful, afraid the note was old, possibly a makeshift bookmark someone left in the cover long ago. She prayed this wouldn't be the case. And her prayers were answered. The note read, "Tonight at the library. Don't wake Helen." Alex would not be the one to wake Helen that night. Mrs. Westcott was up and about in her storage room, collecting the materials she'd be using on David momentarily. The walls in her clinic were very thin, an attribute she especially valued when teenage girls were tracing the borders of her home. But the thin walls were not so helpful tonight, as a young boy slept nearby whose sedatives were slowly wearing off. Her drawer slamming and the squealing cabinet hinges could be heard throughout the house, in the foyer, in the guest bedroom where Aaron slept like the dead, and in the farthest corner of the house, where David woke up. 15. No sleep tonight. Wendy sat in the dark, waiting. The moment Elena left, she locked the front doors and turned out all the lights, save for a lamp on the front desk. It had been a couple hours since, which she expected. She sat behind the drop-off desk, watching the street lamp-bathed sidewalk outside. She hoped Alex would come, but there was also a selfish desire that something would go wrong, something would stop Alex, so that she could forget all about it. "I'm turning on them," she thought. A silhouette caught her attention, strolling out of the darkness and into the lamplight, turning their head back and forth, checking for passers-by. It was Alex. Wendy approached the entrance. Alex pulled on the locked doors. Finding them locked, she cupped her face to the glass. Wendy twisted the lock and opened the door to let her in. Then, without a sound, a car rolled up to the curb behind her. Brenda arrived in Amberton ready for almost anything. She was going to the clinic, eventually. First, she wanted to find a safe place to park and set up base, a place she could take refuge after any shitstorm that might ensue. She decided she'd make it easier on herself when she spotted a young girl rushing across the street to a building on the other side. She pulled the car over, keeping the headlights off as she did. The girl didn't notice. An older woman greeted the girl at the door, and then her attention was drawn to Brenda, who rolled down her window to speak to them. The girl followed her gaze, and they both stared, faces fit to scream. "Hi," Brenda said, and delivered to them a deceivingly genuine grin. "I know it's late, but I could really use some directions. I'm looking for a clinic." "This late at night?" the girl asked. "Just answer the question, you nosy little bitch." "No one's schedule's an emergency. I don't suppose there's an emergency at the—" Brenda searched the windows of the building. "At the library, is there? At this hour?" The older woman interrupted. "The clinic is at the far end of the town, at the end of Main. Just follow it until it starts to curve. It's on the left. Small building, but there's a sign. Can't miss it." "Thank you." Brenda pulled away from the curb, headlights dead. In her rear view, the woman and girl watched until she was nearly around the bend. She returned her attention to murdering Lucy's husband when she spotted the small house with a sign chained between two posts reading, "Amberton Clinic, a small white clapboard home, lights off." After that, the road eventually turned into gravel. It ran into the steadily thickening woods. A handmade sign with drawn arrows read, "Junkyard." Brenda drove on. Aaron was with Lucy. They were standing in a dark room, not touching, not speaking, just looking into the other's eyes. Aaron knew this was impossible, that she was dead, but when he felt tears on his face, cool and wet, he wondered, could such a thing be felt in a dream? Then Lucy seized his hand and shook it, hard, almost frantic. Then she slapped him. What the hell? He thought. When she slapped him again, he startled upward, forgetting where he was, and jerked against his restraints. "Shh," a voice whispered. Aaron gasped, spotted the small shadow positioned at the side of the bed. "Be quiet, or she'll hear us. We only have a minute." "What's going on?" Aaron rasped. "Who are you?" The voice was obviously young, a child, but they didn't respond. Instead, they busied themselves with the buckles on Aaron's restraints, his arms first, and then one of his legs while he undid the other himself. "We need to leave right now," the boy said. "I don't think I can run." Aaron showed the boy his bandage. "You have to." Aaron dropped his feet to the floor, gradually settled his weight onto his feet. "Whoa," he said. His leg ached, but he thought he could suffer through it. He had to. "Come on." He limped as gently as possible. They came to the bedroom door, which the boy left ajar. "The hinges squeal. You need to squeeze through." Aaron nodded, although in the dark he doubted it was noticed. The boy slipped through with ease, and Aaron followed as nimbly as possible to stay at his heels, edging through the doorway. They stepped into the hallway outside. At the end of the short hall was the foyer, dimly lit from another room. Like burglars, they tiptoed to the hallway's end, and the boy peeked around the corner. He nudged Aaron. "We need to be quick. The front door will probably alert her." "Does it squeal too?" "Pretty sure they all do." "We can outrun an old woman, even with my leg, I think." The boy slinked away, making no more sound than the shadow under his feet, and Aaron clumsily followed. He glanced to his right as they crossed the foyer and saw Mrs. Westcott's shadow on the kitchen wall, bobbing and extending like a shadow puppet. They came to the door. Aaron expected the boy to warn him or to count to 3 or something. Instead, he simply threw the door wide open and fled. Aaron took one glimpse over his shoulder on the way out to see the woman's shadow twitch against the light in their direction. The boy leaped from the porch and onto the lawn, arms pumping, feet shredding grass. By the time he reached the sidewalk, Aaron was just jogging onto the lawn. His leg jolted every step. By the time they cut across the empty street and were racing for the calm, shadowed alley on the other side, Jane Westcott was twisting a phone cord around her finger, dialing for reinforcements. "Son of a bitch," was the first thought that entered Helen's mind when the phone kicked her out of sleep. She debated ignoring it, sleep hanging on so tightly she could have returned to it within seconds if she wished. She took the phone from its cradle and held it to her ear. "What's going on?" she asked groggily. "They're gone." She stiffened. "What? They escaped. They're both gone. How? I thought they were—" She lowered her voice, desperate to keep from waking Alex. "I thought they were both sedated." "Only David. His sedatives must have worn off. I was just getting ready to—" "All right, whatever. I'm on my way. In the meantime, call some of the others." Helen hung up before Jane could say anything else. She got dressed, grabbed her things, went for the bedroom door, paused hesitantly, and then stepped into the hallway. Alex wasn't waiting for her. Her door was closed, lights off, sleeping like a baby. Perhaps Wendy's idea worked after all, she thought. She left for the clinic. The boy vanished into the alleyway just as Aaron limped away from the curb. He couldn't keep up. He didn't want to jeopardize the boy's chances, but he didn't want him running off alone either. He stepped out from the gutter on the other side and neared the mouth of the alley. The boy was just a small shadow bleeding into the rest. "I'm sorry," he said, panting. "I thought I could keep up, but—" He sucked in another lungful. "My leg is weaker than I thought." "Is it bleeding?" Aaron checked. Not trusting the darkness, he felt the bandage and found what he thought felt like a small, damp area. "A little, I think, but it's fine." "What happened?" "They shot me, but I'll be fine." "Is it swollen bad?" "I don't think so." Then, with a slight grin, "Why? Are you a doctor?" "No, but my mom's a nurse. Or was a nurse." It's just pain, Aaron said. Don't think for a second I'm a wimp. Do you know where we're headed?
Not really.
What about down the road further, in the woods? I saw a sign that said junkyard. We could hide there.
The boy considered it. While he did, Aaron looked over his shoulder. The clinic was still dark and the street was empty. No, the boy decided. Probably a dead end.
We need to find help. Maybe we can knock on some doors, use somebody's phone.
We won't find help here. We have to leave.
Someone will help us.
No, he said. They're all the same. I can tell you more once we find a safe place, maybe, but we really need to go.
All right, let's find a safe place.
They walked deeper into the alley, toward a wooden fence at its end. Aaron helped the boy over and then climbed after him, wincing when he dropped to the other side, placing most, if not all, his weight on his good leg. They found themselves standing at the edge of a large field of grass. In the distance, in the middle of this field, were strange fixtures lit silver, red, and yellow under the moonlight. A playground. After the odd encounter with the woman in the car, Alex entered the library with Wendy, who locked the doors behind them. Did you know that woman? Never seen her before, but I don't get out much. What do you think she needed at the clinic, this late at night? Wendy shrugged. I have no idea. Alex glanced through the window, pondering. Surely it had something to do with David or Aaron. There was no way to know for sure. I'm glad you came, Wendy said. I'm risking a lot coming, you know. Alex scanned the dark library. You could have just written a longer note. If Helen finds out, I'm dead. If Helen finds out, I'm dead. You're not the only one taking risks. Well, I hope it's worth it. It'd be a waste to bring me here just to fill me with lies. Alex thought for a moment. Does Helen know about this? Is this planned? No, I promise. Here, let's sit down, someplace away from the windows. Wendy led Alex to the upper balcony where they'd spoken previously. I'll let you choose, Wendy began, where you'd like me to begin, because God knows I wouldn't know where to start. Suddenly, Alex's mind exploded with questions, like blackbirds startled from a buzzing power line, jumbled and sweeping. She lowered her head and fought against the gathering crowds of them and tried to focus on just one. Who is David? As far as I know, and I don't know much, he's just a boy. David is his real name. No, I mean, where did he come from? And did I meet the real David? No. Wendy answered so abruptly that Alex was taken aback. Her heart beat like a racquetball on the walls of her chest. Well, I can't say that for certain because I'm not clued into all the goings-on around here. I don't know where he came from, for instance. But knowing what I do, I'd say it's a more than fair assumption. It is David, but he's not himself. I don't know how to put this without scaring you. It scares me, and I've been here so much longer. Just say it. Wendy's lips parted, closed, parted, finding the words. A knock on the library door startled them both off the couch. It's Helen, Wendy gasped. Stay here. What's she doing here? Wendy descended the stairs and crossed the lobby. Alex watched, hidden behind the sofa. Wendy unlocked the doors and Helen rushed in, spurting words like a broken water valve. I'm so glad you're here. I saw the lights on as I was driving by. Everything's all wrong, and I have to get over to Mrs. Westcott's, but we could really use your help since you're up. What happened? They're gone. David and Aaron. Gone? Yes. Jane saw them fleeing for the street and called me immediately. What do you want me to do? We need to get over there. I told her to call around and form a search party. They'll be waiting for us. Okay. Let me clean up here real quick. Helen nodded and went back outside to her car. Wendy turned to face the balcony. Alex, you need to get home. We'll talk again later, but the town might be full of people soon, and you don't want to be out here when it happens. If we play this safe, we'll have another opportunity to talk. Please do as I say.
Wendy left. Alex listened as Helen's car departed. She was alone in the library. David and Aaron were on the loose, like a couple fugitives. Only Alex knew better now. They were abductees, and Helen was their abductor. She'd been right about them all along. Wendy had told her to go home. She didn't think she could do that, could bear that. What point was there in going to bed if one was too excited to sleep? Finally, she settled on being rational. She didn't have much experience with rational, but she'd give it a shot. She wanted to help, wanted to do something for crying out loud, but now was not the time, and for once in her life she realized this. For once in her life, she did as she was told and went home. "I feel awkward," Helen said, driving slowly through town. "How is it we've gone all this time hardly knowing each other? I mean, you're not the only private person in Amberton for sure. But I feel like I've gotten to know everyone else at least even a little bit." Wendy watched Helen's hands ring the steering wheel, white-knuckled. "I don't know," she said. Her limbs tingled, cold and tense. "I guess maybe I'm just more private than the rest." "Maybe you're right." They arrived at the clinic. Helen shut off the engine. She moved her eyes over Wendy studiously. "Luck of the draw, I suppose." Wendy didn't catch her meaning, but didn't question it. Helen uttered a shaky sigh, surveying the dimly lit street. "I apologize if I come across strange. So much going on. I think it must be stress. I just want tonight to be over." They both stepped out of the car into the cool night. Wendy peered down the street, eyes dancing over moonlit brick, the dark spaces in between. She followed at Helen's heels up the sidewalk to the clinic's front door. Helen didn't knock, but swung the door open and streamed into the unlit foyer. Wendy waited in the doorway. "Jane?" A large wedge of light sliced the dark foyer from a door beyond the kitchen. Sounds of impatient rummaging came from this room, meaningless ramblings, until a long, gaunt figure slipped into the bright doorway, holding a plastic crate of unknown contents. "The others should be here soon," she said. She crossed through the kitchen and into the foyer and then down the hall out of sight. She returned momentarily, empty-handed. "I figured I'd get everything ready while I waited for when you bring them back." "You seem confident," Helen said admirably. "Did you call many others?" "I did. I even called Morton's to make sure someone was watching the road, but he didn't answer. Probably sleeping, like I'd like to be right now." "So who's watching the road?" "I called Nathan. He's taking Jeremy with him to guard it, so we should be fine there." "Who do we have meeting us here?" Before Mrs. Westcott could answer, there was a honk outside. Wendy turned in the doorway and struggled to make their dark faces out through the car windows. "The Sheldings," Mrs. Westcott answered. Helen went to the door beside Wendy and waved to them. The old couple waved back, the woman smiling cheerfully from the passenger seat. Stephen Shelding shouted, "We're ready when you are." Helen nodded, then looked over her shoulder at Mrs. Westcott. "Show us where you saw them running to before you called." Mrs. Westcott pointed a finger over Wendy's shoulder. "There, toward that alley. Didn't see them go in because I was racing for the phone." Wendy studied the small vacant buildings across the street. One of them had been a laundromat. The other, she couldn't remember. "Could they have gone into those buildings?" Helen asked. "No, they're boarded over. On the other side is the park." Helen hurried toward the Sheldings' car. "Let's go around the block and see if we can spot them." She turned back to Mrs. Westcott. "Jane, if anyone calls having seen them, let the others know. If they're caught, have them brought back here." Helen climbed into the back seat and Wendy followed. They pulled the car around and left for the park. Alex climbed the stairs and dragged her tired feet to her bedroom. She left her door open, too exhausted to care, crawled onto her bed and collapsed. She dreamily wondered about David and the vague half-answer Wendy had given her. If he escaped, did that mean he was himself? She couldn't make sense of it. She silently rooted for their escape, yearned for it as her eyes drifted shut and her breath grew sleepy on her pillow. Aaron. Alex lifted her head. Huh? A voice. Again, like that other night. Not a dream. Only this time she thought she understood it. She looked over the dark corners of her room and saw nothing. Is someone... She spoke more softly than intended, her throat dry with fear. Did you say something? Where? The voice, light as air and bodiless, paused as though waiting for a response. Alex trembled, skin prickled with gooseflesh. I can't make out what you're saying. I'm sorry. Air, the voice faded. Run. It was a woman's voice. One more time. Where is Aaron? Alex flinched at the abrupt response, muttered gibberish as she tried to come up with her own. Then she noticed it. The footsteps. They were in the hallway. No, don't leave. Aaron, I know him. She waited, swallowed dryly. The footsteps returned to the room's threshold, and something appeared in the doorway, like a flickering light. Humanoid, arms and legs and possibly breasts, and above the neck, nothing. It faded in an instant. Where? It asked. At the clinic. Wait, no, he was at the clinic but escaped not very long ago, and a bunch of people, I guess, are searching for him. The footsteps were in the hallway again, quickly now, leaving in a hurry. Realizing it was over, shivering and short of breath, Alex plopped backward onto the bed with a violent groan. They raced toward the twinkling playground, two gaunt shadows side by side under dewy moonlight. We can hide in there, the boy said, pointing at a crawl tube set at the playground's base in the wood chips. I don't think I'll fit. Aaron studied the larger jungle gym, a raised, circular, fort-like structure in the middle. There were rounded steps that curved up toward its platform, or there was a ladder on the other side. Aaron would be taking the steps. Up there. They climbed up to the wooden platform, which proved to be a large, empty circle bordered by a wooden wall. 4 plastic bubble windows were installed evenly around its perimeter. There were 2 play-pretend ship's wheels on either side. They sat next to one of the wheels with their backs against the wall. Aaron breathed noisily, catching his breath. You really think they won't find us here? The boy asked. We didn't go very far. We ran as far as we could, Aaron told him, and felt guilty for saying it. They'd run as far as he could. Aaron, with the slow-motion death crawl. You should have left me asleep. You could have gone farther without me. I thought about it, the boy said. Aaron turned and was glad to see him smiling. I also thought about what I'd do if I was caught. I thought having someone else would help, to fight back. I had no idea you were there. How did you know about me? The old lady kept me drowsy most of the time, but I woke up every now and then when something noisy was happening or if the medicine was wearing off. They made a lot of noise when they first brought you in. It was sometime in the middle of the night. I actually thought you'd be a kid, like me. After a pause, Aaron asked, What's your name? David. Yours? Aaron smiled. Aaron. They sat silently. Aaron checked the bubbled window at his side periodically. They're going to find us, David said. They'll know we came in this direction, and this is all that's here. They won't, Aaron said, but felt doubtful and wished he could reassure the boy. It's a pretty stupid place to hide, honestly, and it's that lack of common sense that will fool them. You see, they'll expect we're smarter than this. He saw once again David's face was softened by a smile. They more or less enjoyed a moment of peace and rest. Aaron repeatedly checked his bandage. David nervously chewed his nails. Aaron shifted onto his side and faced David.
How did you end up here?
They kidnapped me.
What do they want with us?
I don't know. His words were mumbled under his chewing. They want to make us like them. They're not human.
Aaron watched him closely. What do you mean?
David drew his legs to his chest and started nibbling on 2 fingers at once. Aaron observed him and noted pain in his face. Although they were shaded from the moonlight by the jungle gym walls, he saw a dark smudge come away from David's fingers onto his lips, which he licked away.
Kid, your fingers are bleeding.
But the pained expression didn't result from nail biting. He squeezed tears from his eyes down his cheeks. His shoulders bounced and his breath caught in his throat with each sob. Hey. Aaron reached his hand out to him. The boy didn't notice, and he took his hand back.
We're going to be okay, all right? You're going to see your family again, okay? We're going to get out of here and get help.
The boy startled and quickly wiped the tears from his eyes. Did you hear that? He croaked.
Hear what?
He got to his knees and crawled to one of the windows. It's them. They arrived at the park in less than a minute. Stephen Shelding drove with the headlights off, the car crawling at the side of the road. All 4 of them scanned the field carefully as they passed. I don't see them, Rosie Shelding said. I don't know if I could from here anyway. You're right. We'll need to search on foot to get a better look. Mr. Shelding parked and shut off the engine. All right, let's comb through the park individually and see if we can't spot them. Cross your fingers they didn't run into the trees. Rosie unbuckled and turned around in her seat. How would we find them then? We wouldn't, but I doubt they'd go for that. They'd be lost if they went too far. They got out of the car and began trekking across the grassy field. The blonde woman was coming right for them. The others were spreading out behind her, but in all the wrong directions. David's heartbeat quickened until it matched her approaching footsteps. What do we do?
I think.
Aaron paused, considering their options.
I'm going to run for the street. When I do, I want you to run for the woods.
We're splitting up, but they'll catch you.
When I have their attention, I want you to run. Go for the woods as fast as you can and don't look back. Just run.
There was a pole at the back of the fort, like a fire pole, and Aaron pointed to it.
Use that and just go. Find the road out of town if you can.
What if they shoot you again?
They won't.
If they catch you,
don't worry about it. Just go.
Okay, but if they catch you... David called silently after him as Aaron was already making to leave. Don't open your eyes. But Aaron was already stumbling down the stairs toward the wood chips below. There were voices, which grew to shouts, which grew to incoherent screaming, and David dashed for the silvery escape pole. Aaron, disregarding his throbbing leg, managed to put up a pretty good chase. He tore across the lawn toward the sidewalk, a hot knife in his calf, voices clashing in acknowledgement of his escape behind him. He was doing so well, and the sidewalk was drawing so near, he almost thought he had a chance to get away, but his luck wouldn't allow it. A dip in the grass sent him collapsing, skinning his palms onto the pavement. Heavy, exhausted lion's breath surrounded him. Amidst the frantic chase, Wendy followed half-heartedly, checking over her shoulder as she went at the playground from which the man had fled. It was then she saw the small shadow on the other side, escaping across the lawn and into the darkness of the trees. She would keep this to herself. Aaron gave up, just lay there, blowing hot breath onto the pavement. "Stephen," Helen said, "help me carry him to the car." They each took an arm and dragged him under the armpits, his feet trailing lazily under him. Mrs. Shelding opened the back seat door, and they crudely forced him inside. When they were all seated, Helen seized Aaron by the jaw and turned him toward her. "Look at me," she commanded. Aaron, even in his adrenaline panic, had heard David's instruction before leaving the fort. He didn't understand its meaning or purpose, or if now was even the time. David had said, if they catch you, which they had, and so Aaron kept his eyes shut. He didn't know what it would accomplish, but he also didn't much feel like looking at them anyway. Look at me. She slapped him hard, and he opened his eyes in surprise. What the hell? What the hell is right? Her eyes burned with rage, feral and starving. What do you take me for? Where did you think you were going? And you thought you could hide from me? In my town? Where is David? David? Aaron said, furrowing his brow. I don't know who you're talking about. You were with him. Where is he? Aaron said nothing more. Helen gave in and settled back into her seat. Let's get him back to the clinic. We're done for tonight. Nothing could prepare him for what he'd face once they arrived. 16. Mrs. Westcott's Clinic. While Aaron was being carried from the car to Mrs. Westcott's doorstep, Brenda sat in the junkyard, leaning comfortably against piles of twisted metal and broken appliances, a shiny cleaver resting on the ground next to her. There was a freshly burned car sitting neatly in the center of the junkyard's clearing, one she should have recognized but thought nothing of it. She sat with her legs spread out, watching the burned car and the dark figure that circled it slowly again and again. Are you upset? She asked. About losing your power over me? Is that why you're pacing around, not speaking to me? After a brief silence, he responded, What makes you so sure I've no power over you? I feel it. You're weak. I think you're worried. I think you need me. What? Willard laughed shrilly. Need you? No need to get worked up. Despite her confidence, her heart chugged in her ears. Stupid bitch. It isn't you. There's something wrong with this place. If you say so. In the dark junkyard, Willard's shape fizzled away soundlessly. Brenda uttered a shaky sigh. Only in death, it seemed, did he ever lose an argument. Leave without the last word. Brenda's strength against him appeared greater than before. A swelling warmth ached in her bosom. She wondered if she might be having a heart attack, but that wasn't it. It was a surge of confidence, of belief in oneself, certainly. The sensation brought her to her feet. She dusted off her pants, stretched her arms above her head, wiggling her waist from side to side. She bent, picked her cleaver up from the dirt, and took herself to the junkyard's entrance. The road back was lonely and dark beneath the woods on either side, almost as dark as the caves that were Brenda June's new and determined eyes. Aaron was dragged to the front porch hollering. The blonde woman's grip was mechanical on his bicep, squeezing tighter and tighter as they approached the old woman waiting patiently at the door. The older man, Stephen, held his other arm, his grip rather limp in comparison. Finally caught him, did you? The old woman observed. She stepped to the side, and Aaron was greeted by darkness beyond the threshold. Where's the boy? They weren't together. He's still out there somewhere. The old woman grunted. Aaron stopped fighting for the time being, instead refusing to support himself, and gave them only dead weight to carry. In the patient's room on the table. Watch the pictures on the walls, please. They turned in the darkness. Aaron's toes skated in an arc over the hardwood floor. They were headed down a second hallway, a white-lit room at its end. This had been David's room, the examination room, the checkup room, the take a deep breath and exhale slowly room. A sterile medical table waited inside under a blindingly bright fluorescent light. Up there, the old woman said from behind. His restraints are on the counter there. No! Aaron screamed. He thrashed and tried to pull himself to the ground in vain as they lifted and forced him face first into the hospital bed, muffling his protests until they flipped him over. They looped the leather straps around the bed's frame and seized his arms. Helen quickly restrained one of his arms, but Stephen had more trouble, struggling to keep hold of him as he jerked and elbowed. "Grab him already!" Helen screamed. Stephen got hold of him again, and Mrs. Westcott helped with the belt. After that, only his legs remained, which they handled much more easily. The straps made hissing sounds as they pulled them through their loops. Aaron, knowing it was pointless but too aggravated to care, continued bucking and rattling his limbs in their restraints. Helen turned to the old woman. "You can take it from here?" "Yes," the old woman answered. "I can take it from here." The old woman followed Helen and Stephen into the hall. Aaron had to hold his tired breath to listen. Nothing. The footsteps only drew farther away, and then the door shut. Then only silence. Jesus Christ, he thought. He couldn't get away this time. He might never again. Would they kill him? Noises came from another room in the house, cupboards and drawers opening and closing, and the rustle of plastic bags. Then, for a moment, he heard the old woman's voice. As her footsteps shuffled back into the hallway and headed toward the door, he heard what sounded like childish crooning. "You're so very excited, aren't you?" she said. She entered the room with an armful of what appeared to be random junk. She held a black trash bag in one hand, a pair of metal tongs in the other, and then cradled delicately inside a curled finger was some sort of metal brace he didn't recognize. He strained to keep his head lifted to watch her. He gave up. "What are you going to do to me? Are you going to drug me?" "No, dear," she answered, "though you wish I was." She grinned as she set her utensils down on the counter beneath the window. The curtains there were drawn. She untwisted the trash bag and pulled it open, and her wrinkled old mouth grew into a wide, delighted smile as she peered inside. "Please, ma'am." "Oh, call me Mrs. Westcott," she said, turning to him with the open tongs in her hand. "Or perhaps even call me Jane. You and I are going to become very close in the next few minutes. Everyone wants to be my friend in here." She dipped the tongs into the trash bag, and something shifted inside. "What is that?" Something cried out, a tortured gasp. "Shh, shh, shh." Mrs. Westcott comforted the bag. "It's all right." "What is that?" Aaron repeated. Mrs. Westcott fought gently with whatever lay inside the bag, and the soft, squishing sounds continued in the otherwise silent room. The bands around Aaron's wrists suddenly began to feel very tight and hot. "What the hell are you doing with me?" Mrs. Westcott paused and set the tongs down on the counter. "Would you mind being quiet? You're going to frighten him." She turned and picked up the strange metal object she'd brought with her. Small, silver, rectangular, its bars not very thick. "Open your mouth." "What? No." "Must everything be difficult with you? Get the fuck away from me." She bent over him. He ground his teeth down, clenched his jaws. She put her fingers to his lips, and he turned his head away. She left the table momentarily. A drawer slid open, and Aaron listened as she dug through what sounded like silverware. Then she spun back around, and something silver twinkled in her hand. "I think you know what this is for," she said, waving the scalpel dangerously close to his face. "Don't worry, it's disinfected." She drew a hand down his belly to the hem of his shirt, pinched the fabric between her prune-like fingers, and lifted it above his navel. "I can open you in other places." Aaron trembled violently. "What is that thing for?" He motioned to the strange metal object. "A dental gag. Keeps you from biting down." "Why? What are you putting in my mouth?" "You'd be better off with the surprise. Trust me." "Don't open your eyes." David had said that to him not 30 minutes ago. A warning. Aaron wondered now if maybe he had meant mouth. "Don't open your mouth." Maybe Aaron had heard him wrong after all. "So what'll it be? Shall I proceed?" "No," he sighed. He felt on the brink of tears. Mrs. Westcott dropped the cold scalpel on his belly. "Open wide, then." She grabbed the gag and brought it to his face. After a deep breath, he obeyed. She crammed it in, jarring against his teeth, and tinkered with it, cranking his mouth open into a yawn. He thought he could swallow a cantaloupe whole. She put the scalpel back in its drawer. She lifted the edge of the trash bag, peering in, and slid the tongs inside. The slippery, squishing noises started up again. "All right, hold still." The tongs grabbed hold of something. A sharp cry. "Oh, there, there," Mrs. Westcott cooed. She lifted the tongs, and whatever was held inside must have slipped out. "Oh, rats." She reached the tongs back in. The crying turned to shrieking. The shiny black plastic fell away from what was clutched inside them. "What a fuck?" Aaron called unintelligibly. A white ball of flesh wriggled between the metal arms. Tiny feelers, stubby, grotesquely adorable, flipped and curled worm-like at the air. "What a fuck!" Aaron screamed. His arms and legs juddered in their straps. He begged for a sudden rush of super strength to rip his restraints apart, or for his bed to come alive with flight and take him through the window, far away into the night, away from this wailing creature and its grinning mole-rat mother. "Now calm down," she said, never taking her eyes off the slimy creature held at her bosom. Was she speaking to it or to him? She extended the creature toward his face. He shrieked and howled, pulled away, and the creature mimicked him with its own infant-like cries. "It's all going to be over soon." His eyes rolled upward as he choked on hard, chest-heaving sobs. Tears gushed past his ears and to his neck. He moaned words he could hear clearly inside his head but couldn't speak. "Oh, Lee, again, Wet little tentacles slapped at his face, and he opened his eyes wide, resting them on the shiny white muscle against his mouth. He screamed louder, harder, his throat raw. The little arms felt around his lips, and one or two crept inside against his teeth and tongue. He pressed his tongue to the roof of his mouth, blocking further access. "My little guy will find his way in, one way or another." The arms, which felt like animated spaghetti noodles in his mouth, squeezed around his tongue and slipped through until suddenly the bulk of the creature was inside, flexing and warm. His jaw ached. He choked. Quick as a snake, it hurried into his throat, propelling itself on its little feelers deeper and deeper. Aaron's gag reflex kicked in, but to no avail. The creature was on the move and fast, and before Aaron could cough, it squeezed down his throat and splashed into his belly. He felt it there, pressing against him, slithering around the walls of his stomach as it searched for a comfortable resting place. He stared into the old woman's face with blurry, watery eyes. She beamed down at him, and the room began to fade. "Nighty-night," she said. She leaned over him, her face dark against the halo of fluorescent light behind her, and then everything plunged into darkness. Brenda was emerging from the woods when she saw the light in the clinic window go off. She crossed the lawn and tried the back door. Locked. She crept along the side of the house to the front, where she scurried up the porch steps. Had she any knowledge of the woman who lived inside, she wouldn't have shaken her head at Mrs. Westcott's carelessness. The front door was left unlocked. In the dark, David's voice told him again what to do, so he listened. The quiet was booming, continuous, and vast. He wasn't alone. Someone else, something else was inside this place, circling him from afar, studying him, observing. He sensed it.
"What is this?"
He started at the sound of his own voice, loud and encompassing, as if blasted from an overhead, high-volume intercom system. He wondered if the other presence could also hear his thoughts. To keep hidden, he thought perhaps he could think less or not at all, but upon trying, he realized such a thing was impossible.
"Who's there?"
Something in the distance moved, a vibration. He couldn't tell for certain, but he felt he was standing. He reached around himself and felt nothing. He brought his hands to his face and felt nothing. If he even had hands with which to feel these things, he didn't know. Either he was wholly numb, asleep, or a ghost. That was it, he thought. Dead. That old bitch killed him, and this was what came after. An empty void. A continuous consciousness without stimuli. Eternal boredom. Only there was something to focus on. It was alive and moving, stalking.
"I can hear you. Who are you? And where am I?"
Nothing. Aaron got down on his hands and knees, or got lower to the floor, as he couldn't tell if he had knees to crouch upon, or hands to steady himself with, or, for that matter, if there was a floor at all. He only wanted to touch something, anything, to give this space any dimension, but not even the ground was perceptible.
"Aaron,"
a dark voice spoke, deep and garbled.
"Is that your name?"
"Who are you? What's going on?"
"You need to open your eyes, Aaron."
The first thing he felt was a cold, worrisome sensation which sparked his insides. "I've been told not to." Aaron listened as the distant watcher shifted its weight. It was gradually getting closer.
"Who told you?"
"It doesn't matter. Who are you, and where am I?"
"It was David, wasn't it?"
"Huh? How do you know David?" The voice chuckled musingly.
"We've met, but according to you, he's escaped."
"According to me?"
"Never mind that. I need for you to open your eyes. I need you to see me, so that we may see each other."
Aaron disregarded the voice and willed himself forward, sliding his way deeper into the darkness, away from its sound.
"You won't find anything in that direction."
"Just tell me where I am. What's the harm in that?" There was a thunderous rumbling as the entity followed. He stopped and turned, keeping his eyes shut. He sensed the voice nearby. He could feel he was facing it, that it was facing him. Something horrible.
"This is you, Aaron. Inside. We're sharing it for now."
"You're not making sense."
"Sure I am, but I can hear you thinking. You must pay attention."
"Maybe I'm dreaming," he thought distractedly. "I just need to wake up."
"There is no waking up,"
the voice growled.
"You're trapped until you do as I ask."
"I'm not opening my eyes."
"I wonder, then, how long you will last."
The voice plunged into a hollow whisper.
"How long do you think, Aaron?"
"As long as I need to. David knew something about you."
"David is a child. He knows nothing."
There came an avalanche of movement as the dark gargantuan drew nearer still. "What are you really?"
"Only one way to know for sure. Just look at me."
Aaron said nothing. He could do nothing. He could only wait.
"Ignore me, then, and be trapped forever."
He turned away from the voice, stretched his ethereal hands out before him, and ventured deeper into the nothingness. Brenda left the door open just enough to keep it from latching shut. She stepped carefully through the foyer into the hallway entrance, where a closed door faced her at its end. The room where Lucy's husband slept. She squeezed the cleaver's handle and stole across the hallway's length, brushed gently against the wall as she went, never detecting the eyes watching from behind. The voice followed Aaron into the deeper darkness, tailed him like a preying bear. Aaron thought if he opened his eyes, he'd see nothing at all, only more darkness, but he refused to test that theory. David had been here before, which meant there was a way out.
You can't leave this place. You can wander endlessly. You won't get anywhere.
Aaron couldn't tell if he was actually going anywhere, only that he was in some sort of motion. How far he'd stumbled so far was unknown. "What did you mean before, when you said you'd met David?"
"I was in David for a short while, and now I'm in you."
"The creature from the bag? What are you? Why are we here?"
"Why don't you see for yourself?"
The presence was close enough to touch him now, if he were able to feel it.
"You can wake up and forget all about this, if only you look at me."
From somewhere in the empty depths, something whispered into the void like a gust of wind creeping through a cracked door. Another voice. Softer, sweeter, familiar. "Hold on," the voice said. "I'm here." The door opened soundlessly and revealed a dark room within, sheathed in clean white. A patient's table was centered in the room with a body on its surface. Lucy's husband, asleep or dead. Hot damn, she thought. It would all end tonight. She could go home, take a nice bath, sleep in her own bed. Her body ached for it. Oh, how her body ached. She neared his bedside. She looked him over from his feet up to his... His feet were bound by black straps. She stooped and examined them. Simple buckle straps, leather. They looked awfully tight, pinching his flesh at their edges. These psychos meant business, but at least they would prove useful. Maybe, Brenda thought, she could have a little fun with him first, hurt him a little, read him his eulogy as she did it. He was like a neatly wrapped present. He also had a bandaged leg, an injury of her doing or theirs. Were they torturing him or taking care of him? It was hard to tell. Looking at him, his body and his face, it was apparent he'd been through hell.
"I've been waiting for you,"
said a withered, amused voice. Brenda blundered around to face the doorway and nearly dropped her cleaver in surprise. She could vaguely make out their shape. They were small in stature. A woman, by the sound, standing with her hands laced together, simply watching.
"I thought you'd come. I'm surprised it took so long."
Brenda straightened, standing guard. So let's make up for lost time." They stood a second longer in silence before they came at each other, Brenda raising the cleaver over her head and the old woman with her clawed fingers splayed. She brought the cleaver down. The old woman's arm came up to meet it. She caught Brenda's wrist, pulled her close, brought Brenda's arm to her mouth, and Brenda screamed. The cleaver fell from her hand. She bent to pick it up, but couldn't, tugged and thrashed from side to side by the old woman's hooked claws. She backed away, just enough to bring her foot up, and kicked the old woman square in the gut, knocking her backward through the doorway into the hall with a tuft of Brenda's hair in her clutches. Brenda fell on her ass and scrambled for the door. Just as her opponent was getting back to her feet, she slammed it shut. She shouldered her weight against the door while the knob rattled in her hand. With her foot, she reached for the dropped cleaver. Too far. She crouched and extended her foot a little more. The toes of her boot touched the cleaver's handle only barely. It bobbed and swiveled on the tile. Out of options, she dove to the ground, snatched the cleaver up, and was back on her feet just as the door opened behind her. She charged and threw herself against it, against the old woman coming through it, and crushed her arm inside the door jamb. The old woman's hand fluttered, clapping and grabbing until she found a handful of Brenda's hair and tore. Brenda brought the cleaver up and chopped the old woman's wrist. Metal met bone with a dull crunch. She let go of Brenda's hair, and her half-severed hand jittered, blood smeared on the white wood. Brenda eased up on the door and allowed the woman to pull her hand through, and then threw it shut again. Acting quickly, Brenda went to the bed and brought the cleaver above her head, her eyes fixed feverishly upon the man lying before her. "Sorry for the wait." Aaron almost opened his eyes at the sound of his wife's voice, but suddenly there was a warm compress over them, a blindfold. "Lucy, is that you?" "Take my hand," the voice said. "Follow me." That same warmth filled Aaron's hand and pulled him forward. He very badly wanted to open his eyes now. He wondered if he would see her smiling face looking back at him, her hair flouncing behind her. They raced through the black void. Aaron started to regain sensation through the rest of his body. From his hand up to his arm there ignited a foamy warmth, which then spread into his shoulder, his chest, his pounding heart, his stomach, his sex, his knees, his ankles, his toes. With it, he could now feel the rush of air passing over him in the speed of their escape. The rumbling followed. Aaron felt it pouncing after them, snarling and rolling at their heels, all of them soaring through the interminable space of his mind. How embarrassingly empty it is, Aaron thought. The creature's cold breath met the nape of his neck. "Where are we running to? How much farther?" "Don't worry," Lucy said, calm as ever. "I'll tell you when." Was she real? He wondered. No, of course not. She was dead. This was all in his head. She existed only in memory, and this place had to be filled with those. There was a light in the distance, growing larger by the second, and he could see it through his imaginary eyelids becoming stronger and brighter as they advanced. "What is that light? Are we almost there?" "Yes," Lucy said. "When I tell you to open your eyes, open them." "Will I see you when I do?" To this, Lucy gave no answer. Like re-emerging from a violent wave of seawater, Aaron jerked awake, kicking and pulling at the straps around his limbs. For a moment he forgot where he was, then remembered he was at the clinic. Only something wasn't right. Something was out of place. The lights were off, but that wasn't it. It might have been the woman standing over him with a meat cleaver raised above her head. Probably that. It was her again, back to finish him off. Her eyes widened at the sight of him waking, the cleaver she held loosened in her grip. The door burst open behind her. Regaining her composure, she brought the cleaver down, an animal-like desperation on her face, just as someone leaped upon her back. The cleaver clanged off the metal bedpost. Aaron flinched away, fearful he only couldn't feel the pain yet, that if he peeked he'd see a bleeding stump where his arm once was. He looked down where the bed had been struck. His arm appeared healthy as ever, and to his amazement, the strap there was 3/4 severed. He twisted his arm against the inside of the leather strap, trying to tear it further. He watched, entranced, as individual fibers stretched and broke, a slow process. A meaty thunk brought his attention back to the floor. In the darkness, they moved around in bleeding shapes. There was a wet shunk as Brenda pulled the cleaver into the air again. Mrs. Westcott's head hung awkwardly to the side. Her neck was no longer whole. She coughed and wheezed. Her eyes gaped open, and her tongue bulged from her mouth. Aaron's stomach lurched at the sight. He looked away, dreading the possibility that, should he faint, he would return to that dark place. Tiredly, Brenda climbed to her feet and shuffled her way back to the hospital bed. She wheezed, exhausted. Aaron wondered if she'd be able to lift the cleaver again. Her fingers carried it loosely at her side, the end of the handle ready to slip to the ground. "For a second there, I thought—" She didn't finish her sentence, and instead wiped the cleaver carelessly on her pants. Then she drew its edge up to his sweat-soaked shirt. "You have no idea what I've been through looking for you. These people—" She gestured to the body on the floor. "I might even be going crazy, but I'm more certain they're real." "I don't know what you're talking about," he said. "Just kill me already if you plan to." "Oh, no," she said, wagging the cleaver back and forth. "I think I bought us plenty of time. Time to talk, share our feelings, see how long I can keep you alive while I carve your brat face apart." "What the fuck happened to you, Brenda?" She scowled. "You don't know the first thing about me." Her cold eyes considered him, taking in his helplessness. "But I know you. I know the kind of person you are, hiding from me like I'm diseased. All I wanted was a friend, but you and your wife were too good for me, I guess. I can admit last night was a mistake. I was misguided and gullible. But standing here now, I'm not sure I would have—" "Wait," Aaron interrupted. "Did you hear that?" They both quieted, listened. Somewhere in the room, something dripped, dripping faster. Pouring, spilling over the floor. Aaron followed Brenda's gaze down to the dead body. Or, at least, what should have been a dead body. "Oh," Brenda said. "I forgot." A high screech drowned the room. Aaron leaned as far as he could, head bent uncomfortably to see what he would later regret having seen. From Mrs. Westcott's yawning mouth slithered what looked like a dozen albino rats' tails. Her body, kicked from the inside, sluggishly turned onto its belly. Another hot gush of blood fanned the floor from her open throat, and what looked like long trails of white guts rode the wave. "What is that?" Aaron screamed. Standing beside him, Brenda answered distantly, "It's them." The bloody intestine-like arms wrapped themselves around the bed's legs and hoisted the body into the air and onto the foot of the bed. It crawled forward, ass up, ass down, a demented caterpillar. Mrs. Westcott's face peered at Aaron wrathfully, the wide gash in her throat looking more than ever like an extra grinning mouth. He tried to yell and could only manage a choked whimper. It came closer. Mrs. Westcott's head rolled from side to side, tentacles twitching. Brenda made a dash for the door. Mrs. Westcott screamed and, to Aaron's relief, slipped from the hospital bed onto the floor and glided with impossible agility for the doorway after her. Just as Aaron saw her feet slide from view, there came a shriek from the hallway. He tried the strap again, rotating his arm against the rip. It was hard to tell if he was making progress or if the leather only stretched. Brenda stumbled back into the room. She threw the door shut behind her. A meteor tentacle flattened itself through the gap at the floor and reached up, licked at Brenda's arms as she tried to hold the doorknob. She chopped with her cleaver until another fresh bunch of them slipped beneath the door and latched around her ankles. She kicked, squashed them under her boots. When they were too much, she retreated into the opposite corner of the room. The strap was beginning to rip some more. Noticing this, Aaron didn't see the door burst inward, nor did he see the monster climb through like a vicious land squid. He jerked his hand repeatedly away from the bed frame, pulled with as much limited strength he had, putting as much strain as possible on the tearing leather. Brenda pressed herself fearfully into the corner, cleaver in hand. Mrs. Westcott leered up at her, and the tentacles continued to grow like weeds from her open throat. They arched into the air, reared back like cobras. Brenda slashed her cleaver as they jabbed her. Swipe, swipe, swipe. The severed bits fell to the floor. Two more tentacles, thicker than the others, clasped to her arms and forced them away, pressing her against the wall. She was thankful these didn't have the pointed tusks. Even so, they were strong, and she trembled against them. She looked down, saw the woman's half-severed head at her feet, and gave it a kick. The old woman's face sagged, frowning. Her eyes fluttered open and shut. With a final punt, there was an audible snap, and her head tore away. Brenda gasped. A mess of tentacles trailed from the head. A large tumor-like mass nested inside them, pulled from the body like a fat booger from a nostril. The tentacles around her arms loosened, slipped to the floor. Brenda dropped to her knees and set the cleaver into Mrs. Westcott's skull. The eyes bulged. She pried the blade out, and the head rolled across the floor. She followed after it, pouncing onto the fatty mass within its trailing tentacles. It howled. Noticing this, she began butchering the large growth between her knees. Yellow and red pudding squirted out, flung into the air from the edge of the dirtied cleaver. "Die!" she screamed, and she couldn't help but laugh at her own pitiful struggle with the beheaded woman. After a dozen or so chops, its lips opened and closed weakly, then stilled. Panting tiredly, Brenda nearly let the cleaver fall from her hand when she remembered the task she'd yet to complete. Groaning, she lifted herself to her feet and peered toward the bed, at the now empty bedsheets. No. Frantically scanning the dark, she raced down the hall and into the foyer, turned to face the open front door. Shit! She slipped back into the hallway. A woman stood on the walkway outside, a body at her feet. Lucy's husband. The woman pointed something at him, held in both hands. A gun. Brenda hadn't heard a gunshot, but she'd also been distracted with the doctor. Perhaps he was dead. She tiptoed back down the hallway and into the examination room, where she huddled into a corner. No more than 10 seconds later, the woman entered the room. She was in her pajamas. She froze in the doorway, taking in the grisly aftermath. Then she looked up, stared directly into Brenda's hideaway. She stared for a long while, unmoving, saying nothing. And then she pointed the gun. Helen couldn't sleep. Each time she closed her eyes, she found them mysteriously open again, staring at the ceiling. David was out there somewhere, a loose end. She thought she could wait until morning. After all, what could an 8-year-old do? Judging by his escape, apparently a lot. Then there was Aaron, although Mrs. Westcott would be keeping an extra attentive eye on him now. Even so, she couldn't shake the feeling that her night wasn't over, the flood of misfortunes not yet finished. She got out of bed. She grabbed her keys and crept out of the house and into her SUV. She sat in the quiet car, wondered when things would settle down again and be the way they were before. This would make 2 sleepless nights in a row. She was so tired. She wondered if she wasn't thinking clearly. On the way to the clinic, street lamps revealed deserted sidewalks, empty benches, crouching trash bins. More than once her eyes fooled her, thinking she'd seen someone scurrying into the dark and narrow alleys. A small boy, perhaps. Not much farther, and this small sign was growing brighter in her approaching headlights. She parked at the curb, unbuckled, and stepped out of the car. The clinic was dark. The front door was ajar. She turned back and dug under the seat and retrieved her pistol. Her instincts had been right after all. Nothing could be easy. She started down the sidewalk toward the front door when it flew open. From the darkness, he emerged, the man who should have been strapped inside and sleeping by now. How she knew it wasn't over, "Stop!" Helen yelled, and raised the gun. Aaron did more than stop. He fell to his knees, swayed there as if in a trance, and then his face grew lazy and stupid, and he collapsed onto the pavement. Helen knelt beside him. He'd fainted. For crying out loud. She stood and entered Mrs. Westcott's home. Silent, she turned down the hall toward the examination room. The door stood open. Already Helen could see the mess beyond the threshold. There lay a body at the foot of the bed. The floor was painted and puddled with blood. Waiting just a foot from the body was a head, a jumble of insides trailing from it. How could he have done this, she wondered. She'd helped strap him in herself. And then she saw her. "I see you. Get to your feet." A woman sat crouched in the corner, soaked with blood. Something shined in her hand. "Drop it," Helen demanded. "Now." The cleaver jangled to the floor as the woman slowly grew against the wall. "What's your name?" The woman said nothing. Helen thrust the pistol toward her impatiently. "Answer my question." "Lucy." "You're lying. I already know your name. Brenda. Isn't that right?" In the darkness, Helen caught the glint in her eye as she glanced at the cleaver on the floor. "Don't try it. Come with me. You so much as bend down, and I'll put you all the way down." Brenda stepped toward Mrs. Westcott's body. Helen stepped away from the doorway. "Walk in front of me. I'll have this on you the whole way, so don't try anything." Brenda entered the hallway and kept a slow pace while Helen followed. They entered the foyer, and Brenda paused and looked over her shoulder, waiting for further instruction. "Keep straight, into the kitchen." Brenda continued onward, crossing the dagger of moonlight coming through the front door. Helen glanced outside as she passed, spotting Aaron just as she'd left him. They came to the kitchen. "Stand there." Helen motioned toward the countertops and sink. Brenda did as she was told, and Helen kept the gun on her while she removed Mrs. Westcott's phone from its cradle on the wall. She dialed a number, the buttons beeping and booping in the kitchen silence. It rang. It rang some more. "Damn it, you better answer. I swear to—" The other end of the line picked up. A muffled voice carried out from the phone into the kitchen. "Yes, I know it's early, Nathan." "Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's me. It's important. I'm at the clinic and I've got someone here who I need picked up, and I can't take care of two things at once." "Someone else?" "Yes." "Yep. Don't come alone or you're worthless to me. Bring Jeremy. And bring a gun. And don't forget your keys." "Yes, those keys." "Great. Hurry." She hung up the phone and sighed heavily. "Where did you come from?" she asked Brenda. "Actually, don't answer that. I don't care. We're just going to wait here a while, if that's all right with—" A cough outside drew both their attention to the front door. Another cough, followed by some groggy moans. "Sounds like he might be getting away," Brenda said. "Shut up." Helen's eyes darted between Brenda and the front door. "Start walking. In front of me." "He's getting away." Brenda smirked in the darkness, ignoring her commands. "Your life means nothing to me. Walk." Brenda did as she was told. Helen pressed the gun to the back of her neck. They stepped out onto the porch. Helen looked from left to right and spotted him at the curb, hunched over, staggering away, gagging and wheezing as he went. "Aaron!" she screamed. "Aaron, stop! Get down on the road now!" Just then Brenda turned, parried the gun away, and bowled Helen over onto the lawn. The gun fell from her hand and tumbled across the grass. She landed on her shoulder, and Brenda followed her down, landing on her legs. She reached for the gun, but it was too far. Brenda tried climbing over her, likely with the same idea, and Helen grabbed her by the shirt. They clawed at one another until finally Helen kicked her off. Scurrying on all fours, Helen went for the gun. She snatched it up, fumbled with it until she held it right. Then she turned and aimed in Brenda's direction, only to see her disappearing around the corner of the house, back into the night. Great. She lowered her gun. Then she remembered Aaron. He hadn't gone far. He was on his knees again, this time in the middle of the road. She ran to him. "She's here," he choked out. "She's here. She found me. She won't let it she won't let it take me." "I have no idea what you're talking about," Helen said, stepping in front of him. She wanted him to see the gun, but something told her he wouldn't mind. "Come back to the house, Aaron." "No." He made a retching sound. "You've lost. It can't have me like you want. Not with Lucy here." He'd gone crazy. She looked over her shoulder back at the clinic, making sure Brenda wasn't creeping up on them with her cleaver. No, Helen thought. She would go back into hiding now. For a short while, at least. She began to speak again when Aaron collapsed onto the pavement, unconscious. She sighed. Just then a car pulled up. Two men exited the car. "You're too late," Helen said. "She got away." "You want us to search?" Helen looked toward the house, to the shadows behind it. "She's gone into the woods, I'm sure. She could be hiding anywhere." She ran her fingers through her tangled hair, drawing it behind her ear. "I could use your help cleaning up, though. Do you mind?" Their silhouettes shook their heads. "Good." She returned her attention to Aaron. "Let's take care of him first." 17. Brand New Day. The sun spilled its first rays into Amberton at 6:05 the following morning. It was Monday, the beginning of a new week. Alex slept in until about 9 o'clock, and when she woke and rolled out of bed and went to her window, she hadn't the faintest memory of the night before. She pulled the curtains back and leaned into the window's deep alcove. She could see into Mandy's backyard, where she spotted Mandy standing and talking to someone out of view, probably her father in the garden. Alex didn't feel bad about their argument. In fact, remembering it now as she stepped away from the window and returned to the foot of her bed, she felt a sense of relief. Mandy wouldn't bother her anymore, and that was just fine. Then she thought about Wendy and remembered. Last night, at the library, they'd talked briefly about David. He's not himself. It all sounded so bizarre, she wasn't sure she hadn't stepped into a science fiction novel. Then there was the choking, and Mrs. Westcott and her trash bag. But that's where things started becoming a little ludicrous, even for her. Just then her bedroom door opened, a gentle crack, and Helen stood looking in. They looked at one another without a word, Helen's eyes glancing away to survey the room. "Breakfast's ready if you're hungry." "Okay."